It is the Sunbet Poker Tour, and we are at the beautiful Sabaya Casino in KZN, and it is day 3 of the High Roller. The first 2 days saw plenty of action with 66 entries and over 2.2 million rand in the prize pool. The remaining players will start day 3, and they will be fighting it out for a first prize of 800,000 rand. Stay tuned for all of that action right here on the live stream. There's always plenty going on in the poker room, as you can see. We've also saw the start of the Little Slam yesterday. Now, this is an ever popular event on the Sunbet Poker Tour, where you get to experience a high roller structure for a fraction of the buy-in. And the numbers certainly came out. We had over 130 entries last night alone. We've already reached our guaranteed prize of 500,000 rand. And there are still 3 levels of late registration available for you today to get down to Sabaya and get in on the action. Like we said, lots of poker to come, so stay tuned to the live stream. We will be crowning our High Roller champion today, and I'm sure the Little Slam will reach your screens a little bit after that, so there's something for everyone right here at SPT. Don't forget, you can earn points for the race to Vegas. Cash in any of our tournaments and earn points on our GPI leaderboard, and you could qualify in the top 10 and join us in WSOP in 2023, the ultimate poker dream. Follow all the action on our live stream, and of course you can follow the live updates on our blog on mjpt.co.za and on our socials, Facebook, YouTube, and on Instagram. Sunbet Poker Tour, we are here to stay.
Good morning and welcome to the lovely Sabaya Casino and Resort in the beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal. This is the Sunbet Poker Tour, day 7 of the 3rd stop on our nationwide tour. This is the High Roller. This is our 3rd day in this event. We are 17 players left. 8 players will get paid. First prize of 800,000 rand. And we are left with the 17 players. And on our feature table this morning, seat 1, Max Davison from the United Kingdom, formerly playing out of Tanzania, now resident in South Africa, 868,000 chips. First look at him on the feature table this series. In seat 2, Clayton Tallyworth, Cape Town, 1.262 million chips. Seat 4, Alvin Pillay, 747,000 chips. Seat 5, Kanesh Paitha, 1,536,000 chips. Seat 7, Maz Baku, English national out of Swaziland, 487,000 chips. And in seat 8, Imran Bayani, 1,930,000 chips. So the action is on dock in the hijack with a 10-8 suited, sporting the very bright Manchester United colours. So with the 10-8 suited from the hijack, he has raised it to 60k. It's folded round to Clayton. He's just checking his chips count quickly, getting his chips all ready.
It's raised to 60.
So action on Clayton in the big blind, 36k to call. As soon as he does that, we can see his cards. The cards on top of one another won't pick up. As soon as you put them next to one another, we can see the cards. So he'll fold that, and Doc will pick up the first hand. Yeah, I know the viewers often wonder why the cards don't pick up. You've got a prime example there of why not. If they're not placed correctly in the box, the technology can't pick the cards up. So we'll move on to the second hand. There's Alvin Pillay. He will be in the big blind. So a very accomplished feature table here this morning. And Clayton from Cape Town came early down to KwaZulu-Natal from Cape Town, prepped well, played all the sats, won a lot of seats, and has done extremely well in the earlier events. Saw him on the feature table in the Mega Million. So action on the dock. Under the gun, King Queen suited. He raises to 55.
55,000.
Quickly folded round past Imran to Clayton in the small blind. Only Alvin in the big blind now. And he's folded, so the dock will take both the first two hands down uncontested. The first with the 10-8 suited and the next with the King-Queen suited. So the poker room fairly empty at the moment because the little slam will continue only at 11 o'clock. The 10 o'clock start for the high rollers, and we have 3 tables left. We'll balance once we get to 16 to 8-8. There is the beautiful trophy for the high roller. So Mazbako under the gun. Jack 3 offsuit, he'll fold. Round to Imran. Also Jack 3. He's out the way. Max Devison folds. It's Clayton on the button. 9-7.
60,000.
He raises to 60. Alvin's out the way. Doc with a Queen 8 suited. I fancy he will defend with that. He makes the defense. So 4, 6, 7 flop and 7 top for Clayton. Top pair gut shot for Kanesh. Clayton will continue. When it's checked to him.
75.
Makes it 75k. Let's see if the dock will peel one. He's got 2 overs in the gut shot. It looks like we've lost a player already this morning because they're busy balancing and bringing us players. And Doc calls with a gut shot in the 2 overs, floating one. There's another 7 for Clayton now. He's got a virtual lock on the hand. He only has to dodge a 5 now. So we will be getting 2 players coming in. That is Madazia Mia coming in there to seat number 6. Action is on Clayton when it's checked to him again. He's got the trip 7s now. Let's see what his sizing is. 306 in the pot. I fancy he'll go for just over half pot.
165.
And he does, 165,000. And Doc gets out the way. And the other player joining us there is Len Freeman in seat number 3. So Len Freeman and Madazia Mia joining us at the feature table. So we balance down to 2 tables, which means there are 16 players left in the event.
Please give that to Sophie. Now he's gone.
So the players just settling in, the dealer taking away the chip trays. And we'll move on to the next hand. So Madazia straight into the big blind.
I'm still short. The dealer is still short.
Gary's just going to brief the new players that have arrived at the feature table. They all should know. Going to tell Len quickly.
24.
So pocket 7s for Maz.
55.
Raises to 55,000. Imran's already folded. Max is quickly. Max acts very quickly.
55,000.
Clayton out the way. Round to Len. Ace 5 in the cutoff. It's folded to him. Well, no, it's not folded to him. It's the raise with the 7s. So he'll get rid of that. If it was folded to him, he would have raised. Alvin with the ace 8 on the button. Gets out the way. Round to the dock in the small blind folds. And Madazia lets go of his big blind. And Maz will take down the hand. Speaking to Madazia last night, I said right near the end, you got pocket aces and you just shoved it all in. He said, I wasn't taking any chances at that stage. I didn't want to get involved in anything. I wanted to bag and tag and come back to the next day. So there is our chip count. Imran at the top with 1.9 million. Kinesh just behind 1.5. There's the beautiful trophy for this winner of this event. Day 3 already of this high roller. So a lovely deep structure. We had a lot of entries. And we're into the 3rd day, down to 2 tables. Imran's a quick folder. He hasn't had anything to play as of yet. Max is out the way very quickly. On to Clayton. He folds. Up to Len. Pocket 6s for Len.
50,000.
There's a view of that table behind us. Let's see if Viganda's still there. Harold Brooks, who was the overnight chip leader.
50,000.
Raised to 50,000, and Maz in the big with ace king.
All in.
Goes all in. Now he leaves Lenny with a decision for all his chips. Maz is all in. We'll put Len all in. Aha, Gary's Bradley telling me that Len has a lot more chips. He's got 1 million chips. There it is. I didn't have the chip count yet. Thank you, Bradley. So it was not for his tournament life, but half of his stack. And he's not calling half his stack off with pocket 6s. So Len new to the table. Now I have his chip count. So he's just over 1 million chips. And what is the chip count on Madazia? So Madazia has come with 564,000, just over 500,000 chips.
Small blind. 12. 24. 24. 24. It's small blind. 12,000. 12,000 multiple up to 24.
So it's folded all the way around. Small blind, Jack 10.
Check orders.
He just limps in to Imran. Imran with a queen 10 is going to pop it up.
Up to 84.
And I fancy Maz with a Jack 10 will come along. He's contemplating. He hasn't made the call yet. $36,000 to call. Jack 10 reasonable holdings is blind on blind. But he gets rid of it. Well, he did the fake fold and then pulled the cards back. He hasn't folded yet.
Who's this, Maz?
Maz, yes. And welcome to Gary, our birthday boy this morning. Happy birthday again, Gaz. Did wish you just after midnight.
Yeah, how about that? You know the problem with being my age? All the old people are the same age. That's the problem.
Oh, goodness.
Thank you very much for the greetings, everybody. Been inundated, and it's Share my birthday with Sean Govender, so I'm sure he'll get greeted when he arrives today. And yeah, calls from around the world already, so just very blessed to have such a lovely family and a widespread net of friends. Anyhow, enough of that. Enough about me, because it's always about me.
Well, that's what Barbara Neethling said. Babette said it's all about you.
It is indeed.
Here's a look at the outer table. So Mr. Sun there, Abdulessa Harold going round. There's Soj, there's Greg Ronaldson, Bozo, Nick Zackham, Vigandas. It looks like we've lost Darren Kramer. Darren Kramer appears to be the player that was knocked out. It's the only player I can't see there. And he was fairly short stacked this morning. So subject to confirmation, but I think Darren Kramer was the player eliminated to get us down to 2 tables.
He was indeed, and he was the short stack. Got it in early. I was there when he did it.
So folded round to the dock, ace 8.
60,000. 60,000.
Maz is out the way.
60.
Round to Imran in the small blind with the king jack suited. Let's see what Imran does here. Just makes the call.
60,000.
Round to Max in the big blind now. Ace deuce. There's been a raise and a call. And he comes along. So we'll go 3 to the flop. And that's a pretty decent flop if you Kanesh Paitha and you raise with ace 8. Flop strips. Let's see how the doc plays this. He checks it. Waiting for somebody to get a piece. No help for any of the other players yet. So Imran is now going to lead out and rep that 8.
75,000.
Little does he know that the doc is sitting with it.
75.
Doc takes his time. I'm going to flat this. He makes the call. Nine on the river doesn't help Imran at all, so let's see if Imran has another go at this. He tried to rep that 8. He got called by Doc, who's actually sitting with the 8. Imran checks now. And Doc won't get any more money out of him. 378k in the pot. Let's see what sizing Doc goes for here. I have a feeling he's going to go fairly heavy. Well, he's not counting out a heavy bet. He's going for a very small value bet.
85,000.
85,000. Wants to get paid by any card that may have hit there, but he was never getting any more money from Imran. A healthy 235k profit for the doc. He moves up to 1.7 million. So a little subdued, all the players. It was a long day yesterday. Early start this morning. The energy will pump up in the room once that little slam, those players file in. There were 93 players left overnight from the over 150 entries. And still a couple of levels of re-entry this morning. And late registration, so that number will still swell. As will the prize pool. There was $500,000 guaranteed in that prize pool, and it looks like it may head towards the R1 million mark. So So Alvin pumps it up to 50k with the pocket fives.
50,000.
Round to Imran on the button. King Queen suited.
150.
He 3-bets to 150k. In position. Now Clayton with a Queen 9 suited in the big blind would have defended to the initial raise, but facing a raise and a re-raise gets out the way. Back to Alvin. Alvin has a stack of 637k. It's 100k to call, and essentially in his mind to set mine. There's Mr. Sun in the background. He had a big stack overnight of 2.2 million.
100 more sport. Up to 150.
And in the background there, Harold Brooks was the overnight chip leader with 2.6 million chips. Alvin really taking his time here over this decision. So I'm having a feeling that he's an all-in or folds moment here. I don't think he's going to be flatting.
It is possible. Apologies to the viewers. I'm in and out. I'm busy doing some admin in the background.
And Alvin folds. So Imran in the bright colored top. What color would we call that? Cerise?
Maroon.
Is it maroon? Under the lights from here it looks like cerise.
Yeah. Cerise is a bit lighter, no? I don't know. Maybe. Crimson. There's a good word.
There we go. So there it is, 66 entries originally, 16 players remaining. Your average stack is 1,237,500. Total pot of 2,217,600 Rand. 800,000 for first, down to 865,000.
Very nice too.
24.
So Alvin under the gun with a king queen, having just raised and been 3-bet and having to fold. It's 8-handed, so king queen off under the gun. He's going to make it 50,000 again.
50,000.
Doc folds, round to Madazia. He folds. Maz is out the way. Imran with 8-6. He fake 3-bet Alvin again.
You nearly had a heart attack with it. Calm down.
Little bit of humor between the players there. Clayton 3 deuce, can't do anything. Round to Len, pocket queens.
Very nice too.
So Alvin is going to get 3-bet again, Gaz. I don't see Lenny flatting this with the queens in the big blind.
No. Alvin got one of the queens, of course, in one over. Also got the spades working for him.
And he has the bigger diamond as well. So here comes the 3-bet, and Alvin's going to think, what's going on here? Every time I raise, I get 3-bet.
125.
The smaller 3-bet,
75 more sport.
which would already have alarm bells ringing, because the player in position 3-bet harder, the player out of position 3-bets less, means he has a big hand. Well, that is the information being given, Gaz.
Yeah, I saw. Max looking at chip counts there by the look of it.
Yeah, he's looking up see everybody. Find out exactly what's happening on the outer tables. You can see the chip stacks there from the overnight. So Alvin's not going to like this, but he's going to probably have to fold the second time.
That's 75k to call. 55. It looks like he's picking it up.
Yeah, he says
Enough.
enough of being 3-bet. I'm making a statement now. I'm calling. He was in better shape with the 5s against the king queen as what he is with the king queen against the queens. So only 3 outs for Alvin at the top of the screen. That's not a bad flop if you lane.
Yeah, he can't give. He doesn't give Alvin any of those 7s. So
Len giving a proper stare down to Alvin. Alvin hasn't flinched, he stayed straight ahead. Bozo on the move, surprise, surprise.
Just let him play, huh?
He's got to walk around.
Just let him play. We're already played slow enough. Cards are irrelevant.
286k in the pot. Let's see the sizing. Just over 100.
125.
Yeah, 125.
It's okay.
Alvin's out the way. And Lenny with the pocket queens.
thank you very much, he says.
Let that other stuff you spoke about is sorted.
There's a view of that second table in this high roller. Mr. Sun, Abdulesa, Harold Brooks. This side of the table, Vigan Das, Nick Zackham, Bozo, Greg Ronaldson, and Saj Moedin. Pocket 6s for Doc. Raised to 55k with the pocket 6s.
55. 55,000.
Clarkson with ace and 9 on the button, folded to him. Well, he's raised by Kanesh. Len with the jack 8 in the small blind.
55.
Alvin with jack deuce off, can't do much to defend there.
Does anyone want coffee? Configo. Yeah, Chino. Anybody else? Good. I get a lot of coffee.
Imran offering everyone coffee.
Can I get a tea, please? 5 rolls. He wants a tea. 5 rolls of tea. With milk and sugar. Yeah, please.
So we'll move on to the next hand.
He does according to his mood.
Mudders here under the gun, the Dolly Parton. He's out the way. Maz with ace king here, under the gun +1. He's got a stack of 585. 60k in the pot. It makes it 55. The raises have been ranging between 50 and 55. Some have gone 60.
Looks like he's getting some level of success getting this round.
55.
Yeah, only the big blind to beat now, the Doc. 9-6 off.
Yeah, only Moon Khan can play those cards.
Yeah, those are Moonies. May as well take in the +60k.
Thank you.
all the players already out there in the second table, keeping an eye on them to see if there's any big action developing.
So it would appear that the stream is up and running.
Gee, half an hour passed already.
Yep,
Time has flown by. Hand number 12 already.
just the adverts, but it is up and running. Sunbet Poker Tour High Roller, day 3, 40k buying. 28th of the 7th, 2022.
You'll see the numbers of viewers start climbing up now as it
50,000.
kicks into those that have subscribed.
All in.
Alvin moves all in here with the ace 10 after it's raised by Len from the cutoff.
What's he got? 452.
It's half of Len's stack almost to call.
So you got there 18 bigs.
Len gets out the way.
Yep. Little smile there from our friend Mr. Alvin Pillay. Top guy. Very nice man.
He'll be very happy that he can finally get one. He got 3-bet twice. Had his big blind and small blind taken, so Alvin will be quite happy to get some chips back. He started the morning on 747, and after taking this one down, he's back to 762. 562.
Yeah.
So he's still 200 odd down for the day.
Well, Alvin very accomplished and no stranger to a short stack, so I'm pretty sure we'll see him work this one.
24. 24. 24.
So Alvin coming in with the ace deuce from the cutoff. Has made it 55,000, Alvin, from the cutoff.
Madison looks like he's needs to go back to bed for now.
Yeah, he's not looking wide awake this morning. So action on Muzz in the big blind. 8-7 suited. Those are reasonable holdings to defend your big blind with.
How much is it going to cost him? Well, didn't he got 597 mind?
31 into 115. Gonna make the call.
Let's see. Probably going to flop a monster, you know that.
7-8 suited, hand that flops very nicely.
There you go. He goes into the front of the race.
Not a monster, but he's got the middle pair. So Alvin with a betting lead now. Let's check to him. Position.
So, does he continue or does he check it back?
Yeah, Alvin's always going to fire back at you. So let's have a look what his sizing is. He raised to 55 pre-flop. It looks about 70.
70.
Exactly 70. Maz is going nowhere with his middle pair. The 9 gives Maz an up and down, but it's the nut flush draw for Alvin now. And with that nut flush draw with the ace blocker, we could see Alvin putting a lot of pressure on the turn here. Just double checking, is that ace the ace of clubs? Yes, it is, Alvin. 100,000 now. It's 286 in the pot.
130.
Alvin fires again, 130.
Yeah, that club on the turn.
The question has been raised. Maz, second pair in good shape here. Let's see. He's counting up chips. He's deciding whether or not. Oh, he's going to go all in. There we go.
Moves all in with these.
We go back to Alvin. And Alvin will not be impressed with that.
No.
I can assure you.
So now Alvin has committed a large portion of his chips to this pot already. He's going to be left with a tough decision, yeah. He's still only on a draw.
Needs to put it all into call.
He's got to decide if he's going to gamble it all on getting a club on the river. One card to come, the answer should be no. But he's the one that has to make the decision. The Lions Head Poker Cruise, so here we go. Go Clayton. As I said, Clayton from Cape Town. Big decision here for Alvin. He's only on a draw.
I said because the cameras they can see everything on my TV. Well, they can see it, not like.
Yes, the streamers.
Yeah, stream can see it because they're on him now. But they say you shouldn't be on the phone meeting. How is it?
So Alvin taking his time. He's been in the tank for a while now. And the fact that he's taken so long is going to make Maz very comfortable. And Maz has got his Zen pose there, just staring straight ahead, not giving anything away. Statue mode.
In 2 minutes 45.
And Alvin decides to gamble it.
Cut.
He's gambling everything on getting a club or an ace on the river.
Another hit.
Maz can't believe it, the call. 5 blanks for Alvin.
Yeah.
And Alvin is eliminated.
Very close. You have to
We're going to double check the chips, but according to Bradley's count, which is pretty darn accurate always, Alvin has been eliminated, but the dealer does the right thing, double checks.
You know I don't. You know I check the time. Yeah. Because if you're willing to put it in
496.
very close, huh? I think it's going. It's close, but I think just close. 496.
Yeah.
496. Yeah, cover is
3,
Yeah.
4.
You go, man. Yeah.
Covered it.
Yep. Shut up. I know it's close. Jumping in. Jumping in. You okay then? Huh? Just give some to me, it's much closer.
But this was his plan before he even got here.
Just give them to me, it's much
The
closer.
first level, he needs to
Give
double
these
up.
to me, it's closer.
So Chips go to Maz, and he'll be a nice welcome double up there. And Imran saying that was Alvin's plan when he sat down, that he needed to double up early,
Funny when you go.
that he was going to
I'm not
gamble.
winning, and you're
So
like, wait, I can't be winning.
Of course, when it calls down, I don't expect to win it.
It's the only hand you beat. Flush draw. It's the only one you beat. Want a flush draw? Wait, thanks so long.
No, I thought probably when he says he's calling, I thought it was a big bet and the club. So that's why I said I don't think I'm winning.
Yeah, I mean, I would also win it at least that much when he's thinking for this long.
Yeah.
Yeah, small and big blind, please.
Yeah, he can't fold. Sometimes situation arises and you don't realize how big of a pot you ended up playing. It happened to me in the main event.
Okay, blinds, guys.
This happened to me in WSOP main event. When I got out of line with 7-9 spades from small blind. And I had to
24,
continue the story. I had to bluff all in on the rubber with 9 on. Luckily it went through, but I mean,
move on to the next hand.
exactly. That would have been end of my tournament if I thought.
All chips being sorted and counted.
Blind, please.
Back to raise, please.
Okay, 50,000.
So much respect. I thought for sure it was coming club. Or just ace of spade.
This man just
Max raises with a queen 9 suited, round to Lenny with the ace king. While Max is making jokes, he's going to face a 3-bet.
I'd have divorced her today if she.
Let's see Lenny sizing. Last time he went to 125 on the 3-bet. Let's see if he keeps that consistent.
125.
Exactly 125.
125.
So keeping his sizing consistent, not to give away anything. Max gets out the way. He acts very quickly, very decisive. There are all the players for the little slam. That's Rogers in the background there, starting to take Mill into the room. 20 minutes before they kick off again. So you can hear the buzz in the room starting to pick up.
Everybody's been saying
93 players remaining from overnight in that little slam from the over 150 entries. And there's still a couple of levels of re-entry this morning or late registration. 300,000 starting stack, so even if you jumped in now, you'd be super deep still. $24K for Len to call. He's out the way with the ace-9 from early. Round to Mudders here, who hasn't had much to play this morning.
I know. I don't have
There he's got something now, as I say it, ace-king suited. Finally got a nice big hand to play. Let's see how he plays this. Standard raises have been between 50 and 60.
all in.
And he puts it all in. Ace-9 for Maz. There was an ace-9 folded from early by Len, so 9s will be in short supply. And Madazil will get that through and pick up the plus 60K with his ace-king suited.
The button moves, please.
So action on Len, under the gun. Folds the 10-7.
24,000.
Round to Ganesh, Queen 10, under the gun +1. He's deciding if it's too early, but he's going to have a go at it now.
$55,000.
So Clayton with the pocket queens in the big blind. 1.3 million behind. The raise from the dock is 55k. Clayton getting very tricky with the queens, flat calls. Trying to set a trap here for the dock. He won't love the sight of that ace there. And that exact flop, ace-5, when he had queens, is what eliminated him from the Mega Millions when Gordon Patterson flopped 2-pair with the ace-5. So he'll having a little horrible flashback here. This time, Ganesh doesn't have the ace, but it's checked to him. And with a betting lead, the dock is going to represent that ace.
35.
It's a very small bet, 35,000. So, will Clayton pick up on that small bet size? He makes the call. Oh, now another spade has given the dock a lot of outs. And Clayton won't like the look of that texture of that board now. He checks. Dock does the spade check. Yes, it is the Queen of Spades dock. He checks to take the free card. There's another ace. Clayton checks. So let's see what sizing the dock does on the river here. The dock knows the only way he can win this pot is to bet. And like I said, Clayton with that ace-5 flop when he had the queens in the Mega Millions against Gordon. He's having little deja vu moments here.
85,000.
Small bet though. I've no doubt that Clayton will call this off. It's 85,000 into 301. He's getting over 3-1 to make the call. He's got 1.2 million behind. It's not going to dent his stack in any way. The way the hands played out, he can quite well believe his queens are ahead. He makes the call. And Max raises his eyebrows there. Didn't expect queens to come there. Clayton played them very trickily. Almost backfired. That ace on the flop, like I said, would have given him deja vu moments.
Small blind.
So we'll move on to the next hand. Len will be in the big blind. The dock will be under the gun. 10-3 off.
24,000.
He's out the way. Madazia folds. Round to Maz. So quick folder. Imran out the way. Max on the button. Gonna raise. Clayton out the way.
55.
Okay, Len with ace-10 suited in the big blind. Is he gonna flat or 3-bet? Should be 3-betting because his range should be ahead of the button it's open. And as soon as he 3-bets, Max folds. As I said, Max acts very decisive, he doesn't mess around. So nice gain there for Len in the big blind. Not only do you save your big blind and your big blind ante, you pick up the raise as well. So 23 bigs for Madazia, still in no danger. The two Brits next, 24 bigs and then 50 bigs, a big jump up, so nobody short really there.
24. 24.
Folded round 2 max.
50,000.
Makes 50,000 with the ace-4. Clayton 6-4 will fold.
50,000.
Round to Len in the small blind. 8-7 suited. This is 50-50. Can call from the small blind with that or let it go. Still has the big blind behind. He makes the call.
50.
Doc with the ace-10. Says, I'll see a flop. So, lovely flop if you Len Freeman. Flops 2 pair. And he checks it. So Max checks behind with the ace-4.
Check.
Queen on the turn. The gut shot for the Doc. Len will come out of hiding now and bet 75,000 with his 2 pair. Doc folds his gut shot very quickly. Max folds. And a nice pickup again from Len. So in the big blind and the small blind, nice gains for Len. Haven't seen him for quite a while, as we said, and since before the pandemic almost. And nice to see him at the poker table, and he's certainly done a lot of work on his game during this period. You can see upped his game significantly. Nice to see Len. King 7 for Maz under the gun.
4,000.
The lovely Candace in the background there. Imran folds, round to Clayton.
So what's news, Mark? Sorry for being away so long. Busy with other bits.
Yeah, so Alvin went on the gamble and was eliminated. I think that was just before you left. That is the big news, and since then Len has picked up a few chips in the small blind and the big blind, and he's now raising the button.
I saw Alvin taking the walk.
So action on Madazia is defending his big blind with the ace-9 suited. There's a couple of birthday wishes which I didn't read out while you were away. Robert Carley being one of them. Happy birthday,
Yeah,
Gary.
he said, I just greeted you on the stream, he said. So that's how long ago it was since this night come up. I've been chatting in for quite a while.
So King 7-10, the 10 for Len, nothing for Madazia. Back doors only, draws, flush and straights. Gary just comes in, is being sent back out by Bradley. Brad, you're not happy with that deck? I thought it was picking up most of the cards. Ah, there's a split card. Bradley letting me know because of that RFI technology inside, there's a little antenna and that in there, and sometimes we will get a split card. And then obviously it's easy to pick up what that card is, so the deck is being swapped out for the split card. So there it was, 66 entries, which is a wonderful turnout for the high roller. 14 players remain, average stack 1,414,285. Playing for that prize pool of 2,217,600, 800,000 on top, 65,000 at the bottom, and a healthy $500,000 for second, 350 for third, 225 for fourth, 120 for fifth, 6 is 85, 7 72 600, as we said, 8 is 65,000. So the deck has been changed out, the shimmy shuffle has been done. There's our leaderboard on this feature table. Imran Bayani on top, 1.9. Lenny's moved up to 1.5. Clayton, 1.5. So they're going along very nicely. Nobody's super short. Mudder's here at the bottom there, but not in any danger at this point. Lovely deep structure on the third day. So Imran raises it with a king jack. So round to the dock. On the button with a king 7 suited. Having a little think about it. Says, I fancy to see a flop with that in position. So Ramaz in the big blinds. Says, even though the price is good, I don't like my 4 deuce offsuit. So no spades other than the 1 for Ganesh. So they'll need running spades or a 7. There are only 2 7s available. Imran continues.
70,000.
And there's nothing really for the dog to carry on with here. It's backdoors only. One of 2 7s. And he gets wisely out the way. Plus 115 for Imran. It's on 2 million now.
T-Button moves from small and big blind.
There you see Madazir there, 19 bigs, 478. Max Davison, 22 bigs. And then everybody else very deep, 48 bigs and up. There is that outer table. So let's see who we lost from there as well now. We've lost a player out there as well.
No, there's 2
The player in seat 1 that we've lost. Oh, that was Saj Modin was in seat number 1. I don't see any chips there. Just see Philip's arms in the way. Can't see if there are any chips. Doesn't look like there's any chips there, and the other players are all in their seats. So it appears that we've lost Saj in 15th position after we lost Alvin in 16th place. It's folded all the way around to the small blind. And Imran, oh, Max had raised under the gun while we were on the outer tables.
I think both guys could make a hand.
And Imran folds. So Max will pick up that hand. Buys the rotation as he's about to post the big blind and the ante.
What happened? What happened? You're rich now. How are you folding a king? You're rich.
I don't choose to make you more rich.
So there we move on to the next hand.
Anybody wants water?
So Imran looking after everybody at the table this morning. He offered coffees earlier, now he's offering waters.
24.
I've seen it before.
24,000.
There's Navs Nika coming to have a chat with his mate Kinesh. Nav's about to take his seat in that 5K. The little slam going on there. About 2 minutes before they carry on. Pocket queens for Imran in the small blind. Bumps it up. Max with a Dolly Parton gets out the way. Imran shows him the queens.
Should have limped or raised.
Says, you should have limped to me.
I don't have time for drinks. I'll save them for later on a final day.
Makes sense.
So I'm going to ask Brandon to give me a look at those outer tables, all the players streaming. There it is, all the players streaming in for that little slam. That poker room will fill up now. See Theo Hunter at the front there. There's Wei Ming Lo taking his seat with Brian Diab on that table. Mabue, Carl Sneyman. So all the players starting to take. There's the Joanna, the TD, Moon Khan standing behind Nicholas Zakam. And that's all the way to that high roller table. So the players from the Little Slam all taking their seats for the 11 o'clock start. Meanwhile, Madazia has moved all in. The pocket 8. It's around to Clayton in the big blind. And Clayton gets out the way of the all-in. He had ace-5 offsuit. There is Coral in the background there. Same table as Brian Diab, from what we can see.
Blinds are up. 50-30.
There it is. On the left-hand side there's David Crooks, Robert Cowley, Mark DeMatta. There's young Bradley Cinema. Him and his brother Byron and his dad Michael, all three of them in this little slam. We saw them earlier, the two brothers on the feature table and their dad on the feature table in that 6 max. So they're loving the poker here. Round to Maz. King Jack
65,000.
makes it 65,000. Clayton in the small blind.
Ole.
So there's an all-in by Max Devison. Max has moved all in. Lynn Freeman and Clayton out the way. We're back round to Maz. Got King Jack off suit.
Nobody's chips over you. So.
He folds. And Max picks up the plus 125k. Yeah, his first name is Baku. The Maz is part of his surname we can't pronounce. And apparently on his business cards he goes as Maz Baku, so that's how it's been put in now. I think he's got used to people not being able to pronounce his surname, especially in the UK. Working out of Swaziland of late. So Madazia, 4 deuce, quickly into the muck.
30,000.
Round to Maz, folds. Pocket tens for Imran in the hijack. He's raised it up
7,000.
to 70, which is a bit bigger than the normal sizing.
Just the zero in the middle of zero.
Small blind of Len folds round to Kanesh in the big blind.
73.
Ace 5 off. So it's a slightly bigger sizing, makes defending a little more difficult, but the doc says, I've got money in, I'm defending.
Protect you, my big blind. Asking to tell you. I checked you. Lot fix, eh?
So
Check a bit.
not a bad flop for the tens, only the one overcard, and he's got a gut shot draw. Gone check, check.
Check a bit.
I checked already. It's your turn, buddy.
Now check.
The 6 doesn't change much. Imran will now bet his tens.
75.
And because of the check on the flop, it's given the doc an up and down with his 5. He doesn't want to find the 9 though, he would prefer to find the 4.
Check a bit.
6 doesn't change anything, it brings 3 spades out as well.
75.
Doc checks.
No, she's telling them how
She
much.
knows the bet.
On the
100.
on the last card, she's telling them how much they bet.
100,000 by Imran.
He was so confused. He was like, "What? Oh, I'm checking." I didn't say 75. I checked.
Cuts.
And the doc pays him off with the ace high. And Imran gets a nice 281,000 rand profit.
Tell them it's too early. Next time they will start from 11 o'clock. Waking up.
So there is a view of that outer poker room. A little slam, everybody taking up their seats. And Alvin Pillay, what a ledge, jumped straight in. Straight in there next to Sikle. Or Siku, he's next to Siku there.
30,000. 30.
So you're right, they're all out there filling up, and there's a line at the registration desk. Mark.
Yeah, and blinds have gone up.
90 odd people already, and they're queuing to get in.
70,000.
Bradley blinds have gone up.
70. 40,000 more to call, up to 70.
So blinds of 1530 with a big blind ante of 30 at the moment. It's been raised by Imran to 70, called by Madazia.
Check a bit.
Gut shot for him. It's check to him. He gets the tight play, he's going to bet that. And if Madazia's got no part of it, Madazia will fold quickly. So Jack 10, there's nothing for him there, he gets out the way. And Imran will get that through with a 6-5.
Well done, young sir. Well done.
15,
What
30.
level are we on now? Where are we with the blinds?
So we are 15,000, 30,000 with a big blind ante of 30. Level 16, I believe.
There we go. We're up to date.
There's the timing screen, 14 players remaining. We've gone
Beautiful.
through the prize pool, we've gone through the average stack.
And we're about an hour or so to run, and then we'll change tables out, assuming we haven't got down to 9 players, which will be highly unlikely, Mark, with the standard of play that we're seeing.
Yeah, and the depth, guys. They're still very deep. On the third day, shows you them in amazing structure. And once you move the laptop back there are a number of birthday greetings for you on that YouTube channel.
I will have a look-see momentarily.
30,000.
Thank you very much.
On your birthday, and we've had you running up and down, up and down. And as soon as you sat down, you ran out to go and change the split deck. Gary showing me a private message he got it from one of the players from G1. Typical, greets Gary in the customary fashion of G1. Not to be repeated on air.
No, not at all. Thank you, Mike Ponset.
Mikey Ponset, good lad. So Clayton with the ace queen will pick up that pot from the hijack. His raise got through and he got everybody to fold. Mudder's here still looking very sleepy here this morning.
He doesn't look with it at all.
He doesn't look too awake at all. He's had two all-in moments, one with the ace-king suited and the other with the pocket eights, and that's basically in, and one defense, not being involved too much with the others. Defended with Jack 10 in his big blind.
30,000. 30.
So Max folds the ace-8 from early. Clayton with queen-jack. He's got chips, so he's going to raise.
70,000.
The new raise on the new blind level seems to be 70,000.
70,000. 70.
Round two on Imran in the big blind. King 6 off, he'll fold. And Clayton's raise will get through.
Three button moves, please.
So you can feel the energy now in the poker room and the buzz out there. It's palpable how it's picked up since the little slam picked up. In the morning we just had the 2 tables, or the 3 tables, then down to 2 very quickly. And once the poker room fills up, you can feel the buzz in the room. The energy picks up. There's Nick having a chat to Bozo.
70,000.
No doubt he's jumped into that little slam as well.
70.
So raised by Len with a suited ace-3.
70,000.
Round to Max in the big blind. And he makes the defense. So 2 spades for Len there. Max has his 2 cards on top of one another, so we can't see them. So Max is going to lead in there.
45.
Lenny's going nowhere with his nut flush draw. He makes the call.
Well, look at that. Binks it on the turn.
Binks it straight away. Got the nut flush. Action on Max. He checks now.
See if that'll slow him
Yeah,
down.
Lenny checks behind. Well played, Len. 5 on the turn brings the 4 cards straight out there.
I was going to say, ball gets a bit straighter. If Max has got a piece of this, we'll soon find out.
Yeah, if he's got that straight now, he's going to fire into this.
So
And he
Max, the betting lead here, out of position. So if he's going to do something, he's going to do it early. Yep, here we go.
140.
Wow.
bets 140. So now Len, do the check, Lenny. You know it's there.
Sat there with the Stonies.
And he's taking his time.
Unless Max has actually got a piece of this big time, he's not calling any raises.
No. Then picks up the blues now. So the bet is 140. Around 330, 340
I think
goes.
might just min click this and go 280 see if he can get paid. But yeah, I mean, at 2/3 pot, 300 for me all day.
It's gone to 350.
Yeah. So another 210 for Max. 210 into 765. So he's getting a price, but Lion's Head Poker Crew, here we go. Go Clayton. Robert Glowley, happy birthday Gary, thank you very much sir. Lion's Head Poker Crew, happy birthday Gary, thank you very much. Michael Walker, thank you very much, happy birthday. Thank you for the awesome coverage also, he's calling us off.
That's
And throws it away. So we didn't see what Max had, but I'm pretty sure he's got the straight there, Mark. He can't
Gotta
be
have
calling
the
it down,
straight,
or a
yes.
smaller flush.
Straight or a smaller flush.
Yeah, I think so.
There's Harold in the background.
Check later.
Overnight chip leader.
So Sugden just accosted me as I came back in, gave me a big bar of chocolate, a big hug, and said, happy birthday, big guy. What a nice man.
Sugi,
Yeah.
wonderful man. Really,
Very nice.
really top
He said, I was
class
going to
boy.
buy you Johnny Walker. He said, but I figured you'd enjoy chocolate more. I don't know what he's trying to tell me. Like.
He got 100% that you don't enjoy to drink and that you prefer chocolate.
That's right. I think he got it.
But Sugi, Johnny Walker, and a slab of chocolate, you could have made it up with a few more chocolates. But
Well-
top class boy.
What Mark's saying is Gary doesn't share. He's right. I don't share with anybody. Only my wife.
No, I was also getting at the value of the Johnny Walker as opposed to a slab of chocolate.
Yeah.
even a normal Johnny is going to be just under $200 nowadays.
Okay, back to the crimson-clad Mr. Imran Bourjani with pocket nines.
Oh, straight into the aces of Clayton.
Clayton Tallywanth. Just mentioned him on the stream there, so the Lion's Head Poker Crew have logged in on this beautiful Thursday morning to see him play. We'll be delighted to see him wake up with these.
Now, Gaz, he slow played pocket queens in the big blind when there was a raise from Kanesh. He just smoothed. Now he's got the rockets. Let's see if he just smooths again.
Okay.
No, he's going for the 3-bet this time. Because it's so Imran with the nines is going to call this off. So we go two-way to the flop. Imran looking for a 9.
There's a set of aces there, that's for sure.
Set of aces for Clayton, so he's going to check this. How's the double check? They changed? No, they're still there. There's only one overcard to the nines as well.
I think a check here is in order. He's decided he's going to get aggressive with it. And that'll probably draw a fold from Imran. Unless, of course, he doesn't believe him, and then Imran will be calling this off. Imran not afraid to put chips in the middle if he thinks he's got a read. This may be the wrong spot to be pulling a move here, Imran.
Just under 1.5. 1.7.
210.
Yep.
So betting is set is this guy's. Now he'll do well to check the turn.
Let's see. A 9 would be a disaster. Another overcard, so that'll probably help Imran in his decision making. You say it would be pretty tricky to check here.
It'd be a great spot to check.
Tana says, I tried, you called, I got caught, let me shut down, see what happens.
Yeah.
That's that's the story he needs to tell. Let's see what he does tell. Nothing wrong with betting either. I mean, Imran's shown a propensity to call here, so he figures he's got a bit of a monster going on. Of course, he's not worried about anything at the moment. I mean, the worst case scenario is he sat with 2 hearts, Imran, and he spiked the king.
He's going to carry on betting, but I think Imran will get out the way now, Gaz.
I would have thought so.
was 3-bet pre-flop, and he's bet the flop, he's betting the turn.
Well, he's telling the story, and the story is I've got a monster, and the story doesn't lie. Been impressed with Clayton all the way through the series so far. Been on the feature table a few times. Acquitted himself well. So the bet is 600,000 and the fold is a coming.
And Imran tapped the table and folded. And Imi, you don't know what a monster he actually had.
You definitely dodged a few bullets there, and Clayton will pick up 425,000 in profit out of that hand.
Yeah, big profit, and 9 on the turn would have been an absolute disaster for Imran. So there is the outer poker room. Carl Simon in conversation with Brian Diab.
I was actually looking at the shiny dress of Jono, actually.
Okay.
That's very pretty.
Gaz drawn to the lady. I'm looking at the poker players.
Well, Joanna's lovely, by the way. She's very knowledgeable about poker. Hence the reason she's a tournament director. And nothing wrong with admiring and telling someone they're pretty.
There's Rajiv coming into the room.
30.
Okay, Mudasar gets out the way. It's not all that bad, Amir. Really. Pocket threes for Imran, back on the bike.
15 more up to 30.
Clayton in the small blind comes along with the king 10. Might price Lenny in the big blind, and it does.
Check with it.
Here's a 5 for Len. He doesn't realize it, but he's taken the lead in the sand now.
Check with it.
Here's an up and down for Clayton now.
2 clubs on board, no draw available to our players.
Another jack. So the 5 of Len is good, provided he doesn't fold. The way the hand's played out, he will have no reason to believe his 5's not good.
So Clayton is checked.
30,000.
Small bet by Len. The min bet.
Yeah, Imran's
Imran's going to raise.
110.
So Imran's saying that small bet is weakness.
so now Lenny has to decide whether his 5 is good, and you know that's a pretty easy decision. Unless he thinks he's bluffing, of course.
Yeah, you know, go through the hand. The flop was checked, the turn was checked. You bet the river, now he raises. So he's either sitting with an absolute monster or air.
Lenny will fold this, I'm sure. Yeah, told you.
He folds the 5.
Too much.
Imran sensed weakness with that small bet. There's Rex. Lynn Duncan on the left.
Yoni Lipschitz. This is a nice table, by the way. I stood by them just now. They were enjoying their poker. And we'll have to have a quick look at...
Basil.
yes, we chatted earlier. We'll have a quick look at the...
Basil Micah.
we'll have a quick look at the timing screen shortly. So 38 minutes to run on the level. There you go. 15:30.
That'll be
38
the
minutes
next
to run,
break.
and then we'll change the tables out.
Yeah, we'll be going for nearly an hour and a half already this morning.
Yep. And we will set a challenge to our camera crew to find us a timing screen for the other tournament.
120.
Now they've got to zoom and pan and tilt and all that stuff I don't understand, and go hunting, or we'll just send our mobile camera over there.
Either or works.
Yes.
120.
It's raised by Max. Pocket nines for the dock. He's going to 3-bet here, is he, or just flat? Those are flatting chips. Because of the size of the raise. No, he's moved all in, has he? All in call. So it's all in call, ace-7 versus nines. Oh, there's an ace. Straight away for Max, gets help. No diamonds for any player. Then the 9 in the river, my goodness.
Seat open.
Wow, wow, wow. So seat open. Max Davison is eliminated by the dock. He finds the ace on the flop. The dock finds the 9 in the river.
Yeah, unlucky Max, well played.
Give us a moves, please.
Great player, Max. Enjoy his company, and I've no doubt we'll see him back in one of the smaller tournaments in a little while, or certainly the main. So he and his wife moved back from the East Coast there, up in Zanzibar, and now living in Witbank. So great to have Max in the South African community playing poker.
There it is, 168 entries so far, 111 remaining. So a lot jumped in this morning because there were 93 overnight.
Yeah. So yeah, just to finish it off, well done Max, and we'll see you later. And as Mark says, we got 100 odd entries there. Well done the mobile camera. And we'll keep a close eye on the Little Slam because it's an entertaining tournament. And with any luck, we'll hopefully catch the final table of that after we've done with the high roller. Let's see where we go today. Okay, back to the action. Maz has picked up a couple of fives. As they say in America, he has the speed limit.
55 miles an hour. Big Neville Govender there next to Navs. Carl Snyman, Wei Ming Lo, and Brian Dyer. The background in that Little Slam. So raised by Maz, called by Len. No help for Len. The pocket fives are still ahead. But Maz out of position with a betting lead, going to continue his story. And he might get this through because there's nothing for Len there on that board. Len Rice Smile gives it up. There is a close-up of Carl Snyman, Donny Mitev in the background, Chandra Dyer, Gary Jankala. There is Rob Cowley, David Crooks, Bradley Cinema, Basil Nika, picking out players in the backgrounds there. Sam Newberry, Mark Damata, here's Wei Ming Lo, here's Bue, Navs Nika, Nev Governor, Alvin Pillay jumping in there, Soyan at the back there with Franco Damata. So a lot of players out there in that Little Slam. Gary out there changing the deck again. We've had another split card. As I said, these cards are laminated together with the RFI reader in the inside. If you ever come down to one of the venues, you can come in and see us in our back office. We'll show you what one of the cards looks like that's split open. You can see the technology inside. And you can understand why some of this card split. Some of the way the players turn them up on the corners when they're looking at them puts pressure on that laminate and the cards will split. And once the card is split, it has to be removed because you would be able to pick up easily what that card is. Jack 9 of diamonds for Clayton. From the
70,000.
hijack, he's going to raise. Len with a queen 10 out the way. Queen 3 for Kanesh folds. Only round to Maz.
Thank you.
And he'll pick that up. There is Alvin. There's Jesse Rosen. First look we've seen of him. So he's jumped in here next to Harry Kashad. So Jesse, the winner of the 6 max.
It's 13. It's 7-6.
A long heads-up match with Chrissy Late, coming from a big chip deficit to take that down.
30-30.
Nice to see a long heads-up game with a lot of deals made in poker, and for us actually to play to a conclusion was very nice for the viewers.
30,000.
Then folds. Madazia moves it all in with the jacks.
All in.
Whenever he's got a big hand, he moves it all in. He's moved in with ace king clubs earlier. He moved it in with eights. So round to Imran. Imran in the big blind.
300, 335.
It's too much to call with 10-6 suited.
35, 340, 350. 353.
353.
Yeah, boo. 353.
Imran working out. If I call,
Said you want to gamble, eh?
Imran says, you say you want to gamble.
I don't have a very strong hand, but I feel like I should gamble.
Imran's telling him straight, I don't have a very strong hand, but if you're wanting to gamble, I'll gamble with you. First of all, he wants to see what's the damage to his stack if he makes the call. He's going to take a chunk off.
Mudasar's all in, just catching up with the action here. Imran's considering a call with 10-6.
Yeah, the only reason is he said to Madazia, you want to gamble? And Madazia said yes. So he said, all right, I'll gamble with you. I don't have a good hand, but I'll gamble with you.
Yeah. Interesting philosophy. Let's see.
He needs running cards. Otherwise, Madazia will get a nice double up.
Yep.
And there it is. Double up for Madazia. Imran was true to his word. He said to you, you want to gamble? I'll gamble with you. Tell me. And Madazia said yes. Another birthday greeting for you from Darren from the vault.
Yeah, I saw that. Thanks, Darren. Appreciate it, buddy.
No doubt throughout the day we will get various birthday wishes for Gaza.
Yeah, the waves have been red hot. Family around the world, you see.
I love the message from your granddaughter. That was classic.
Yeah, she's divine.
That was very amusing. Great sense of humor. Not only did you teach her the colors of the rainbow, Gaz, you taught her to remember the 28th of July was the birth of a great person, my grandpa.
Yeah.
Lovely little story from your granddaughter.
Yeah, she's special, as they all are. Okay, Lenny with the ace 8 here.
He looks like he's wearing the life preservers jacket this morning there, Gaz.
Yeah, he's going sailing later, I'm sure. Where are we running to here?
So Lena's raised from under the gun. It's around to Imran. Fresh from his little punt with a 10-6.
40,000 up to 70.
Come along with a King 9 suited. Round to Clayton. He'll come along with a 10-9 suited. So Imran won't want to see a lot of hearts on this flop.
Okay, so 3 ways.
One heart only.
Ace high for Lenny.
It's up against the 2 blinds. Clayton checks, then checks back.
A couple of flush draws on board now.
And a gut shot for Imi. And a up and down for Clayton.
Yep.
40,000.
Everyone's going to bet it.
Now he's betting his 2 draws, the gut shot and the flush draw. So there's something for everybody on that turn. Now there's the up and down for Clayton as well. And the nut flush draw for Len. So all 3 call on the turn. Well, the 2 call after Imran bet. Keep all 3 players in. There you go, Clayton.
Yep. Nice little straight for you, bottom end, but still a nice little straight. Lion's Head poker crew will be going mad here.
He's got the nut flush, but there's a paired board.
He's got a straight, mate, not a nut flush.
Straight, I meant
I'm
the nut
looking at
straight.
it thinking, what did I miss there?
No, the nut straight is what I meant, is the nut straight. Thanks, Gaz. My eyes going wonky. The nut straight is what I meant. No other straight beating him. But the board is paired, but he's going to bet it, and there's nothing for the other players. Imran's already out the way. So he takes it down with the nut straight.
220,000 spondulics. Well done, young sir.
Nice profit. He's over 2 million now, 2.3 million.
Yeah, and he's got all his homies there online watching and enjoying the coverage, I'm sure. Don't forget, boys, you have to like the feed. You have to do that every time. As for the subscription to the Monster Jam channel, that's just a one-time only.
Yeah, that Lion's Head Poker crew, we met your challenge last night. You pumped up the likes, so you have to do so every day, as Gaz says. Not good enough to like it once.
Feel free to set the challenges. We'll always oblige if we can, as long as it's within the rules of the game and I haven't got to do any flick-flacks through fiery hoops, we'll be fine.
We'll leave those up to Bradley.
Brad is an athlete, by the way. Proper.
Just about doing your flick-flacks through fiery hoops.
That's right. Brad's talking away over there, but we're ignoring him. Something about him being handsome, I believe.
70,000.
He's delusional, that's how much we do know.
No, he's a handsome man. He's okay. We'll give him handsome. Bradley bought me a duck for my birthday.
A ducky.
A duck, a proper duck.
Yeah, there it is, sitting there, fluffy duck.
1.9.
Now, only Bradley would know, well, apart from my kids and my wife, that I collect ducks. And the reason for that is he unpacked them all when we moved house. A box full of them. Anyway, we have a new duck.
It's on 1.9. Yeah. You're going to go 1.2.
So Clayton, we've missed his cards, but we're not going to miss his action, that's for sure.
Yeah, Imran was trying to steal from the button with a 9-5. 3-bet to 220 by Clayton. Action background to Imran. 9-5 was the hand that he flopped the 2-pair and did his little shuffle with. When he exposed it early, thought the other player had folded when in fact the other player called.
There we go. He's playing 10-pin bowling with the chips now. Top guy. Well done, Clayton. Nice little pick up again, 135. They all count. And we'll keep chipping away, he says.
Going steadily on Clayton, playing very solid poker, Gaz.
Did you speak about the Doc's hat?
Did not speak about the Doc's hat, only
Let
about
us
his
go to
Manchester
that camera
United
now.
thing. We know about that hat from Sun City, but Gaz will fill in the viewers.
There it is, Doc's hat, poker code. So the Doc completed the poker code at poker course, and a part of that was that he's going to wear their little sticker or banner on his hat, and that's where it comes from. So there you go, poker code. Bit of a shout out for those guys. Well done.
70. $70,000. 70.
Bradley making aspersions about the Man United shirt. I was supporting Manchester United before you were born, young man. Go on the results in the past, boy. Go on the results.
But here my guys are a good defender, you know. So
I haven't seen good so far with you.
You didn't hear the other side of that conversation. Bradley said it still doesn't make them a good team. Not like Crystal Palace, of course. Season starts very soon, of course, for the English Premier League. Doesn't seem like yesterday we were cheering on the end of it. Happy days.
Maz will take that down with the pocket deuces. Continuing on that ace-5, ace board. After the Doc had defended with a queen 10.
Nicely done. Just coming up to about 20 to 12 in the morning here. Nearly into the post-meridian time of the day. PM.
Yeah, 20 minutes and we can go and stretch the legs, get a comfort break, change out Gaz, the feature table, so very shortly you'll be going back out there.
Well, I don't actually need to go and change to select a table because there is only one.
Yeah, just do the chip counts and the seating. It's not a case of choice. You're not spoiled for choice at this point. You have one table.
That's it. And they will be joining us on the same seats that they're already on.
So 13 players. We've lost a player on the outer. Well, we lost Max Davison on this table. That's right. So no losses on the outer table. So getting nearer that money bubble. 5 away still. We've lost 4 players this morning. The first hour and 40 minutes.
Your team, you need to have another figure to come back. Another young figure.
Imran is raised with the Jack 10. Takes down the hand. Odyssey open folds 10-4.
I'm telling you, I am telling you. There is this one. Oh, yes, man.
But we are not. Something is not.
I don't think anybody's doing it in it's the way you look at
It's
yourself.
not,
Some
it's
people
like
have.
this one has got 3. This one has got 3, right? And now there's 4.
So there's another split card. Doc examining it. So they're going to change out the deck again.
By the time we're done, I'm sorry.
Did I tell you what I did?
Like for live again. See the line.
There's a view. There's Gulumfegi.
Eyes were stunned. There was
He's called the faulty here.
Sam Newbury there. David Crooks looking on the right there, just where the TD's walking past now. Joanna. Bradley Cinema. Robert Cowley, of course. Mark Damata from House of Cards. Crew.
I saw the last card, ace of spade, right? There, the dealer is shuffling and doing, I'm like following that card.
Duncan, the left-hand side, Rick Shoe,
First draw 2-3 cards, I think that's where the
Basil
ace
Naka.
and then as she dealt, the action
Ronnie
folded like
Albitzer.
this, the small blind limp and big blind raised. And this guy folded, there was no showdown, and I said, you got ace of spade in your hand. And he said, how do you know? I'm like, do you have ace of spade or not? He showed ace of spade. And the whole table is like, no, how did you know that? Just be quiet, just be quiet. I didn't tell them. I'm like, no, I just wrote it.
The Sorcerer's Apprentice.
So sometimes bad dealers, no, good dealers you don't follow. No, you can't follow that card.
There is the tournament director, Joanna.
But hello,
Center of picture.
I have to be there. He is in a good spot.
Gary out there with him changing the deck.
Yeah, it's the first time we've ever gone.
Far background there's Rajiv holding court. Brian Diab on the right hand side going for a little stroll.
Do you got some moves, please?
Both his boys Andrew and Clayton were playing in this tournament as well. Clayton, a good mate of ours from G1,
7 decks per tourney.
regular in our home game there.
Oh, you're not playing enough for the main event.
I normally only have 5.
I mean, you're small blind.
You don't have enough for the main event.
7's always been
I know.
Never ever booked for 3 days.
Queen Jack for Imran.
That's why I'm just standing here
70.
watching. I mean, no disrespect to anybody.
No, you can stand here.
Sometimes the dealer's got a bit hard, sometimes you get normally an Asian person
also with the way
who does
they-
baccarat as well. They bend the card.
That is the one like that. He takes one card, he is like this.
Normally Asian players who play baccarat as well balance with the fingernail when they bend it.
220.
You just want to make sure you have the right experience and you get the
What you
technique
take?
the game is maintained.
So it's been raised and 3-bet by Clayton. 10-9 for Lenny out the way. Kinesh with pocket 8s. So he's with a decision now. He folds the 8s based on the action. The other players out the way. Round to Imran and he's a quick folder.
Sometimes it always ends up like with the same player, you know, like I'm not.
Clayton just explaining, it always somehow ends up the same player. I'm not putting moves on you. Did have it. There's a view of the other high roller table. Bozo standing up there. Yes, he is standing. Gary always makes jokes with Bozy. Bozy, I don't make jokes like that with you, my friend. Panning across to that little slam, where that room is filled up very nicely. Full tables out there. A lot of players jumping in this morning because we had 93 overnight, and when we looked at that timing screen last, there were 111. So a lot of either re-entries or late registrations this morning. And still a few levels of that left today. Ace King of clubs for the dock. He's raised it up
80,000.
to 80,000. Small blind Maz. He's out the way with the ace 10 suited. It was Madazir's fold, so tight fold there by Madazir. Good fold. And Wei Ming Lo on the same table that he was last night, just moved a few seats. Quite noticeable in his red hoodie there. So hand number 42.
30,000.
Pocket kings for Len.
$70,000. $70,000.
So here's a big hand brewing. Pocket kings for Len raised and pocket jacks for the dock right next to him. And the dock is reaching for 3 betting chips. And he 3 bets it.
It's 175.
So raised by the kings, 3-bet by the pocket jacks of the dock. Back round to Len, who raised with the kings.
105.
So Len has got to decide now, is he flatting or is he going to 4-bet here? He just flats, being very deceptive. And the ace is going to slow down the action straight away for both players. Lenny out of position to Kanesh. Kanesh 3-bet pre. It's 1 over to his pair. Likewise for Len. Action on the dock. Checks as well. Both of them don't like that ace out there. Up and down for the dock now. So Len elected not to 4-bet pre. He may be rethinking that decision now. However, he's got to play the hand in. Then check for a second time. So with the second check to him, the dock's going to bet now. And he does have the up and down draw.
125.
Breathing is shallow. I can control my breathing.
Very nice hand. Well done. Next hand, thank you.
We can show you.
The button moves.
30 minutes. Thank you.
Dock shows him jacks. So Lenny's going to think I should have 4-bet that pre.
No, give him ace king. No, ace queen.
15, 30,
He elected to flat with him. The ace didn't help his cause, and the turn he checked again, and the dock with the up and down bet it and took down the hand. So 9 minutes remaining on this level before we switch out the table and have a brief break.
15, 30, 30.
You know, I had an up and down. Queen of coming and the village of play.
Another day.
So round to Len, the big blind.
Maybe I get some sort of resistance.
And he folds.
Or did you look at my cards? Yeah, I saw it. Dealer is that amount. You're looking at my cards. I saw 7 o'clock. You could be right.
Yet again, you could be.
See what happens. You see what happens when you raise a decent hand. It's all clear. The other times,
He's looking at my cards now.
no, I just felt it. Just felt it.
Now we found the culprit who's marking the cards. Big one.
Was it?
He knows every time when I have a hand.
That's why I can free bet him.
Action on Madazir. He'll fold. Round to Maz. Pocket aces for Maz now.
Superman.
Now I had aces and
70.
Makes it 70,000.
Right there. 70.
Nothing for Clayton. Round to Len in the small blind. Queen 10, he folds. Only the dock in the big, and he folds. And Maz gets no action with his aces. Shows, says 0 action. I get no value.
He brought the ace of clubs in. You boys, I'm worried about you boys. Next door stuff.
He's swapping cards.
I need to also start following the card.
Give these love Jackson Hayes.
She's not a good dealer, so I'll be able to follow it.
Wow. Wow.
I think the dealer's were you ruffling?
She's damaged.
So you feel like you got chips and you don't just shove
Look
it.
at those nails. That's what it is.
You got big chips, you just want to go all in.
Dealer should have opened
Short.
So action on Maz under the gun.
All clear.
Is there any short in my hand to look like a man's?
Clayton the cutoff folds. Len on the button. King Queen suited.
17 down.
Makes it 70k. Doc is already out of the way. Round to Madazi and the big blind. And he folds. Clint Solomon says Clayton will be your high roller champion. Well, he's playing very well, but he's got a tough old field to get through still.
There'll be no free passes, that's for sure. But Clint, we're with you, brother. We like to see the youngsters winning through. 5-2 for Imran. A few minutes to run to the end of the level mark.
Yeah, not long left before we change out the table.
Hallelujah. Keep breaking my cards.
Yeah, that's 3 decks this morning, guys.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Splitting cards.
I think it's a conspiracy.
70,000.
Raised by Clayton in the hijack with the ace-8 suited. Round to Len. Folds.
70,000.
Doc comes with on the button. Madazir folds. Maz. Maybe priced in the big blind now with a 7-6. And he makes the call.
Yep.
So we saw Maz's cards. He's sitting with 7-6 offsuit.
7-6 offsuit looks like a good hand now.
It definitely does.
Jacobs.
So I've got a funny feeling that any money you put in the pot is going to go begging, because if we're right and he has 7-6, which I think we are, he's flopped it pretty big.
Yeah, so Clayton has put in the continuation. Action's on Ganesh now on the button. Gets out the way.
Gets out of the way indeed. See how Maz plays this.
There it is.
7-6, there you go.
7-6. I thought my eyes didn't deceive me. goes for the repop now, hoping Clayton's got a queen, but no such luck. Clayton will easily get out the way now. And he folds.
I wanted to go to the bathroom right in 2 minutes.
Around about a minute to go on the level.
You about to move?
Soyan in the background.
And her husband in the foreground.
Lenny.
No, sorry. No, that's fine.
Tony Mitev, there's Ganesh Kashev in the back there. Here's young Joshua Kruger. We saw his dad last night, Jonathan. Robert Carley in the center picture there. There's Franco coming across to his brother Mark Tomata.
No, I mean, there's 2 cards.
Clayton Diab in the back there.
One across you, and then on this thing.
Panning all the way across the room. There's Gulum Fay in the background there. Big Shoe.
Big blind.
You don't know what to do.
Maxine Katana.
He's a maniac.
In the big blind.
He's a maniac, man. You know he's a maniac.
30-30.
That's my whole maniac.
Of course, Bozo needs no introduction to anyone.
Don't know if he
Is
is.
he out on the other table?
But
I think he's just doing his walkabouts.
Okay, that's
to go guns over, then it's a problem.
Doesn't seem being eliminated. He's just, he could be, but as far as we know, it's just normal Bozo.
okay.
Up and down, as you know.
You get what I'm saying? If he's bluffing, he has to give you something.
Ganesh in the
80,000.
cutoff. Man's out the way. Imran defending with the ace queen, not 3-betting. Gut shot for Imran. Still ahead with his ace queen.
I was a cricketer. I don't want. But I don't waste my time watching.
65,000.
Yeah, Imran going nowhere, yeah? Two big stacks, Mark.
Yeah, both
1.3,
got a lot of
1.4.
chips. Option back on the dock. Check, check. Ace queen still ahead, yeah? Checks again, Imran. Action on the dock, he checks back. Ace queen will be good.
I didn't need anything.
And the players are going to go on a break though. Got about 14 minutes on a break. And we'll change out the table, so we'll be back shortly.
1 second.
Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders.
And welcome back to the Sibaya Casino and Resort in the beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal. This is your Sunbet Poker Tour. This is day number 7, the third day of the high roller event, the 40k buy-in. We're down to the last 13 players, so getting very near the business end. They're playing 8 places, 800,000 on top, 65k for 8. In seat number 2, Greg Ronaldson, 2,265,000 chips. Seat 3, David Rosenthal, Bozo to his friends, 940,000 chips. Nicholas Zackham in seat number 4 has got 790,000 chips. In seat 5, Vigandas Sumuntis, 815,000 chips. Mr. Wai's son in seat 6, 3,010,000 chips. In seat number 7, Abdul Essa, 950,000 chips. And in seat 8, the gentleman, Mr. Harold Brooks, 2,480,000 chips. He was our overnight leader, but we see Mr. Sun has gone past him from his 2.2 million. We had the one elimination earlier on from their table was Darren Kramer, and then we lost Max Devison on the feature table as well. So we're going to get into the action here. 13 players remaining. And there were 2 other exits this morning as well. Alvin Pillay was eliminated. So round 2, Abdul Essa, 10-7 suited. Quickly into the muck.
Okay. Just don't wear them out, okay?
Vigandas having a joke there with Gaza about put the cards in the box. Harold still trying to stack all his chips. Round to Greg Ronaldson. Pocket deuces in the hijack. Folded to him. And put in the raise on the new blind level of 20,000, 40,000 with a big blind ante of 40. So there's 100k pre-flop in that pot. He's min clicked it to 80. Nick Zackham lets go of the button. Round 2 Vigandas in the small blind, king 8. And there's Mr. Sun's Great Wall of China. And he folds the jack 6. So I took a little stroll out there amongst the little slam. They're still rocking and rolling. They're on level number 8 at the moment. And a lot of entries into that. So that one is going to go quite deep and quite long. A few notable stacks out there. Dylan Marcus had a big stack in front of him. Young Shoaib Ahmed, who's on the feature table quite a bit in the last few days. He had a nice stack going there as well. Sugi had a big stack overnight. Queen Jack of Spades, Harold Brooks. Under the gun. Raised up to 100k. Round 2 Nick. Vigandas on the button. He's out the way. Mr. Sun folds the small blind. Abdulesa in the big. Ace 9. Facing an under the gun razor. Just over a min click. So got to decide whether he wants to defend with the ace 9 or not. Folds, showing the ace. But he says I only had a 9 kicker. So Harold will take in there. There are your chip counts. Mr. Sun just under the 2.9 million now after going through the blinds. Harold Bricks 2.6, Greg Ronaldson 2.4, and Nick Zackham 19 big, so no danger yet, just under 800,000 chips. Sporting that new Sunbet hoodie. Bozo wearing the other Sunbet hoodie, the plainer one, without all the bells and whistles on it. Round 2 Greg wearing the K-On Capital cap. They are one of the sponsors of this event. They are giving a bubble prize to everybody eliminated on the bubble. Lauren Pio, the first one, a 15,000 Rand voucher for trading on their platform, and Dylan Marcus got a 5k one for the 6 max. Bozo raises it up to 85. Round to Nick. Tank a little here in the hijack. Folds. Vigandas. 4 deuce. quick folds. Mr. Sun's quickly out the way. Round to Abdulesa. Jack 10 in the small blind. And he folds around to Harold, the big blind, and he folds as well. Folds the suited connector to Bozo's raise.
The cameras can see that the falling pieces.
Just don't put them in the box.
I want to put them in the box.
So we'll move on to the next hand. Panning to the outer tables on the little slam.
If we had never met before, I was raising that. That's okay.
So Hilly says, happy birthday, Boyki, to Gaza. Hope you have a great day, you legend, you. Jakob Potgieter, how's it, Coach and Gary? Happy birthday to Gary. Many blessed years to you, sir. Lekker to see the boys, Coral and Way, in the background. Have fun, guys. Yes, Jakob, nice to see them, and nice of you to be supporting the stream there from Klerksdorp.
All in.
So Bozo is raised and Nick has moved all in. Pocket fours. Action round to Mr. Sun. Harold's out the way. So action back to Bozo, and Bozo's quickly out the way, and Nick will pick up that hand. Second raise by Bozo, and this time Nick shoved on him with the fours. Yeah, Jaco's homeboys, they Way and in the background, and likes to see them, and Coral.
Thank you, Mr. Sun.
Thank you, Mr. Sun.
I thought maybe, I think maybe the message was conveyed, it was supposed to go through Botswana.
Thank you. So now I can you don't see a difference.
Yeah, I look better.
So Nick Zackham with a 6 deuce under the gun. Pocket aces for Mr. Sun.
Raise to 80.
Makes an 80K. Nothing for Abdul, he's already out the way. Let's catch up on the action. Round to Harold Brooks. Bozo in the big blind. He gets out the way. So we're going to go 2 to the flop here. Pocket aces for Mr. Sun. Harold has made the call. We can't see Harold's cards there. Mr. Sun checks, getting tricky with his aces. There's another king with another spade. So Mr. Sun's going to need to bet to find out now and protect against that spade draw coming in. He puts 150. Harold's a snap caller. The deuce on the river. Mr. Sun going to bet again. And Harold coming along. The Sun shows the aces. Harold shows his cards. If we can just go down to that flop box.
And I
See what did Harold had.
Otherwise, I do not.
But I will see you at the 10 minutes.
Pocket eights, I think. He had pocket eights, the 8 of spades. So he had pocket eights, the 8 of spades, the 8 of hearts. So we'll move on to the next hand. Nice hand with the aces there for Mr. Sun.
No, but I'm playing. No, but what I'm playing.
Especially you're under the gun.
But I do. I know I'm trim with the button.
But if you are really under the gun, I will really lose you. So you want to see.
So Vigandas under the gun.
I would never play that. Say, look at that.
It's folded round to Mr. Sun. He's out the way of Dulesa. He folds round to Harold, 5-3 of hearts. So Harold will raise it up with a 5-3 suited, using the position and taking down the hand. Here's a view of the outer table. There is Len Freeman, Clayton, Imran Bayani, Madazia Amir, Maz Baku, and Ganesh Patha, the other players in this tournament. That little slam still overflowing. Players in the back tables behind that high roller in the little slam, as the poker room on the right-hand side is full. King, queen for Abdul. Harold Brooks folds round to Greg Ronaldson with pocket fives. Raises to 80,000. Greg comes along. Bozo on the button with a Jack-10. Run to Nick Zackham with Ace-Jack. Nick comes along, thank you for the coffee, Bradley. So Nick deciding what to do here. He's squeezed once already, so he's deciding now whether to flat or to squeeze from here again with the Ace-Jack. He makes the call. Us in the big blind now, getting a great price with a 5-4 to see a flop. Let's see if he wants to take that price. looking out, says, oh, this price is so good. Gesture to the pot, gesture to the chips, looking at it all. 320k in the pot and he has to put 40 in. You don't get a much better price than that. And there's the reward for calling with a great price. He flops trip fours. Nothing for anybody else. Round to Abdul, he was the pre-flop aggressor, he checks. Round to Greg. Round to Greg. Option on Greg. Puts in a bet to find out where his five stand on that board. 105,000. Nick has folded. So big enough with the trip fours. Taken a suitable amount of time. And going to flat. Oh wow. Abdul will get out the way, no doubt. He was a pre-flop aggressor, but based on the action, Gregor's bet.
He knows better,
Yeah.
as they say. He knows better.
Action on Vigandas.
So does Vigandas raise here?
He's going to lead into this now. He wants to get more money into that pot with his trip fours. Board's got straight here and flush here.
There it is, the bet from Vigandas.
Puts in the bet.
I can't believe it. I have much news from outside, but we'll wait for the end of the hand.
Greg in the tank here. He's not beating much on that board with his fives.
I talked through a few hands with Greg prior to the commencement of the tournament this morning, and he was telling me about tough spots and all the things and his thought process. So I had a little insight into the brain that is Greg Ronaldson, and I was going to say he will fold, and Vigandas does his celebratory fist pump. Anyhow, we have some chip stacks from outside, and I suppose the first one is we should tell the boys at Lion's Head that their guy has got 760,000.
So Vinesh has got 760, they'll be happy.
And for the House of Cards team, the D'Amato brothers are sat right next to each other. How do they happen to get that? So Mark, the sensible one, has got all the chips. Just kidding. Mark has got 1.3 million.
Right.
So he's rocking along very, very nicely there. G-Pat is out there as well. He's got 850,000. Shamil, who was on our feature table yesterday, he's got 800,000. Chrissy Lute, or Late, sorry, should I say, 1,150,000. And wait for it, Sugi, my old mate, 1.7 million.
Go Sugi, and you.
He's just short of 1.8 to be honest. So those are the big stacks out there in the Little Slam at the moment. And it's rocking out there.
Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful to see that poker room, the buzz in it. I mean, for you, it came from Vegas. You were used to huge poker rooms buzzing all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, it's all relative. You know, we're saying KZN here in Sabaya, and the venue's full. That's great.
It's awesome.
You know, it's great. The numbers are academic, but the numbers won't be academic for Mr. Brooks here, who picks up pocket aces. What are we going to do here, Harold?
It's been raised by Abdul to 80k.
which will be music to Harold's ears. Looks like he's digging deep into that stack of blues there, so it won't be a min click.
200, I think.
And raises from Harold should be taken seriously, particularly from earlier positions. Under the gun +1. Bozo is next to act. They're already gone. Queen 10. Next second was folded. Vegan Das folds. Round to Huawei's son, who gets rid of his Queen 9. And that takes us back to the original raiser, King Queen. What do you think?
Second time he's had King Queen in a row. He raised with the King Queen, had folded on the flop, and faced by a 3-bet by Harold, who's in position on him. I don't fancy a call with King Queen off.
120 more to play.
But Abdul doesn't like to fold once he's put chips in the middle. So having a look, what chunk does it take out of my stack? He's got 690 behind.
The answer's too much.
Yeah, so it's a big portion with a big 3-bet. And against a tight, Harold's tight when it comes to the re-raising, the 3-betting guys.
I'll put it this way, when Harold raised, he was bluffing into 5 people, if he was bluffing, and it's unlikely. So while Abdul goes through his processes before he folds, Hilly says, happy birthday, Boyki. Hope you have a great day, you legend. Thank you very much. Jaco Puchkita, how's it coaching, Gary? Happy birthday, Gary. Many blessed years ahead of you, sir. Thank you very much, Jaco. He says, lucky to see the boys, Coral and Way in the background. Have fun. Brad Simpson, happy birthday, Gary. Hopefully Brad brings you more sweeties from his white van. Beautiful.
So Brad was listening late to other Bradley, the white van, and Abdul does fold, as we knew he would. And Harold will take a plus 180k for his aces.
Well done, Mr. Brooks. The rich get richer, and he has 63 blinds, 2.5 million. Huawei son with 3.3 million, and Abdul now at the bottom with 17 bigs, 690,000 chips. All right, so that was our previous feature table we've got on screen there now, and that is the other half of this high roller, the remaining players, and I think we are in for a long one here.
Yeah, guys, they're still very deep.
We're definitely in for a long one.
Support for David, the stream.
Who is that? Ashika Basadio. Basadio? Basdio. Ashika Basdio. I hope I pronounced that right. You go, David. And there's like a little YouTube sign after it. I daren't push that because something might happen.
Yeah. Laptop will explode, etc.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Phelps. The Impossible Mission team.
So Harold's raised with a Queen Jack, the next hand. Round 2 Bozo. He folds. Round to Nick with Ace King. So here we will see some action.
Mr. Zackham.
Moved all in. Harold got 2.4 behind, but 640k, a quarter of his stack with Queen Jack off. I don't think Harold will call that, Gaz.
No.
You're gonna see it anyway.
Nice overview of the table from our default shot.
I must just say, I got a greeting from for my birthday from a lady called Tina Charles. Now you know who that is because you're familiar. But Tina Charles is the lady who sang I Love to Love back in the 70s. Oh, I love to love.
That's the one.
Well, for those who don't know, I used to drive her car around and take her to gigs, moonlighting for the army as a bodyguard. And to this day, she never misses a birthday, and she sent me some daft photos where I was red carding her as a referee. So yeah, classic Tina Charles.
Oh, there's Gazza showing it to me. Gazza with looking a little younger there.
A lot younger. I was wearing her glasses as well, and we had some fun that day. Trust me.
Gazza moonlighting as a personal bodyguard.
Back in the day, I was a lot younger and a lot fitter there.
Drive to her house and drive her Porsche, you said.
That's right. I used to drive a Porsche back in the early 70s, well, the 80s, I suppose it was then. Great lady, and still singing and still going strong. You know,
You drive in your old
Austin 1100.
and then switch out to the Porsche to drive her to the gig.
Yeah. So I would encourage guys to have a look at the Monster Jam poker page on Facebook. There are a lot of great photos of the little slam out there. So pick yourself out, add a like, get your family, download it, use it for your profile pic or whatever.
So Abdul Essa moves all in from the small blind.
Good luck, Abdul.
590k straight into Harold's ace king.
Yep. And does he isolate or does it just...
No, it's blind and blind.
Oh, okay. Easy call then.
Easy call. Harold snaps. No messing about. Ace 10 suited versus the ace of spades, king of clubs from Harold. So Abdul needs a little bit of help here. He finds it straight away at 10. However, the ace of spades available to Harold and the gut shot on the thing. A lot of outs for Harold still. And he doesn't find any of them, and Abdul gets a welcome double up.
Indeed he does. Standard call. Standard play.
Fortuitous double up, although he had to sweat all the way till the river. Standard play, all in from the small blind. Snap call by the ace king. Harold's very gracious, as is Abdul in victory. Says, I'm sorry, buddy, what happens? We'll move on to the next hand. Abdul gets a welcome double up. Fortuitous on the flop.
Yep, Bozo will be under the gun. Left the picture, wearing the black top there. Bit cold out there. It's bloody roasting in here.
Yeah, he's wearing the previous Sunbet hoodie from Sun City, and Nicholas Zakam wearing the new one we have from Sabaya.
Yeah.
Which is a little more colourful.
Yeah, you might get away with David's one at Pick and Pay, but I think you'll get noticed in Woolworths for that one.
Yeah, you can just see the Sunbet logo there under Bozo's arm. It's nice and discreet.
Jack 10 suited for Nick. Mr. Zackham in the frame with the Jack 10. So he's carved out a bet here. It's certainly not just a call if all of those are going in.
It's 40k already, so let's have a look. That's got to be about 90, I think.
Or if not a little bit more. Certainly sending a message.
It's 110.
110, you're right, a little bit more.
Those extra two he went back to pick up, I think. Okay, Vegan Dust, Jack 9, offsuit. Pass those back to the dealer, Vegan Dust. It's looking quite healthy, Vegan Dust, for a change. He always looks so thin and unkept, you know. He's got a nice smile on his face. He's obviously been taking his vitamins. Harold's off for a wander. Comes round to Giron. Giron's out of the hand. And Nick gets the respect. He'll pick up 100k from the dead money in the middle. 20-40, 40 on the big blind ante. And 100k dead money every single hand. How's about that then? More people joining in the background there for the little slam. Those numbers must be going up.
Andre Kruger, afternoon people. Nice to have you on the stream, Andre.
I don't know. He's a bit of a dodgy character, that Andre Kruger. This Mrs. okay. She's nice. Lovely to see you, Andre. Look forward to catching up with you very soon, my old chummer.
So action on Nick, 5 deuce under the gun. That'll go quickly towards the dealer.
You took a better card.
He says to the dealer, sorry to say, you can have those cards. Megan does similar holdings, 5-3. Slight improvement on the 5 deuce. Let's see if Mr. Sun gets a better upgrade. He's out the way with Queen 6.
You know how many cards is there? Just bet only one.
Abdul folds. Harold's quickly folding. Round to Giron with a K on capital cap.
Harold's away from the table, I believe. Yes, he is. Mrs. is ace-3 suited.
Somebody will use it.
Gary sharing his chocolate with us.
Mr. Sugden, Sujan Singh, sent me the chocolate for my birthday. What a lovely man. Still not getting in the back of his van though. Okay, a queen and 8 of clubs, 7 of spades. And David Rosenthal's got 5-3 here. So I think Greg will bet and yeah, and that'll go fold.
He took my 5, gave me a deuce. Simon, you gave me a deuce. You took my 5, gave me. I think it was upside
All
down.
those outer tables in the little slam.
That's why I'm checking.
Magnificent attendance. We're a packed house. Sit down, Harry, so we can all see. There was no point in naming names, but you just got to see that all the tables are full. People are having a ball.
Tables have been balanced.
It was quite amusing to see the Tomato brothers sat right next to each other. All we want is the Diab family on another table, and there'll be a full house.
With the Cinema Brothers and their dad.
Yep, I saw Brian. I've seen Clayton. I haven't seen Andrew this morning. I don't know if he's still in. I'm sure he is somewhere.
He was very short stacked overnight. He only had 30k.
Well, round to somebody who's not short stacked. No good.
The Sun will raise with those. He's 3.3 million stack.
The sun is raising.
Raise to 85.
Harold's still away from the table. Misses out on his pocket 2s.
Goes out the way. This blind exact up ace-6 in the big. Following the raise from his compadre. They travel together often from Botswana.
tank. I'm assuming he knows it's his go.
Yeah, he's just thinking, deciding what to do here.
Well, that leather rail and that foam underneath is quite comfortable.
Three options. Number 1 4.
Check back to Mr. Sons.
Number 1 4. Number 2 core. Number 3 OE.
That is the number 3, is the right shoulder. I'm too good.
Is he going to shove this in?
You wasn't even there to show me. Yeah, you are behind.
I think he's going to fold now. Yeah, he folds with the ace.
Another one. Another one.
Shows the ace.
I'm not hurt.
I had it.
It's a suited.
Ah, you wouldn't call me with all in.
Mr. Sun was ahead and suited, he says.
I told you I'm.
I want to see a flop.
You wouldn't believe these two are best mates, would you?
No.
I was gonna.
War on the table.
I don't want to play you. I want to.
As it should be, Gaza. Friends off the table, war on the table.
I knew I couldn't just play. I don't want to play. Either push all in or nothing. Yeah. I gave you value to your hand more.
Mr. Sun under the gun now.
That kept coming to my mind. That was one of them.
7 deuce, no good.
Yeah, you
Will not be invested any of that 3.4 million in this pot.
The only hand with a pocket ace in the hard one. That's why. That's the only hand that I have.
That's okay.
On to
You
Harold.
let some time.
Ace 9. As he rejoins the table in the hijack.
Harold sitting with 1.8 million at this point.
200,000.
Looks like Harold raised it up.
Yeah, he's slightly down now only because he lost that hand with the ace king to the ace 10. We're nearly 600k in that hand. So Vigandas, after Harold is raised, he's got ace 5, the big blind. He's going to defend his big blind, is he?
$60,000 a call, million behind. Looks like it's folding face. Nope, it's his calling face.
Yep. He's undecided, guys. He's alternating between calling, folding.
It's his folding face.
There we go. You were correct the first time, and then he almost second guessed and went down.
Don't show us the picture. Show the jack.
So Brent Johnson says, happy birthday, Gary. Wishing you all the best, my friend.
But I saw the jack when you took it out.
Unfortunately, he can't be here today because of personal circumstances, but family first, as we discussed. Brent, thanks for your wishes. We appreciate you. And there's the D'Amato brothers, side by side. Right to screen, Mark and Franco with a blue top on.
David Crooks, G-Pat,
Shuab.
Yeah.
Shuab had a reasonable stack when I was out there earlier as well.
He's still got a proper stack, and Pat's got a lot of green chips there. There's Clayton in the background, there next to Annie Apple.
Yeah, Shuab had 800,000.
If I saw it, I wouldn't say.
Yep, as we say, family work poker, unless of course your work is poker, and then it's then family at work. I feel like sometimes my whole life is poker. But it's nice being able to talk poker hands with your wife.
Could be worse things, Gaz.
I'm very fortunate my good lady wife is a very astute poker player. So always happy to talk poker. In fact, she plays every night online.
Be a stupid question to ask that you actually taught Shelley to play initially.
Oh yeah. When we first started doing coaching, I was writing all these lessons, and shame for them to go to waste, so put them all together, gave them to her, and we went through them, and before you knew it, she was kicking my butt, which isn't difficult. I'm not very good, so.
Ace King, big move here by Mr. Sun on Nick. His friend raises from the button.
Bit of payback time.
Look at his face. Nick, Mr. Sun will show him. Big tap of the table by Nick. Like you said, best of mates off the table, travel together, but war on the felt.
Sounds like me and Carl Marburg.
I've seen many a battle between the two of you.
Yeah.
On a weekly basis.
Okay, what's going on here? That looks like Moon Khan without bullets. It's not though. So the guy on the left is called Gary. The guy on is Ruzan Munn. Moon Khan there to the left by the look of it.
Yeah.
It looks like there's some excitingness going on the other side there.
Wayne Minglo standing up.
Harry on his feet also.
Keegan Pillay in the background, Jesse Rosen. I did have a chat with him. Jumped in today.
Sorry, Harry's giving up some chips here. Seiko the dealer. You see the feature table in the background there. Tournament director up at the table. Don't know what that's about. Vegan Jack 6 of hearts into the muck. Huawei Sun 9-2. Looks like he's called this.
He's limped in.
Out of the big Abdulessa with Queen 8 in the big blind. I think Abdul might actually have a go here.
Checks it. He's wary of the limp by the big stack.
So this is an 8 for Abdul. No diamonds for Sun.
Up and down for Mr. Sun now. Well, 2 spades for straight flush draw for Abdul. Snaps with his 8. No help for Mr. Sun.
And the 8 of Abdul will take it down, assuming he doesn't get bounced off the pot. You see that, Mr. Sun never delays, just turns his card over, doesn't care what people think. I like that in that player.
Yeah, he says I was chasing the straight.
Just showing one card and inadvertently slow rolling. I hate it. And the other thing I hate as well is when people show you one of their cards which is completely insignificant. I mean, don't bother.
They're going on a break there, Gaza. That little slam, and I think this may be the end of the late dredge. I'm sure if you could check on the structure, but they're getting a assist chip up there, so...
Yeah, which is why I'm watching Brad here.
Bradley walking around with the camera. Anyway, getting shots out those outer cameras for us, outer tables. There's Evro. Lifting along.
He showed me an X-ray of his foot, my word.
Does not look healthy.
It looks like Builder's Warehouse.
Nuts and bolts and screws.
Unbelievable. So Greg Ronaldson has picked up a hand. We haven't spoken about Greg for a while.
Raised to 80k. Jack 9 suited. No doubt will be Wojciech
One's Lithuanian, one's Polish, and neither of them speak each other's language. They use pidgin English, which is always entertaining.
It is very amusing to hear the two of them. Great mates. They always see them together in the poker rooms.
So end of late registration, according to this, is at 14:15. So they're on their level 8 break, I'm assuming. They'll come back, play one more level, and then have another break until 2:15.
So they have one more level of registration left.
It would appear so.
Thanks, Gaza.
No problem at all. We're at 20-40, 40 on the big blind ante. That's level 17 here on the feature table. And we will continue to soldier on until such times as we get to a winner. There will be a seat redraw when we get down to 9 players.
So it's checked by Harold on a 4-5-9 board. Greg checks back the ace-jack. King now. Harold checks again. Greg checks back a second time. 10 on the river. Harold checks again. Harold shows 9-8. He's hit the 9 on the flop. Greg did the birdie, more chips there.
9. And I jack 9, and I folded. And you 9-8. Wow.
That's because I'm in the blind.
Yeah, and you are big, I said.
Beginner, what do you say? You
I had
student.
them diamond.
You say like Chandra Kili. Now you have 450,000. It's like it's more like average, no, not bad. You don't do it.
No, I want to get
Looking to
the
play leave the players.
He's your student.
Hold up, baby.
You teach him. So it's
Every time I tell you hold up, you come storming at
so
me
he's
and
the
hit me.
second best player.
Bullying me, yeah?
If it's player.
I don't know.
All against me. Yes, not once. I'm telling you.
So we're off and running again on the feature table. King Queen for David, under the gun, early position. He's thinking about a bet here. Yep.
Yeah, he wants to raise with it. Play many hands, David.
He's been pretty quiet. Of course, the benefit of David's reputation of not playing in many hands is when he does, he gets a lot of respect.
He folded round 2 Giron. The big blind, and he lets it go, and David will get that raise through.
Send him the money. Hold on. No? All right, put it.
So Nick will be under the gun.
My card was there. Small blind is shown to him
Longer, okay.
We keep
I can't come between you guys anyway. Yeah, I can't come between you guys, so.
You see, before it was done electronically. It was done electronically.
But you know what he said? No, definitely.
Jack 9 suited.
But they got to put the small
Same hand he had 2 hands ago, but he had it in diamonds.
Nick making a pie there.
He's raised it to 90k with a Jack 9 this time. Last time he had a raise before. Mr. Sun reaching deep. And Nick won't enjoy this when Mr. Sun
Every time I
3-bets
have
him
a card,
again.
you come on top.
Mr. Sun, I'll show you. And he will. Round 2, Bozo in the big blind.
Everybody had,
Very unfortunate.
the fighter have ace 10 of flop or something.
My next big blind will be Nicholas.
Nick folds. Huawei Sun picks up the pot.
Not without a nice little lecture from his mate.
Twice as key.
3 times. 4 times in there, 3 times. No, but you had card. Except the ace 7 you were gone.
Seat number 4 will be the second guy.
Ace 7, that's the only time I
So it looks like Nick is on the move.
So somebody has been lost from that outer table.
Oh, good luck, guys.
Okay.
Quick Scooby out there so we can see.
No, no problem.
Now you be playing. Now Mr. Sun is gone. He's no longer going to be seen up.
No, he always come late.
There it is, 12 players remaining.
So it must be a long flight to Botswana.
There's a view of that outer table.
There's a no Botswana.
We can see who
If he's
has been
complaining,
eliminated
it
there.
must be a long flight to Botswana.
It's a poker.
Big heart. Big heart. Big heart. That's okay, it's okay. Thanks, bro.
Action on Mr. Sun folds. Round to Abdul. King Jack.
At least you're having fun.
Raise.
Raise to 80.
Harold with Queen Jack in the cutoff. Harold likes his Queen Jack, so he's not going to call to an early raiser. Greg with a 10-8 suited. Position on the button. Gives it up. Those in the small blind fold, Vigan does with nothing in the big blind.
So who did we lose?
Imran is Clayton, Len Freeman, Ganesh. Is that where Imran was sitting?
Imran's there to the left.
Imran here on the left. There he is, oh yeah, there's Imran left to the left of the dealer. This looks like Maz over here. Madazia.
So it was Amir. Obviously got caught. He was doing okay. Took a double up while he was on the feature table. So those chips have gone to one of the other players there. And I'm pretty sure that was quite a big chunk of change. Must have been a cooler or something. We'll see if we can find out for you. David Rosenthal with the Queen 8 suited. So Queen 10 suited.
It appears that it is Madazia. He's the one missing from that table. Madazia plays very solid with premium hands 90% of the time, so we can assure that he may have got a cooler or walked into a big hand. Boza takes that down with the suited Robert Falcone. So edging towards that money bubble, 12 players left, 8 getting paid, so when we get to 9, we will move to a final table which will also be the bubble. We won't have to go hand for hand, which will be not slow down the action. ace-9. Six-handed now, of course. Clive Kick here in the background. He had a fairly decent stack in that little slam.
Having a little snoop around.
Touching the little slam trophy there.
He's just organising how he wants his photograph to be taken when he wins it.
There's Bruce Cunningham in the background. So those are raising with the sevens. Wiggin does with the ace-5 suited.
Seven's always coming. What is Sun doing there? Just calling?
Yeah, he's come along because Wiggin called, so he was said I'm priced in my small blind now to come along with a Jack-10. And now Abdul with a Jack-10.
Punish the limpers, big squeeze.
He just comes along as well. So Mr. Sun won't want to see clubs, but there's a couple of clubs there, so it's unlikely. So Abdul has got the best of this flop from the big blind. 5 for Wiggin does, nothing for anybody else. Check 2 Bozo. Pocket sevens, he's not c-betting into 3 other people. 4 in the hand. That will make Bozo very happy. A 7 on the turn. You said 7's always coming, Gaza.
I did.
Gives Abdul the top pair with a gut shot. There's a gut shot for Mr. Sun as well. Wiggin only has bottom pair. So Abdul's going to bet this now. He's got top pair with a gut shot and run straight into the set of sevens of Bozo.
Bozo will be super happy with this. Looking stony faced outwards, but inward he'll be very happy.
615k in the pot. He moves all in because he had 700, so SPR virtually won, just over.
The dealer says the blinds will be up next hand.
Puts Abdul in a tough spot. Top pair with a gut shot. The original raiser just moves all in on you when you bet.
Yeah, I'm doing a little bit of a bind here. It's very short stacked, got top pair, half decent kicker.
He's asked for the count. Once his bet comes off, it should be just over $500,000 to call. Yeah, 510 to call by our reckoning.
I'm in a tough spot here. I think he's going to fold.
It's such a big chunk of his stack.
He's asking if he's got a flush draw.
he gives it up.
Oh, Jack Queen. Jack Queen.
He says you fold Jack Queen, it's Jack 10.
Cut shot you win. Only an 8. Only an 8 can win. If you buy it and you're not going to join.
Bozo tells him, he says only an 8 can win for you on the gut shot.
It's a set. You have to. It's a set. Shut.
Right,
Well,
gentlemen,
that's fine.
hands
Actually,
are up.
I should have told you it was a draw.
25.
Excuse the language, but the content's good.
The blinds are up, according to Huhu. $25.50 with a big blind ante of 50. 125k in the pot, hand number 70. It then took a little while, so the blinds were up.
G-Ron be very quiet.
Quietly going about it, just hovering around the 2 million there. He came to the table with 2.2 million, he's on 1.9. Hasn't had too much to get involved with. He'll be patient.
I wonder if he bubbles if he gives himself a voucher.
It's a question, Gaz.
We're so concentrated.
One he hopes not to have to answer. Just keep an eye on that YouTube thing. There's so many greetings coming in for you. So we can stay on top of it. So we can't see Abdul's hand here in the small blind. He checks. Harold checks back. The gut shot for Harold now. Abdul puts in a bet of 110. Harold's going to have none of it. He's straight in. Another jack. No gut shot for Harold. Let's have a look what Abdul does now. When Abdul checks to Harold now, Harold reps that jack.
100%.
Back to Abdul.
Maximum pressure because of his stack. Putting pressure on the smaller stack. As soon as he checks to you, just rep that hand and put the pressure. The beauty of having more chips. It does allow you some license.
He said you've got 2 pair.
Abdul saying he flopped 2 pair. The jack has counted him on the river.
He says he flopped 2 pair. 6-4 or 10.
Could have any combo there. 6-4, 10-6. Doubt 10-4. Makes the call. Harold shows him the bluff. Taps the table.
What does he have?
10-6. Makes a good call there, Abdul.
Well done, youngster. Old Amstel.
Yeah, I'm still giving you a happy birthday, Gary. Great show and commentary. Yeah, he wasn't.
Where is he?
He wasn't making the trip down. Neither was Fabio. They said they weren't making the trip down.
Shame. Good boys.
But they said David would be here because he stays down here, and he is.
Sorry.
So we move to the next hand. folded round to Abdullah on the button. Looks like he's carving out a raise.
Race.
We're having a fight with the GFX there. Action round to Giron. And he's out the way. So it was raised by Abdul, called by Harold in the small blind. So we'll go 2 to the flop, go to the flop box. Jack 5-8 flop. Action on Harold in the small blind.
We'll try to get our graphics back in a moment.
We'll do this the old-fashioned way, Gaz, before we knew what the flops, the whole cards and that were. Harold asking, is it me? Yes. So action on you, sir. So if he's going to bet, he's got a piece of that flop. So where they have Abdul has ace 5. So he's at bottom pair. There's a pre-flop aggressor, so he's going to C1.
Fair enough, as they say.
There's a 10. Let's see if Harold continues. We'll know he's not on a draw. And he does have the jack. Yeah, let's continue.
Harold's put him to the ultimate test.
Abdul sitting with bottom pair. Abdul in the tank here now, got bottom pair. Trying to work out, is Harold on a draw?
Well, to be fair, the hand history would suggest that he's not this time, because just a couple of hands ago, he called Harold's bluff and caught him, and he took the pot down. So do you think Harold's going to do it 2 hands in a row, or between 2 hands? It's unlikely, huh?
Very
Maybe
unlikely.
it's a double bluff, who knows?
Harold's capable of it, but it's unlikely.
And that's a factor that Abdul will be considering. He's not going to do it twice.
Not for his whole tournament life this time. Let's see if Harold shows. He flicked cards in there.
Let's see. Clay comes right at the wrong moment, leans across in front of us. It will be a mystery. Vigadas and Abdul both on 17 or 16, 870k. So they need just getting a bit of traction, a few moves. 6 people on the feature table, so I'll make the assumption we got 6 on the outer table.
The players in the Little Slam have taken their seats after their break, and they're playing their last level of re-entry or late dredge. Ace Queen for Vigandas, been quiet for a while.
125k in the pot. 75, what do you reckon?
Yeah, got to have a 7 in it, Gaz. He makes it 100 just to confound us. up Harold's hand the last few hands. He's counting out 3 betting chips.
Raise 315.
Back to Vigandas.
So Harold's asked the question. He's put it all in. Back to
Vigandas
Harold.
puts it all in. Back round to Harold. I think Harold's called.
It's Ace Queen versus
Kings.
Kings.
So no help for Vigandas yet. Harold's still well in front. 1 of 3 aces only for him. No Barry Greenstein. And we will bid Vigandas farewell.
Vigandas will leave the table. Unlucky, sir.
And Harold goes over 3 million now, guys. 3.2 million.
He's doing very well, Harold.
We're down to 11 players.
Yep, we'll do a reshuffle at 9.
We assume there's still 6 players at the outer table.
Well, he's called the floor. I don't know why. Let's listen in. Just see God, that's all.
Getting the seating card, telling him that's the player that was eliminated. Dealer staying nicely on top of it. Pull the floor straight away, give them the seating card.
Old TP.
I had 2 flush draws and 2 straight draws. And the one is having yeah, 2 chances. I had no chance.
Good check.
So big stack for Mr. Sun, big stack for Harold.
You know, so my first card was a queen, and I had this feeling.
Abdul sandwiched in between the two of them.
This feeling going to be another queen. And I have to.
Not short yet, but heading in that direction with the blinds where they are.
I become water boy.
Harold folds. Round to Giron.
You want to give me a walk? I'm trying.
Mr. Sun already asking for the walk. There comes the raise from Greg. Still 6 players out there. Len Freeman standing up, but still 6 out there. Mr. Sun with the ace-6 has called. Good flop for Giron. Second pair with a gut shot. Continues. Mr. Sun quickly out the way. Greg shows him the 9. Takes down the hand.
Easy game.
The family were getting a 9-4 at. Can I have your wish?
So Bradley playing Steven Spielberg again.
Johnny Walker, do you like?
Starting to direct cameras and that out there.
Mr. Sun only, no, Mr. Sun only drinks blue, not red, black.
Action on Harold. He folds from under the gun. Greg folds. On to Bozo. Then he's just doing walk-arounds there, stretching the legs. Sun just limps in here. Abdul with the Queen Jack. There is France Henning in the background, then sitting with Lynn Duncan. Nav Naika. So Abdul raises, Mr. Sun calls. We'll go 2 to the flop. King Ace King.
So Abdul looking for a 10.
Mr. Sun checks. If I'm right about which one of the cards is not reading, it could be a king. So there's the gut shot 4-4-4 up. No, not the gut shot. Abdul finds the queen, still looking for the gut shot. So does he now bet it? Check to him twice, he checks back again, still wary. There's the 10, he got the straight now. Option on Abdul with a Broadway straight. Bets 105.
And he folds.
He folds, he's not holding the king. Abdul takes in a nice hand there, getting there on the river. He'll add some more chips to his stack.
And 74 of the day, 125 in the middle, 25.50, 50 on the big blind ante.
Nothing for Giron there under the gun.
Nada.
To Bozo. The cutoff. Too early for him to pull a move with that. On to Mr. Sun on the button. His chips are very close to the box there again because we're not picking up his hands. Abdul makes the call. Run to Mr. Brooks and he moves all in. And everybody folds out and Harold makes a nice squeeze play with the ace-king. Takes in a nice pot. Raised by Mr. Sun, called by Abdul and all in by Harold.
There we go, 37 minutes and 47 seconds. We're down to 11, so just to let everybody know again, we will play 9-handed on the final table. And so we'll lose another 2 players. That will involve a pause and it will involve a redraw for seats. And then we'll play to a conclusion. And of course, once we go to 9 players on the feature table, we'll also be on the stone cold bubble. So there'll be no hand-to-hand requirement in terms of 2 tables. So that's where we are. And we're on level 18, 25.50, 50 on the big blind ante. Hand number 75 and the price of poker is going up. Mr. Rosenthal will fold his 7-2. Hey, round Abdul with a King 3 suited in the Heart division. And looks like, I thought he bet, but he's just called. So that'll bring Harold into the play in the small blind. Already invested 25k. Looks like he's going to just complete. And that'll leave Greg Ronaldson with Queen 7 with the option to knuckle it back or squeeze. And he decides on the safe option. Takes a check, 3-way to the flop. Queen to 8. So Queen for Greg, 8 for Harold Brooks. And only a backdoor hope for Abdulessa. Greg will bet his Queen. I think Abdul would probably get out of the way here. Nope, it's decided he's going to enter into the fray with a re-raise here.
He wants to make a move here. Decides to just float one. Harold calls with his 8.
And all three players will see the turn. Flop cam. There's a 10. So Harold's now picked up 2 pair and takes the lead.
Checks it. Action on Greg. Continue with his queen. He pumps it up.
And Mr. Brooks will be lying in wait to spring the trap.
Abdul folds.
Looks like a call. How much you playing? I cover you. I think that's what he said. I'm not sure. Let's get a river guard. All of spades is no help to Greg, so Harold's got a lock on the hand. 700,000 in the pot. Time to charge him. What is he going to put in there?
Small
Doesn't look
value
like
bet.
much.
Small value bet. Greg has to pay him that. Sees the 2 pair, nods his head.
A sneaky 115
Yeah.
on the river.
Little value bet on the river. And Harold raking another pot.
Very well played, sir. What is going on here?
View of one of the outer tables. The little slam. Ronnie Albertser there.
Yes.
Mo the dealer.
The handicap is irrelevant. But I allow you to
back of the
that's
seats.
very important.
How you can walk, you are not handicapped.
Be a
Make
blow.
yourself happy. That's the purpose. It's not for competition. You go to PGA to play. No. Too old to do that.
So you don't play golf, you play
So the
guara.
handicap is irrelevant.
Okay. You play guara, you don't play golf.
I play Goro golf.
Yeah.
Can I change?
The son interacting with the dealer. Referring to a Leon Schuster movie, they don't play golf, they play Guara Guara, which was the game they played in the movie.
This kick for Abdul here.
It's on you.
You are not looking after me. Since you came and give me this, you can have.
The son folds.
No.
Blame you.
No, I'll tell you now.
Looks like you've raised it up there, Abdul.
You better give me a card now. You don't need to tell me now.
105 to Bozo.
Queen 10 of hearts. I fancy Bozo for a little defend here.
Yeah, I think he's definitely defending with that, Gaz. He looks at Abdul's stack. See, the Bozo, the professional, he doesn't ask him how much have you got, he just asks, can I see your chips? That's all he wants to do. It's all that's required.
Ace-3-6, so Abdul hits the flop. Looking for running hearts for David. Abdul bet this and David might get out of the way. No, he checks it. So heart on the turn will keep it interesting.
Exactly as you scripted, Gary.
Yep. Keeps David involved. He's going to bet his draw here. 285 in the middle. What's he bet there? 75, 80, something like that, I suppose. 80, yeah. So Abdul to call or to raise it up. So I can call. Oh no, it's raised. There's lots of red blue chips in there.
Going to charge him for that draw.
Another 190. David's sitting with $1 million, so 20% of his stack to call. Already invested, so I figured he's going to call this off. 200 or 190 to win 635. Eight outs, all at the top of the screen and all the hearts. Chip's very precious at this time. Be conscious he's going below $1 million if he makes his call and misses. Yep, thought so.
Good discipline, Bozo.
I showed you last time.
We'll show him the ace king.
You know what's the problem, Mr. Sun? Ever since Nick left, we don't have anyone to bully.
So moving on to that next break and the swap out of the tables again, if we haven't got down to a final table.
If we were down to one player, we probably won't swap the tables out.
And a flush draw.
Five-handed on this table, 6 on the other table. As far as we can see, we haven't seen that outer table for a while. Don't know if anybody else has been lost there. And 77 of the morning. It's now afternoon. Time goes by in here.
First cut.
Ace queen for Abdul now. He just had ace king that he made a nice pot with.
Alright, raise 205,000.
Folded round to Bozo in the small blind. He's out the way. Only Mr. Sun left in the big blind with 10 deuce off. He's already folded. Another nice hand for Abdul. Ace king, ace queen back to back. Picks up 2 nice pots. This one just the blinds and edge. The previous one he picked up a decent pot. There's that outer table. They are still 6-handed there. Here's Robert Cowley in the background. Looks like he jumped back in, unless the tables were balanced. There was Neville Govender, Bradley Cinema.
Alright, did you hear what I said? You see this game? You must have patience.
Instead of behaving nicely.
He behaved himself. Get out.
Harold under the gun, 5-3 suited.
For a cigarette. You see? And he's got patience. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's nice. I'm also very proud
Fold
of
that.
you. Yeah, you should. Yeah, you should. You must.
Round to Bozo. 10-7 on the button.
Your chips.
Folds.
How does this level going for a small?
Mr. Sun. King 10. Gonna raise.
Right. 125. Up to 125.
Jack 6 off for Abdul.
Yes.
France having fun in the back table there. Morning beverage going. Hydraulic sandwich. Always good fun, France. It's nice to catch up with him again. Talking and reminiscing about the old Pix Peaks days. All Africa. So Bozo in the cutoff. Gonna raise. He's got two calls on top of one another. Once he puts them down, we will see them. 5 deuce for Mr. Sun. So action on Mr. Sun.
Mr. Sun.
He's folded already. Action on Abdul. Also 5 deuce in the small blind.
But I cannot afford to be before his race. In my heart.
Harold in the big blind. And he folds. Bozo at Jack 8 suited. Nice hand to raise with from there. Gary out there with Bradley in discussion. Having a look at the table that will be swapped in at the break, provided we don't lose another player. Gonna look at that timing screen soon. I think it's 24 minutes left. Is that for this tournament or for the Little Slam? There it is for this tournament. Thank you, Shivers. So 23 minutes left on the level, 11 players remaining. Ace-7 of hearts for Bozo under the gun. We'll raise again.
Raised 110.
Mr. Sun with Queen Jack. Move round to Mr. Sun. There he is. He come in with a call. So action on Abdul, and he moves all in. Comes with a squeeze. Round to Giron, he's out the way. Bozo's a quick folder. Mr. Sun with the Queen Jack's out the way, and Abdul comes with a big squeeze. And he picks up a nice pot plus 345k. $20 minutes to the break. So action on Mr. Sun under the gun. tens for Abdul in the cutoff. There's quite a few hands of late. He's gone up from that 600,000 to 1.4 million. He got the fortuitous double up earlier when he jammed the ace-10 into the big blind of Harold. Harold had ace-king, and he found the 10 on the flop. And he had to fade all the spades, the king, and the draw to the straight. He had a lot of outs to fade. He managed to fade them. Apologise to Harold, but he did put his money in first. Pocket tens for Abdul, picks up a nice hand. So remember to click that like button. It doesn't help if you just do it once. You must do it every time on the new stream, because they are all individual. It helps to grow the channel. And if you're enjoying the commentary and you want us to continue, please click that like button, click the subscribe. That you only have to do once, so you'll be notified whenever we go on air. And the likes help to distribute the stream and help the platform to grow. Hagai Dayani there in the background. Played in this high roller. Harold, cut off. Raise. Mustn't forget that we have day 1A of the main event starting later today. Still have the little slam going, and we'll see how far we've progressed with the high roller. Bozo puts in the 3-bet. All in. So Harold raised. Bozo moves all in with a 3-bet shove. Bozo picks up plus 225k. Under the gun. Round 2 Bozo quickly on the button. He's out the way. Full blind. 6-4 suited. Mr. Sun. Bleeds. Abdul with 6 deuce. Checked. We go 2 ways to the flop. There is the deuce for Abdul. See the smile on his face, he wants to bet it. There is our chip count for the future table. 3.7 million for Harold Brooks, 2.7 for Mr. Sun, Abdul Essa 1.6 million, 1.4 and 1.1 million. Clarkson Tellyworth, sitting with a lot of blue chips there, boy. Wow, his stack has grown significantly on the outer tables, playing extremely good poker at the moment. Been given a lot of support on the stream. You will be seeing him up on the feature table after the break, barring anything disastrous happening.
That is blind, it moves so fast. You don't have the process.
Here's Gary out there with the TD. David Rolfe and with Bradley. He's organising shots and things out there in the outer tables. A lot that goes into this production. Pocket queens for Mr. Sun. He is raised. Abdul gets out the way with the queen 10. Harold with 6-4 folds. Mr. Sun shows the queens. This is what we were even thinking about. So nobody short stacked there. Bozo with 22 bigs, 1.1 million. 72 bigs for Harold, very comfortable up at the top. As I said on that outer table, Clayton stack looking very good.
Very disposed.
There is a shot of that table. Glenn Freeman also with a lot of chips in front of him. A lot of those blue chips. You can't see Imran's stack or Nicholas's stack. Matt's with his back to us, so we can't see his chips at all, and the good Doc's chip stack in front of him. Nice fade through there. That is nice camera work. It looked very cool, that, guys. I enjoyed that. Give me something different to look at. Mr. Sun looking around. It's folded already. Harold's out of the way. Greg gets a walk. With 5 deuce, he's quite happy to take that walk with 5 deuce off.
So you did the investigation.
So we're heading towards the break and the swap out on the future table.
I went there feeling not sure.
Another long session.
Not sure, so I'm not a good private.
We've been on the go since 10 o'clock this morning. Well, we've been on the go since 8:30, registering decks, getting everything ready, all the other technical things that have to be taken care of before the stream actually starts broadcasting. And started streaming at 10 o'clock. So this is our second 2-hour session streaming already. 86 hands. Mr. Sun folds. Round to Abdul. He's out of the way. Harold on the button. Got some chips there in the side of the box, and I think that's preventing us picking up his cards. Queen 7 for Giron, small blind. He just completes to Bozo. Bozo has an ace here, and he moves all in. Picks up that dead money in the middle, saves his own big blind and ante. Minutes left on the level from what I can see on the preview screen there. Yeah, for the viewers out there, there's a big preview screen with all the cameras split on it. And there it is, coming up from the preview screen. Shiver's putting it up for us and doing that nice fade through back in there. Oh, it just fades gently on the eye, doesn't jerk you around. Nice gentle fade. Pocket jacks for Abdul. Under the gun, he has raised. Action on Harold. Ace queen here for Harold, so we're going to see some fireworks. He's coming with a 3-bet. big 3-bet. Giron's already out of the way. Bozo's out of the way. Round to Mr. Sun. Pocket tens. So it's been raised by Abdul. 3-bet by Harold, and Mr. Sun looks down at tens. To be honest with you, if I'm sitting with tens in that spot, I'm not loving them anymore. To a raise and a big 3-bet. You still have the original raiser behind you. I'm putting those tens into the muck, PDQ. Yeah, Mr. Sun sensibly out the way. And I think Abdul, is he going to go for the shove? He does, he goes all in. Now Harold's going to ask for a count. Harold's asked the question and he's been answered. The fact that Harold hasn't snap called him will make Abdul a lot happier. $1.3 million for Harold to call, which is just over a third of his stack. So a huge hand, yeah.
Incorrect. Account's not correct. Account's not. It's go on. Oh,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
six.
Right.
1.6. Too far. 1.62. 1.6.
So long deliberation here. They double checked the chip, the counts.
1.6.
Gary's out there overlooking as well, in discussion with Mr. Sun and Bozo. So big decision here for Harold. It's a lot to call. Abdul giving him, Harold taps the table. Harold shows him. Says, do you got jacks? Abdul says yes. Harold shows him ace queen.
Okay, well, we're just clearing up that hand, gentlemen. Show me that. Yeah, but I fold. Wait, I fold. You see, Mr. Bob, show me your hand. I'll show you my hand. No, but I'm saying, all right, and I'm getting jiggy to do so. All right, I think you saved me. You saved me. Saved me. Were you going to do the same thing? No, I'm going to shovel with a pocket of 10. I have a pocket of 10.
Harold, Mr. Sun telling Harold, you saved me. If you don't make the move with the ace queen, I do it with the tens. And I'm in trouble to the jacks. Mr. Sun very grateful to Harold. This is your 3-bet save me. Harold asked the question, he got answered. It would have been a race, but there are better spots to pick for that many chips. Somebody bouncing around on the stage, which is moving the camera. $66 entries, 11 remaining, 3 away from the money, 2 to the final table in the bubble, which will all be joined onto the one table. Action on Harold under the gun, 7-5.
Okay.
Mr. Sun limps in. I want to see the flop, he says. Abdul the king 8. Should show him the flop. Love the humor occasionally between the players. It's 10 deuce. Poor, he says, you've seen the flop now. Check, check. King for Abdul now. Mr. Sun counting out betting chips. Abdul's going to snap that. Sun gives him the quizzical look. 3 on the river. Can't see Mr. Sun's chips. Let's see if he's got a king. If he's got a king, he'll continue betting. He checks. Abdul goes for the 160k with his king. Sun out the way. Abdul's going to show him the king. Mr. Sun says I should have bet that flop.
I can get king.
Nice little interplay between the players.
Queen versus 10 jack.
Looks like we have an all-in on the outer table. Follow the action here. Ace 10 for Greg under the gun. We'll switch to that outer table when we get a moment. Raise to 100,000. Either switch up chips that side.
He's still the Indian guy, the Chinese guy lives in Botswana.
Yeah.
He's got
Nigerian guy stays in Nigerian guy. He lives there.
He can live in the head.
Guys having a lot of fun. It's good to see. So Abdul with a 10-9 suited in the small blind, been raised by Greg Ronaldson. Abdul's prospered very quickly all of a sudden. He's gone from that shorter stack to up to 2.2 million again. Harold. Harold comes along for the ride here. So Gary has brought me news from that outer table. Mazbaku had pocket queens. The Jack 10 of Nicholas Zaka made a straight and knocked out the queens. We are down to 10 players. We'll be 5-5 and we will still change out the feature table at the break. We'll be one away from that final table and the bubble. So 2 to the money. Almost at the break, we will change out the feature table. Nicholas Zakum with his Jack 10 making a straight to knock out Maz. Abdul bets his 9, takes down the hand and takes another plus 250. So he's gone along very nicely in this last hour. Abdul from 600k all the way up to 2.4 million now. Patience paid off. One slice of fortune. Has gone from strength to strength. There is that outer table. There's Imran. Imran with a lot of chips. Clayton with a lot of chips. Lenny with a lot of chips. Nick with a lot of chips. The shortest stack there appears to be the dot, but we can't see his blue chips on the other side, so nobody too short from what we can actually see there. PTJ and Philip having a little discussion on the left. Good lads, both of them. Very good dealers. Mr. Sun in the cutoff. Nothing there. Green 5 off. Folds. Round to Abdul. 10-5 suited on the button with his newfound wealth. He's going to speculate here and raise that up and steal from the button. Harold, small blind. Makes the call. Round to Greg Ronaldson. The big blind, he folds. So 2 clubs for Abdul, fortune favouring the brave here, raised from the button. Option on Harold, he checks. Abdul with his flush draw, he's going to bet it. Harold comes along, so he's got a piece of that. Jack doesn't help Abdul. Check back. There is the flush for Abdul. Harold now puts in a bet. Small bet, 65. Nice. Abdul got his flush. Is he going to raise it up? He raises and Harold gets out the way, and Abdul will take that hand down with a flush. And the players are going on a break now, and when you come back, we will have swapped out tables. So please rejoin us in 15 minutes time.
Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town, to our very own Jersey. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jersey. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jersey. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike.
Welcome back to Sabaya. This is after our break. We are down to 10 players. I'll need the table mic up, please. And there we go. Now I can hear everything that's going on. And this is the 7th day of this leg of the Sunbet Poker Tour, the 3rd leg on our nationwide tour. The beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal, 3rd day of the High Roller, the 40K event. We're down to 10 players, so one away from going to a final table, and then we will be on the Stone Cold Bubble. Nick Zackham in seat 1, 2,040,000 chips. Clayton Taliwan in seat number 2, 2,210,000 chips. C3 Len Friedman, 2,030,000 chips. Doc Pather in Kanesh in seat 5, Kinzo, 830,000 chips. And in seat 8, Imran Bayani, 2,370,000 chips. Nick Zackham knocked out Maz Bako with his Jack 10, making a straight versus the Queens, just prior to us coming to this table at the break. So the Doc under the gun. Poker room buzzing out there with a little slam still.
Raise up to 130. 130. 130.
They are now going into the freeze-out portion of their tournament, so it's the last bit of a late entry and re-entry. They're in their break as well. When they come back, they will be in the freeze-out portion of their tournament as well. And then starting at 4 o'clock is day 1A of the main event. So Imran will take in that hand. We'll move on to the next hand. Imran will be under the gun. Doc has posted his big blind. So blinds of 30,000, 60,000, big blind ante of 60,000.
Happy birthday, Gary. Happy birthday, Gary. 60,000. I've got a wish for you.
61 years young.
I'm the best.
You don't look it. You don't look it.
You can see it.
The problem with getting older is the
150k in the middle pre-flop off the original starting stack.
Yeah, Sean.
Gary there in the background, busy briefing the players. All been up here a few times, they know what they need to do.
hard decision.
Okay. 31.
Okay, guys.
Big Davy Ralph there. The TDs. Sichle and Joanna, the background as well. And Doc gets a walk in the big blind. So there's the chip count, 42 bigs, the only short stack at the table and relatively short. Still got 14 bigs, 860k, the good Doc. So we'll move on to the next hand.
At least a port.
So Nick under the gun has folded, round to Clayton, ace-3 suited.
Raise up to 130. 130.
He is raised to 130k.
And I'm going to take over from Mr. Mark, who's going to have his lunch. Because he looks like he's wasting away to nothing there. I'm just removing the pornographic stuff from our feed. So bear with me out there in internet land. Oh, so there's your chip count, 2.4 billion. Imran now getting into that fight with Clayton before the break. So I know you've been told already, but we're ready to go to 9 players. Once we get to 9 players, we will pause and redraw 4 seats on the final table. And of course, the final table will bring us the Stone Cold Bubble. And there will be no bubble prize, trust me. They won't be doing that at this level. Okay, so I don't see Leonard's cards here, but they're going back to the muck. So one can assume they were not of any use. There's 7-3, that goes in the muck also. Round to Imran. Looks like Imran's going to pull this off with this Jack-7 out of the small blind. And Nick Zackham in the big blind is checking it back with his Queen-5. So blind on blind to the flop, Ace-6-2, 2 clubs. Nick ahead with his Queen-5. Imran will have the first stab at it here. 180 in the pot.
80,000.
And Nick has to decide whether or not he wants to pay the 80k. Thank you from Jordan Grill, wishes me a happy birthday, appreciate. It's actually been very flattering. Everywhere I go, people have wished me happy birthday today. I feel like a celebrity. Okay, get a nice shot of Imran there. 5 players on our feature table, 5 players on the outer table, which we can flick to very quickly while Philip's doing that. There you go. They're playing away nicely. And no real short stacks out there, not shorties. I think Greg Ronaldson is probably below the million. But apart from that, I think everybody's well over the million. So we shall see. Back to the action on the featured table. Lenny Freeman 6-2, they'll go into the muck. Folded round to Kanesh, fold. Imran with the Jack-5 of hearts folds. Nick in a small blind, Jack-8. Looks like he's going to complete. And Clayton will be asked the question with the 7-4. Blinds at 30, 60, 60 in the big blind ante. So 150k in the pot at the beginning. And Clayton decides that he's going to send a message back to Nick. No limping on my big blind. Let's see what Nick's response is. His response is as Clayton hoped, and he will fold that hand and get to pick up a full big blind rather than half a one. Well done. Outside shot there. All the Little Slam players have returned to their seats now as well. That was the end of the registration period for that, so that is now officially a freeze out also. This of course has been a freeze out for some time, and you must realise when you see a table in the background in the other side of the pit that the Little Slam is still buzzing and full of players. We'll get a shot of that timing screen sometime in the future, not immediately now, but we will get a shot of that at some stage in the future. Back to the feature table. Philip, our dealer, is dealing the next hand, which is number 96 of the day. Ganesh will fold. Imran with ace-7. Remember, we're five-handed here, so you know we're playing like six-max strategies. So any ace is a good ace. Nicky's getting out of the way. And Clayton with the ace-7 here should be popping this up. I know Imran's already raised it up, so it's at least a call. And he indeed does call it off. Then he now might be priced in his big blind, already committed 60 to the pot, so only requires to put in another 60 as it's a min raise. Here we go. And we're going to have three of these guys going to the flop. Suited ace-7, king jack offsuit, ace-7 offsuit. 8-8-3. So not much to choose between them. Ace high is obviously in the lead. I think just the edge because they're suited for Clayton. And another one of those who blinks first moments. Imran bets 80, just over the min bet. Action will swing around to Clayton, send her a picture. He's decided that he's having none of that. Maybe his backdoor clubs are coming or his ace is good. Tony Freeman gets out of the way, and it's the battle of the ace-7s. Nine is no hope for either player. And it's a 50-50 now. We're looking at chop pot. No more, there's a rainbow board, so there's no flushes available. And both players can only make the same hands. So size of bet will be key here for Imran. Clayton's already checked. So it's two pair ace high for both of them, chopping this pot. And it should go check this. He was pushing the chips across. I think Imran didn't realise he was slow rolling him there. I don't think he slow rolled him on purpose. He was in his mind, he'd already opened his cards.
Yeah, so a little split pot there.
Then I probably raise you.
You hoovered those chippies up sharpish, Mark.
Yeah, I was a little on the hungry side, Gaz, and you must eat your food as well. So we'll spell one another in, then you can eat.
I'm actually not hungry, believe it or not. Saving my space for food later.
Alrighty,
but
when you're ready, you can
put that there. I've been eating biltong and chocolate and all sorts of stuff all
okay.
morning. Birthday food.
All the birthday treats.
Okay.
So Keelan Creel says, would have been great if the players were mic'd up. We do have the table mics, and They break them all the time, as Gazza says. It has been tried.
6-6.
So Imran under the gun folds. Round to Nick in the cutoff. Announces raise.
Up to 150.
Makes it 150 to go. Clayton's out the way. Round to Lenny Freeman. Doesn't put the cards in the box, but he folds anyway. The dock with 10-7. He'll get rid of those, and Nick's raise will get through.
You play online tournaments as well?
Button moves. Move on to the next hand.
Silver Sands locally. Yeah, time it's hard. It's not always easy, like, trust me.
Like there are these tournaments on these American clubs, but they really start midnight and they have to stay up all night.
But I have a day job as well, so
That's why, like, even
Keelan's benefit, if you hear, you can hear the players over the table mics.
I entered one tournament because I was wide awake at about 11 o'clock. By 3 o'clock, I was feeling sleepy. I just slept.
it happens a lot. You know golf now?
Yeah, successfully.
So I go heads up with him in one of the biggest Silver Sands tournaments.
Action on Nick, A7 suited this time under the gun. Remember, they are five-handed, so that's a big hand five-handed,
And like,
even under the gun.
playing it. And I saw him in Joburg, he said,
Pretty much any aces, Gaz
he
said.
fell asleep.
He'll raise it.
Up to 150. Do you play cash as well or only tournaments?
Raise to Lenny.
I don't like it. I think it's the variance, I don't like it.
Doc's already out the way. Round to Imran, and he folds. And Nick will take down that hand too. So 2 in a row for Nicky.
Playing with players that are not playing in buddies.
Oh, I see, yeah.
You get buddies playing on the table.
And Gonzalez says we can't mic them up. Players say naughty stuff. This is an 18+ show, as Gary always says. So you will often hear it, and you'll hear players apologizing when they're on this on the feature table.
Like, fans will just check it down or whatever.
Check it down, or I'm in between the two of you. He raises, I re-raise.
Oh,
he
like
re-raises
collusion,
me.
basically.
Yeah, it's like, you know.
But you see, it depends on like, the type of people you play with. If you play with like,
There's lots of regulars, lots of regulars that are doing that.
So action will be on Clayton.
I've stopped doing it.
Queen 10 under the gun.
We want to play cash, we play cash.
Been very impressive this series, and we heard from Mark Joseph last night that he came 5 weeks before the series.
like I have one rule.
Came for all the satellites from Cape Town, booked in here, played all the sets, won a lot of seats, so he was well prepped for the series and has acquitted himself extremely well.
You spend me and I'll buy you dinner, but on the table you must play on
Queen 10 of hearts for Leonard Freeman, raises.
because otherwise it jeopardizes.
Same hand, just suited and one position on. Nick Zacham in the big blind, so not many queens left out there. And that's not a hand he can defend his big blind with. It's a mid-click, so he might think he taps the table, gives it up.
Dealer skill and lead. But you guys play a lot of cash.
Most of the players in this high roller going for the 2x or just over 2x.
I used to run a private cash.
Yes, and I believe you guys will come down to Cape Town and book a place and play.
It became crazy until the guys were not paying. Can't close it down, and then he's meant to collect the money and settle everybody in 4 miles more than we closed it down.
You got the money.
Probably need caps.
And you're saying this on the stream. Do you realize that?
Didn't realize it.
Doc's just realizing
I would draw.
that his comments are going out on the stream.
Just joking.
Hand number 100 for the day.
Take it back.
Milestone again. Leonard folds the 5-3 suited. Doc's out the way. Imran Jack 9 on the button.
Raise to 120.
Gonna to raise it to 120,000. Nick with ace-9. The small blind. There are no players open a wide range from the button when folded to them. Counting out 3 betting chips there. It's putting them all together in one nice handy pile to put in. Announces re-raise. It's just going to depend on the sizing now. It's raised to 120, so it's probably going to go around 280, 320, anywhere between there. He's gone heavier, 370. Really sending a message. Imran's already folded.
Oh, see you here.
So we'll move on to the next hand. There is your leaderboard on this table. Clayton on top, 2.4 million. Very close, Imran and Nick Zakam both on 2.3. And Doc at 11 big, 680 is going to need to start making some moves.
Oh, I'll remember when you come into the end.
We were 11 when Mars went down.
So talking of the Doc, under the gun, King 5 off, no good for him. That won't help his cause at all.
16.
Imran folds. Nick's out the way, so left blind on blind here.
I haven't seen yet. Let's have a look.
So I haven't seen yet. Len telling him he needs a walk. 8-7, small blind. Just completes. See Len's cards, he's holding them together. He hasn't put them down flat in the box yet. He's still holding them in one hand.
160.
Pops it up, Min clicks it. That's not going to get rid of Clayton. Okay, Leonard, you need to put your 2 cards next to one another. So top pair for Clayton. Gone check, check. It's another spade. Clayton doesn't have a spade, so he's going to bet his 7 now. Double checks for the spade. Yeah, he's going to bet it. So there's 380 in the pot. Looks like he's gone for just over 210. 210 it is. Len gets out the way, and Clayton will pick up that hand with the 8-7 plus 220k. Here's a shot of that outer table. Giron, Bozo, Mr. Sun, Abdul Essa, and Harold Brooks. And Abdul prospered quite heavily in that last hour to go over 2 million. The background is the table of the Little Slam. You can see Robert Kali, you can see Henny Appel.
So we won't get to play that.
Well, it depends, but double up I won't get to, but if I don't, I'll play it.
What time does it go?
300 pounds starting stack.
Yes,
So it's set it there and 900 very quickly.
You can do the numbers, it's hard for us. Well, 16.
It's attacking my big blind all day, so I was expecting a raise from you. never think about that.
So raised by Clayton, king deuce for Lenny. Just look what the doc has got. Any shovable hand he's going to be shoving. Sitting with 560k only. Takes the option to flat.
Normally snap both. Snap four. Snap four. In the two fields of the front.
Nothing there for the doc. He has a king of clubs, but Clayton has the ace of clubs for the back doors. Doc checks. Action on Clayton. $350k in the pot. Doc only has 490 behind. Goes for a small bet.
10. 110.
110.
Red cards.
You know, I should have
Red cards, black cards. Not even black cards, red cards. Not even back door. Nothing.
Doc folds.
When you said you should snap fold this hand, and the two comes up like you hit something.
So Doc getting really short now.
It's not that bad. It's not bad. He'll still play something respectable.
Boza standing up, but he's not in the hand.
Tell somebody to have posted.
Just stretching his legs and being Boza. He loves to bounce around between the tables and that.
You don't need that board.
I hit the board twice. Imagine Jack Goose, you tell me nothing.
A nice pot going Harold's way.
No good on the rubber.
You know, then I tell you, I should have.
That's why I meant to protect myself with the rubber.
I tried to steal your thing. I would have two pairs, Jack Goose. You told me not to steal.
See, I'm not even lying. I'm not even claiming I have a jack.
Can I steal it with Jack Goose?
Action on Nick. He folds. Round to Clayton. Ace 4 suited. Clayton going to raise.
Raise up to 130.
Makes it 130. Len 9-6.
Fold.
Round to the dock.
Around and you shoved. I didn't
He's
look
already
at my
folded.
I was going to call you.
Action on Imran.
Oh, okay. I'm going to look now.
Imran says, I was going to call you blind doc if you shoved into me, but he's got a fold now. He shows 5 deuce.
I had the same bet.
Clayton just shows the ace. Keeps his credibility intact.
I like it. Imagine that happened.
His reputation is pretty solid though.
Oh, you blind and go to the 05. It's a game. It's a game. It's a game.
Review of that outer table. Big Davy Rolf standing by.
You won a lot of tournaments in your life.
So Giron and Boza, the shorter of the stacks out there, but not short yet, as we can see from their piles of blues. Gary on the outer tables wandering around Henny Uphill.
Check stacks.
The Kanesh has moved all in with the Queen 9 of diamonds. Imran's out the way from the small blind with the King 9. Nick in the big blind.
6 per hand.
Nick makes the call. So Ace King versus the Queen 9.
Don't be sorry.
Doc at risk here. Looking for some help. There's a 9. Oh, and a king. So the 9 first in the window, then the king behind it. So his hopes were brought up and then dashed. And we bid farewell to the good doc, Kinzo.
You saw that they have a good once in a while.
We'll play it again. He's out in 10th place. So we are down to 9 players, which means we will be going to a final table, and there will be a redraw, and we will be on the Stone Cold bubble for this tournament. So while that is being sorted out, we will go on a short break and rejoin you shortly.
Don't run away. I need to get names and whatnot.
The beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal, the Sunbet Poker Tour, day 7. This is your final table of the high roller in the third stop of the nationwide tour. 40k buy-in. We are down to the stone cold bubble. 9 players left, paying 800,000 for the first, 65,000 rand for 8th place. So the next player going out will just get that voucher. Well, to say just, a lovely prize by KO Capital, sponsored by Greg Ronaldson in seat 3. So here we have our final table. Len Freeman, seat 1, 1,570,000. Seat 2, Imran Bayani, 2,190,000 chips. Seat 3, Greg Ronaldson, 1,030,000 chips. Seat 4, Clayton Tallyworth, 2,950,000 chips. Seat 5, Mr. Sun, 2,800,000 chips. Seat 6, Abdulessa, 2,780,000 chips. Seat 7, David Bozo Rosenthal, 1,114,000 chips. Seat 8, Mr. Harold Brooks, 2,680,000 chips. And Nicholas Zacher in seat 9, 2,790,000 chips. And that is your final table of this high roller event.
60,000.
So we're off to the action. We're 9-handed. Hand values will change. All the players being introduced over the microphone. Clayton is the chip leader, just being announced by Mark Joseph as the play gets underway. Round to Nick Zackham on the button. So Nick Zackham counting out a raise here. Raise to 149. Len Freeman in the small blind has woken up with ace queen suited. He's got 1.5 million behind. There we go, the baby's going in. And Imran Bayani behind with ace 10 gets out of the way. PQD. PDQ pretty damn quick. So Nick asking for a count. It's going to be a large portion of his chips to call. We can't see what Nick's holding. He's one card's just overlapping the box there. There's Nick being announced as he's in a big decision, and he folds. The open folds there as we go to the flop box. Pocket sixes.
Yeah, ace of diamonds.
Well, you're lucky, Alan. If you are a bit cheaper, I would have won.
Pocket sixes. So there is a view of the little slam. That's still rocking and rolling there in the freeze-out portion. We can see Gordon Patterson there in the center. Been on a good run lately. Franco de Mata, brother next to him, Mark de Mata. Donny Mitev standing up there at the same table as Raymond Rami, legend of SA Poker. Moon Khan in the front right with Naeem Lam. On the same table with Nav Naka and Frans Henning. In the background we can see Soyan De Beer, Wojciech in the background there. Pick them all out all the way around the poker room. Still very, very full, that little slam. So action on Clayton.
You're on another level, huh?
All right, so there's no bubble. Gary's just come in with the information. The players have agreed to take 50k off the top from the first prize of 800, so that makes it 750. And whoever goes out next will get 50,000 rand. So nicely done. Pocket eights for Clayton. Thanks, Gary, for the info. He raises to 130. Harold with 9 deuce off. Nick Zackham 9-7 suited. cards he likes from the cutoff, but there's a big raise from early. Leonard Freeman, Queen 3 folds. Round to Imran, 7-5 in the small blind.
Pull the trigger.
He folds. Just Greg Ronaldson in the big 10-5 suited. 70k to call, and he's out the way. Yeah, that prize of 50k off the top for the next player, it's a respect thing, but also it will mean that ranges can open slightly and there won't be that tight ICM consideration that goes around the bubble. Obviously, they've always got their eye on laddering up, and ICM comes to play, but it does release play slightly. Clayton in the big blind. Mr. Sun under the gun. Jack 5 of hearts. He'll fold.
60.
Run to Abdulesa, who chipped up very nicely from his 600,000 earlier on. He's out the way with the ace from early on. Boza 7-3 suited. He'll fold. Run to Harold Brooks, 10 deuce. Doyle no good from there. Nick Zacham's out the way. Leonard's out the way from the cutoff, and Imran raises the button with the Queen Jack. Round to Greg Ronaldson in the small blind. Jack 10 suited. He's got 880k. He makes the call. Clayton, the big blind with the ace 5.
Raise incoming, short stack. What do you think? Oh, no, Greg's called already.
Yeah, Greg's already called, so it's action on Clayton. He's got a raise from the button and the caller from the small blind. He's the big stack, he's going to put the pressure. Nice play. Squeezing with the ace 5. Imran's already folded. And Greg can't call with a jack 10. And he executes a good squeeze play. Realizing he's got a blocker to the aces. He only has to worry about the button. It will have a wide range. Small blind, if he had a bigger hand, would have re-raised already. So, nice, clever play there by Clayton. Danny Dayani coming past.
That's the outer field. And in 1 hour's time, the main event start.
Yeah, main event day 1A.
And we've got one table, plus that one in front empty. And then later on this afternoon, we have a charity event, which requires 5 tables.
Oh wow, I didn't even know about the charity event.
So I'm selling real estate in the back here. I'm going to put a table up in here. I think we might get our own game going, actually, as it happens. Yeah, so it's good to be busy, huh?
Yes. 60,000. Tables will be at a premium. Of course, they have vacated one table of this high roller that amalgamated here, so there's one spare table.
Yes, sirree, there is.
But the day 1A of the main, and a lot of satellite winners for that.
A lot of people who want to play the main will also be in the actual little slam at the moment.
Yes, although I was speaking to a few players outside, Neville Governor being one of them, already eliminated from the little slam. So they'll be there waiting to jump into
I watched him get eliminated.
All right, so you can give us some hands.
He had 8-9 of diamonds, and he got it in against Ace King. And there was a sweat on the turn for a diamond, but he whiffed the river. So, Trying to cool down a bit here. Sure, I've been running like a madman.
Yeah, Clayton has found the best of this flop from the small blind. He's really running well, playing well, running well.
120.
Well, when I was when the tables went to final table, I was busy getting chip counts out in the field. I managed to get 2. And our friend Mobile, who was on the feature table back at Sun City, was just over 2 million. But apart from that, I didn't get any. So I reckon I'll hand that baton over to you, Mark, when you're ready, and you can go for a wee sojourn amongst the tables and get us some chip counts and who's who in the zoo.
Okay, guys. We'll do that shortly.
Because I'm over 8,000 steps for the day.
I'm sure you are.
And I only book in 5. So
Yeah.
that's it.
I'm going to take a clipboard and a pen with me so that I can jot those down. Just any notable stacks out there.
So Harold with a 6-3 folds. Nick Zackham, Jack 10.
Raise up to 120.
Ace Queen for Greg here. This could be the moment. And I'm pretty sure Greg will get this in. Yep, Ace Queen suited, strong hand in the cutoff. And he needs to find somebody. I mean, he's got the chip leader next to him, but Clayton's got nothing. Huawei's got nothing. So only Abdul has to get through, and Abdul's got 7-2. He'll probably even fold this open. No. Oh, sorry, still got him around the corner. Sorry, my apologies. And Jack 7 won't do it. And
Come on, man. What is this?
Greg will pick up some welcome chips and another rotation. There's chip count. Greg with 17 bigs, David Rosenthal with 19. That's the place where you keep your eyes on. That's where it's going to be happening. So Greg Ronaldson just picked up a rotation with that shove with the ace queen suited in the cutoff. So in good position, good cards, semi-premium hand. We are playing 9-handed, which is a full ring now. So adjust your calculations accordingly. And Mark is sprinting around the outer regions looking for information to bring back. It is not an earthquake, it's Mark just trotting on by. We'd say it to his face, so it's not like we're saying anything behind his back. I mean, you must hear what he calls me.
You agree, Mr. Sir? I saw your picture.
Sir, yes, that's it. No. And the old corner, Mr. Brooks and Mr. Zackham. Let's call him the mature corner. So Nick with the pocket fives raises it up. I think 130 was the bet. Yep. Leonard gets out of the way. Greg gets out of the way. So Clayton has found himself a couple of aces here. The raise has already been to 130 by Nick Zackham. So the one thing I can assure you is Nick will not get married to pocket fives as he gets re-raised. He's too wise for that. But let's see what the other action is first. Other players to come before it gets back to Nick. And there is the raise. So the 3-bet is to 400. Always Sun with King Jack here. Looks like he folds. There's a fold straight away from Abdul. David can't battle that position at the big blind with Queen 3. So back around to Nick, and 270 to call. My prediction was he wouldn't get married to those cards. And as predicted, that re-raise will get Nick's cards into the muck. And We will move on to hand 111, I think it is. We'll have a look at the leaderboard. We won't bring the VPIP up until later, so when we've got some information. There's the leaderboard. Clayton gets richer. And 17 bigs for Greg and for David. So they're approaching the danger zone. Imran okay on 30 bigs. There's still some operating space. View of the outside tables. Paul, our mobile camera guy there. Haggai Dioni, Yoni Lipschitz moving tables. And the lovely Joanna, who's busy directing affairs from the tournament director position. Okay, your under the gun player will be Nick Zacken, bottom right of your screen. There's Nick with the red shirt on. King 9 suited, 2.4 million behind. Unlikely to pay these cards from early position. Yep, he'll get them back to the dealer. Around Lenny Freeman, not heard from Lenny yet since the final table started. He folds, Imran follows suit, as does Greg. Chip leader Clayton, 10-5, nope, sorry, ace queen. So they'll expect him to bully and he'll have the goods. So 150 in the pot, probably hit out 200 here, I think.
Up to 130.
130, just below pot size. Huawei Sun in the cutoff has already folded. Abdulessa with Queen 9 in on the D. No reason to get involved. Small blind for David Rosenthal with Queens. We'll definitely see some action here. David might even put this in. In fact, he will be all in here. And he's going to get a call out of Clayton, I'm pretty sure. We'll go around to Clayton. Clayton's asking for a count, but it's standard here, call. Another 890. Yeah, so standard call. Cards on their backs, and David will have 69% of the equity here. And David would be happy to see that, chasing aces only. Another jack, so full house. So looking for an ace or a jack. King, and David will button up there, and big deep breath out there, and he'll double up through the chip leader. And he will go to 2.2 million, which will give him some breathing space, give him some ammunition, and certainly lift him off the bottom of our leaderboard. Out to the outside table. There's GPAT, there's the Tomato Brothers, Shuab is also there. That's Maz Bako, Jesse Rosen, and a who's who out on the table. So what has he got there? Green chips, yellow chips. So about 870,000 for GPAT.
Yeah, one more jack.
Maybe give or take. No, actually he's over a million. He's over a million now. Good stuff. Gordon flying along nicely there. Clayton in the background, and the D'Amato brothers are working and doing what they do best. Okay, we're going to go back to the feature table. Nice work by our camera guys. Blinds at 30, 60, 60 on the big blind ante. Blinds didn't go up when we went to feature table, to final table, because we stopped mid flow. We will hear from Lenny Freeman now in the one hole. Lenny 1.8 behind. Standard raise has been just under the pot size.
Raise up to 120.
Yeah, just under 120, 270 in the pot. So folded by Imran, folded by Giron, folded by Clayton, folded by Huawei Sun, folded by Abdul, and around to David Rosenthal.
What are you getting?
David gets out of the way. Harold Brooks next to act. 6-2. He's in the small blind. These will go into the muck. He certainly won't be defending here after a raise of 120. And last but not least, Nick Zackham. Nick Zackham has announced a raise. We haven't seen his cards. So we go. That's the raise in. There's Lenny. Lenny has heard the raise. And Lenny's sitting with a premium hand here, so he's got a decision to make. 3-bet to 530. Now, Lenny is a cautious player, but an astute player. He'll count. I was going to say he's going to count out what it does to his stack. Well, I can tell you, Lenny, what it does to your stack. It leaves you with 1.2 million. The question is, do you want to play for stacks? I'm surprised he hasn't asked Nick how much he's got behind. Looks like it's a call. So we'll be going to the flop. And that's the last card he wanted to see there as an ace. Nick checks for deception. Back to Lenny. Lenny announces he doesn't have an ace as well by checking there. There's a king, another scare card for Lenny. He checks. So I'm putting Nick on 9s or 10s here, maybe 7s. If it's a 7, he just binked it on the river. Let's have a look if Nicky bets. And looks like a sizable bet. 550 is the bet. So it's 550 to win 1.7 million. Let's see if Nick shows his cards. We'll get the dealer to put those on the flop. Yeah, he had pocket kings. So he turned a set of kings, so very deceptive by Nick. And very well played by Nick as well. Look at those chips. They're very untidy. We need them in lines. We need Ronnie Albertson. He does his chips nicely. There is Maz Baku, who's in the high roller. Looks like he's traveling well on the outer table there, and there's the D'Amato brothers to the left. So Gordon Patterson's stack is right in front of us. Looks like Gordon's being singled out for some special treatment by the camera team. I think they're getting their own back, because that's what I think's what's going on there. Okay, Philip will deal the new hand. Hand number 113. And Imran Bujani will be our under-the-gun player with the Jack 10 of clubs. Big hole in Lenny's stack. Have to call him with those Jack. And Nicky did well, max value with his set of kings.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I came back just after that.
Okay, Huawei Sun away. King Jack for Abdulasa. He said to me earlier, the King Queens and the King Jacks are folded today. Is unbelievable. I've been watching, trust me, I know. But hey, it got you there, didn't it? Harold folds. Nick is folding. And I'll ask Bradley if he can bring me up a leaderboard at the end of this hand. I'd like to see how David went on the basis he doubled up. And I'd like to see where we are in terms of the leaderboard. Let's get back to the hand in hand. Ace-Jack versus King-Jack. Ace-Jack's still ahead. The only person with a spade is Abdul Essa. Abdul's deciding which way he's going to go here. He's got backdoor spades available. Jack with King Kicker. Obviously he's behind, but we can see the cards. And Lenny gets out of the way. And Abdul will pick up that hand. We're going to get a leaderboard up and just quickly see where the guys are now, positioned. And there we go, bottom of the pops. is now Leonard Freeman and Greg Ronaldson. I thought so. So Bozo's moved up to 2.2 million with that double up. And Clyton has moved off the top in terms of the chip lead, having doubled David up. Clive kick here with a cricket ball and a few chippies. Are those his?
No, those aren't his chips, Gaz. The player next to him. So
Player next to him is a gentleman with a beard, is it? Or is it
no,
no
he's
bill?
absent at the moment. So Sugi has got 1.7 million chips. Derek Beiruti, 1.48 million chips. Tony Mutsianis, 1.45 million chips. And his son, Emmanuel, has got 1.15 million. So the father-son from Durban with a lot of chips. I'll go through the others when we finish this hand.
No, carry on. It's okay. We can't see Greg's cards and Clyton's going.
Mark Damata, 1.4 million. Gary Jankala, 1.2 million. Sean Buertes, 1.1 million. Liam Draycott, 1.3 million. G-Pat, $1 million. Faisal Dawood, $1 million. Theo Hunter, 920. Conrad Chester, 830. Christopher Reinders, $1 million. That's the young friend of the quiet one of Yoni. And Moon Khan, just to mention, 550k, not amongst the chip leaders.
So I counted G-Pat's chips. I got to 800,000. I said there's about $1 million there. So that wasn't bad.
Pretty accurate.
Pretty
as you
accurate.
always are.
Pretty accurate. Got him down. So that's nice to see that. I see the camera boys had singled them out for a bit of individual attention as well. So anyhow, Mr. Freeman has decided the time has come.
Yeah, so Liam Draycott prospered very heavily in this last hour or so.
Clyton has called it off and he's ahead. Ace King, hearts and diamonds. Ace King is still ahead. One of the 3 queens for Leonard, otherwise we will lose him. Chop opportunities, and he can pick up a 2 now. No good, and we'll cut to Mr. Freeman on camera 3. And as ever, the consummate gentleman will shake everybody's hand, thank them for their competitive nature, and we will move on. He will take home 50k. And we'll quickly go and take that chair out to give the boys a bit more room.
There's Manesh next to Lauren. He's also got a lot of chips there. He's got over 1 million chips as well. Yeah, Sugi. You can see his high pile of greens. Sugi's big stack there, the big pile of greens. I was told by Sinclair that they are from Durban. All right, so Bradley setting us straight that Emmanuel and his father are actually from Bloemfontein. So they've made the journey down here, Mutsianis, and sitting very nicely stacked, both of them. The Mutsianises are actually from Bloemfontein, not from Durban, as previously given to me. Pocket aces for Clyton, and he's over 4 million after eliminating Len Freeman in 9th spot. And so, not running too shabby. Ace King, next hand pocket aces. And who will believe him? They will think he is bullying, and that will be that. He's raised from under the gun, should get some respect. He's got the 4-bar stack. Harold tells him, now you're just bullying. Quick folds round to Greg Ronaldson. 10-6 suited. He's going to defend his big blind. So a big flop for Greg. He's got the straight and flush draw. Pocket ace is still ahead. We could end up with quite a bit of money going in here, and the aces could end up getting cracked here. Suddenly there are 9 outs available to Greg. when he would have looked pretty bleak pre-flop. Clayton makes the continuation after the check by Greg. 110k. Greg's never folding for that with that draw. Four, no help for Greg. Greg has checked. Clayton going for a bigger sizing now. That's 250, 260k. So he's really going to make Greg pay for that draw now. 260k would be a third of Greg's stack. It's 570 in the pot. Greg makes the call. And Greg gets there, he's cracked the aces. And he moves it all in. It's 500k to call into 1.6 million pocket aces.
And looks like Clayton's world is coming undone here a little bit.
Yeah,
But he's smart, Clayton. He can fold this.
he can.
Trust me, he's smart enough. It's just he's getting too good a price.
Yeah, and he's got 3.5 million chips.
I wouldn't bother asking Giron. You're not going to get any information off him.
Greg looking straight down, not showing his eyes. He makes the call. Greg shows him. There's the bad news for Clayton. Aces being cracked. And big pot for Giron. He was short stacked at the start of that hand. He moves up to 2.1 million.
Yeah, picks up $1 million. A cool bar.
So unlucky for Clayton.
I wonder who that is.
Yeah.
4080.
The famous cricket ball.
Indeed. So the blinds are up.
88.
So we're down to 8 players, no longer 9. One player being eliminated, Mr. Leonard Freeman. Got 50k.
So our blinds are up to level 20, 40-80.
$200k in the middle there pre-flop.
So someone asked me outside, is you planning to put the little slam on the feature table? It's not my plan, it's Monster Jan's plan. But I understand that that may be the case. It depends on how long this is going to run for. I suspect as we get to the big prizes in the top 3, there might be some sort of ICM, I don't know. But it's all time driven.
Yeah, we still got the main event that's coming on as well. And you said, and a charity event as well.
Yeah, there's a horse racing based charity event. I haven't got details. And to be honest, it's a Sunbet promotion, so it won't be going on the TV, that's for sure. But I'd like to think that the Little Slam people get an opportunity to go on the feature table rather than the day oneers from the main event. But we shall see.
A lot of big stacks out there. I mean, Gaz, I brought you a list of like 15 players, and if we pan around the room, there's still a number of other big stacks out there.
Indeed there are. So we've got another hand developing here. And it's been... Oh, he's checking it back. Okay, the big blind, Clayton. So blind on blind action. Greg completed. And Clayton just taps it back. We haven't seen Greg's cards, so Looks like he's going to fire. Just be a fold from Clayton. He's not going to get involved with that hand.
6 deuce. Can't do anything there.
I suppose we're going to camera 7 because we have. I mean, just put camera 7 up quickly. I have no idea. Words escape me.
And that is Liam Draycott, whose chip count I brought you.
He's a big unit as well, eh?
Yeah.
Very athletic young man.
And sitting with 1.3 million chips. Stephen Courtney opposite him. Kevin Gov, sorry.
I think the interest piece is the ice cream cone on the skull rather than the scores on the doors.
Yeah, and Kevin Governor to his left has picked up a lot of chips as well, if you see Kevy's stack.
So
that's
the ice cream on the skulls, Mark. We're trying to work out what the ice cream on the skull is about.
I'll leave that to Bradley.
I have no idea. The fashion gurus. I have no idea. Bradley apparently said it's sick. I don't know what that means in English.
It's supposed to mean that it's dope.
Dope. Gee, I don't know what that means either. This dope and homies and sick and... yeah, I tell you, I'm getting old. Anyhow, talking of young people, we folded around to Imran Pajani. Greg is not at the table now, he's away. Clayton with 8-4 here. Clayton's taken a bit of a hiding to his stack from when he started, but nothing wrong with his play, standard calls. Huawei's son is going to hoy this in for sure.
You get a walk?
You got to walk, yeah.
Oh, he's getting a walk. I thought he was going to put it in.
Intimidation.
Just shakes his head.
Reputation is good.
He's in the big blind, he's not fighting anybody. Mr. Sun, what a lovely chap.
Yeah, so Clayton's at a little roller coaster. He's on 2.8 million. He came to the feature table as chip leader with 2.9.
So there's Mr. Khan, Moon's Bullets. What is the guy's name to his right?
That is Christopher Reinders. That is Yanni's young mate. And he's got about 1.3 million as well.
So you got Lum there, the two ladies at the end, of course, who we all know. Mr. Man at the other end, and of course Nabs to the right of the dealer. What a nice chap. There are a lot of nice people in poker. A lot of nice people. There's 3 of them in your picture now. So Dave Rosenthal will fold. Harold will fold.
Nick says too early for my 3s.
I need a name for my duck.
Need a name for your ducky.
Yeah. It's a great duck. It's about, what is that, 30 centimeters tall?
Yeah, it's a big duck, that. At least 30 centimeters tall.
So 30 centimeters tall by about 18 wide.
Fluffy toy.
And it's a fluffy toy type duck. And Donald's not going to cut it, trust me.
It's got those kissy face lips that these girls make when they do their
And
selfies.
the head is on a tilt. So there you go. Orange feet, of course. So anybody who wants to come up with a name for my duck, how about that? There's a competition for you. Abdelassa, ace-5 of hearts. Sun has already folded. Is it me or are we out of focus there?
Slightly, there it comes.
I think
back
we're
to the
focusing
lights.
on the back of Nick's head rather than the front of Abdul's head.
There we go.
With the cameras on autofocus there.
Harry Kashav and his brother were on the same table, and his brother had a lot of chips as well.
There's no mistaking his brother, eh?
No, under the left-right deadlock for twins, guys. Almost.
Yeah. So, Abdul's still thinking here. He's in the big blind, and obviously Clayton has limped here.
It's like Clayton's raised. There's a raising chips 280, is it?
Okay, so Clayton is raised here by the look of it, from the button. Looks...
Raise call. 2 8.
The raise was 280. Raised by Clayton, called by Abdul. Double belly buster for Abdul. Deuce or a 6 for the straight.
Yeah, so the original raise was 280 and the call was by Abdul, and now the flop is in play, so we're up to date. Check by Abdul.
Clarkson continues.
260. 260.
Abdul's going to be a quick caller with his double belly buster. Makes the call. Seven no help, but there's split pots now. Clarkson has a bigger ace from what we saw before the action was changed from a limp to a call. There are a lot of chop pots out there now. Any 3, any 4 for a chop, and then any 2 or any 6 for the win. Or a 5, of course, as well. So a lot of outs for Abdul. Check on the turn. 10 of spades, no good. Clarkson has the tick mark provided he doesn't fold. So Abdul having missed, but getting the check on the turn. Could take a star, he checks it. Action on Clarkson. Clarkson checks. His ace queen is good. And he'll take down that hand and get plus 660k. He's back up to 3.4 million.
So there you go. That's how to watch the stream, mate. On your mobile telephone. Sat out there in the outer regions. And that's Shuad Ahmad, I think.
Shuad Ahmad.
Watching the stream.
Next to Franco and Mark Tamata.
Very nice shot by the camera voice. I'll catch that.
Maz jumped in.
See that sticker? That's what you want to see it? No. They went inside. I didn't see it at the time. Yeah, for sure. Try it. 80.
So David just asking Clarkson if he can just put his chips so we can see them. Just wants to know what the scores on the doors are before we get involved, rather than having to ask.
Just wants the big chips in front. On to Greg in the hijack.
160.
Folded after he raised to 160. Abdul with a jack 10 in the small blind. Made the call, bows are out the way.
Fair fight. Well, it was until the flop came round.
Yeah, not so fair anymore. bottom pair only for Abdul with a gunshot. Of course, ace in Greg's range from having raised from that position, and he will tell that story.
It went from almost 50-50 to 99-1.
Sure. Wow.
Crazy, huh?
Abdul doesn't believe, calls. He's got two pair now, but it brings a 4-card straight on board.
Yep. You can get a chop here, Greg. That's the 5% at the bottom. Any queen? Equal stacks for these two guys.
Checks behind.
No real help to either player.
Abdul putting a heavy bet in.
Yep. Looking to get this one through, and Greg snap folds.
There's a non-Kumar in the background, coming to the main event.
Another menace.
With his G-Wagon.
Another rascal. But a nice man. Good family guy.
Poker on top there, the chip card protector, top of those chips, nicely stacked.
Sort of SA Poker. It's from the old SA Poker shop in Edenvale.
Yeah,
Back in the day when Tyrone ran that place.
exactly that one, Gaz.
Yeah, cheapers. That was a while ago.
Yeah, there's Henny, Calvin Ferreira, Yanni.
So Nick Zackham picks up ace jack here under the gun. Nice hand, but I think we're a bit too long-handed.
Yeah, 8-handers, very early with that hand. But Nick's going to raise it.
Raise up to 210. 210.
So he's raised to 210 from the early position. He hasn't run into any opposition yet. Round to Bozo in the small blind. Only Harold in the big blind left. Queen 4 of diamonds. And he'll get it through. He'll get nobody picked up a hand behind him.
Very fortunate. But hey, you can only play your cards, huh?
He decides to raise the ace-jack from early position, find out if he runs into anything.
So we're 120 not out. That's so many hands. Very concentrated there. The freeze out now, that is the not six max, the little slam. And dealers preparing now for the main event, as you can see. So we're opening up that control table now for a main event table. So we'll have 3 different clocks running, 3 different tournaments running, and 3 different tip sacks. And I don't think the dealers will be getting many breaks.
They all tables on the left-hand side. They're being prepped for the main event.
Shout out to the older MJPT dealers and team there, because they put in a lot of hours, you know. They're on the go. And when they're not dealing, they're humping tables or putting covers on or cleaning or whatever the case may be. Mucking in generally, prepping for tournaments. So pocket jacks for Harold against the fives of Sun. Sun's already raised to 180. We haven't seen much of Harold on this feature table, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see something of him now.
Yeah, those aren't calling chips.
And you must know when Harold Brooks repops you, you've got a problem.
Abdul. The Sun makes the call.
So jacks ahead, Huawei Sun set mining. King 3 jacks, so 2 overs to the jacks. Harold with the betting lead, checks. If Sun reps here, he can get away with this. No,
Check
checked
is wary because he got 3 bet.
Three clubs on board. A little bit of a tacit understanding between the two players there. Not wishing to take each other to task based on the evolution of the flop, the turn of the river. And the best down wins.
As a stack.
Mazbako.
Zeros on the tea table now.
$40, $80, $80,000 on the big blind ante, 200k in the middle. This is your 40k high roller from the Sunbet Poker Tour from Sabaya, KZN. Day 3 and your final table, 8 players left. Pocket 10s for Mr. Tallywanth here.
Up to 180. 180. 180.
Makes it 180 to go.
Rosenthal folds. It's folded around to Clayton.
And he picks up the pot with the pocket 10s. Safi, is it? Yes.
So gentlemen there wearing the old orange tracky top. They never came back to my trivia questions, did they?
No.
These guys. I wonder if Brad checked me out when I said that they dyed the carrots orange, did testimony to William of Orange, and that the Dutch people on average were the tallest in the world, and they invented the first stock exchange in the 1650s or 1620s, somewhere in the 17th century. See, it even sounds true now. I'm saying it again after 2 days. The Dutch dyed carrots orange in testimony to William of Orange. There you go. Bit of trivia for you. True or false? Highway Sun is 170 the race. Abdelessa is a call with his pocket fives. Harold is making a decision here, or is he called?
He's called with the King Queen.
So down to Imran, another 130. Imran thinking to himself, can I squeeze from the small air? Get it in. 1.5 million is a big ask. He decides, no he can't. Back to Greg Robertson, another pair out there, the twos this time. Do you want to put all your money on the 3 overs on the flop? He's decided to have a little gamble.
He wants to see that 2 and that's it, Gaz.
Set of fives here for Abdelessa.
Nothing to get anybody else into any trouble though.
No, some backdoor draw possibilities for Sun, but only straight draws.
The Sun, having raised originally, is not going to see bet into 3 other players when he's blanked. It would make zero poker sense. So Abdul looks like he wants to bet his set here. He's got to protect it. Bottom set, there's a straight draw and diamond draw there. So he's betting it to protect it. Also disguises it. See if anybody's got a piece of it. He's going to quickly find out that nobody has. And he'll take that hand down with a set of fives. Still plus 630k. Not to be sneezed at. Looks like we've got a whole lot of players sitting down in that main event day 1A already on the left hand side.
Yep, we should go and have a wander about out there once they kick off. See who's who in the zoo.
Harold with the ace-jack in the hijack. Gonna raise. Nick's already out the way. Round to Greg. He's folded. Only Clayton in the big blind. Queen 6 suited. It's 120k for him to call. He's got 3.4 million chips. He already saw what a suited cards can do to pocket aces when his aces were cracked by Greg defending with 10-6 suited. Only one diamond there for him and top pair for Harold. Only 2 outs available to him. You see there are 2 tables already there with the main event day 1A.
Building.
Considering so many people are still involved in the Little Slam, it's pretty good. Plus 320k for Harold. Here's your chip count. Abdullah on top, 3.4 million. Clayton 3.3, Harold 3.1, and the other end of the scale, Imran 1.5. No danger though. There is Solomon Banks sitting down in that main event. I think that's Eric Fabian, there's Anant, France Henning, Gulam. Around to the other table, have a look who we can pick out there.
I'm sure anyway. I thought nobody will know this.
So Imran from the cutoff going to raise with a 10-5 suited. He hasn't played a hand for a while. Looking to pick up some blinds and antes. His rep will be solid at the moment. Clayton in the small blind gets rid of the Jack-9. Mr. Sun folds his big blind. And Imran will pick that up and get by the rotation.
No problem.
When it comes to this thing,
New hand coming up. Harold Brooks under the gun. Is it Bozo? Bozo's under the gun. Bozo under the gun. Harold next. He folds. Round to Nick. So Nick going on a little move here with the 8-3 offsuit. Folds around. Mr. Sun with the king-queen. Abdul comes along for the ride. So how's that for Mr. Sun? Flops the joint. Will he get paid? If we're reading Nick's cards right and wasn't from the previous hand, 8-3 offsuit. I can't understand that he raised with that from there. He's just from such an early position. Nick bets. Mr. Sun sitting with a nut straight. He just flat calls with his nut straight. 6 changes nothing on the turn for Nicholas. Mr. Sunbet. tank. I'm assuming his cards aren't correct, that may have been picked up from the previous hand, not been cancelled.
Napkin queen.
Says to Mr. Sun, have you got king queen? Indeed, what Mr. Sun had. So 8 players in is the payout. Average stack 2.475 million chips. Blinds 40-80 with a big blind ante of 80. 26 minutes left till the next break.
If I had a friend like this, I'd shoot him in Botswana.
The main event, day 1A, busy filling up out there. The little slam in full flight. At some point, we'll ask the lads to get us a timing screen from that little slam. If they can find it.
And I go to Broadway. And the following is a 6 small. The following there and the river is small. 18. And another 6 is no
18.
What hand was this on?
Nick folds.
You're gonna have to see
Round
the
to
king
Imran.
there,
It's out the way from early with king 10.
I could not miss on that.
Round to Clayton. Ace 5 in the cutoff.
Raise up to 200.
Raises.
And 200.
Action on Bozo. So Bozo makes the call. Four, queen, 10. Bozo calls. Another queen on the turn. Bozo checks again. So now Clayton with the ace 5. He led on that flop after check to him. It's checked again to him with a second queen. He's not shutting down. Wants to keep telling the story. Puts in a big bet. And it's a polarizing bet. He's either got the queen now or he hasn't. So it depends on what Bozo's got here. Can't see Bozo's cards. But he immediately reached for chips. He's got to make me think he's got a queen. Those are re-raising chips in his hands, which definitely means he's got the queen. He's either got the queen or he's got a hand like fours and his fours full of queens, or he's got the queen. Sending the message back loud and clear. And Clayton is ace high. Clarkson's ace-5 is going to end up in the muck. He'll get the suitable amount of credibility, taking his time, and then they go. Bozo will take in a very healthy pot, 740,000 plus. There we go. 220 entries into that little slam. Average chip stack is 825,000. Their blinds are 12,024 with a big blind ante of 24. 924,000 rand in that pot. Almost double the original 500,000, which is absolutely amazing for a 5K buy-in. There are still 80 players remaining, so they are going to be playing for some time still. Thanks, guys. Ace King for Clayton. He'll be straight back on the horse.
Raise up to 200. 200,000.
Called by Harold Brooks with the Queen 9 in the big blind defending. 3-4-8 flop. No help for either player. The Ace King is ahead. There's the 9 for Harold. There was no c-bet from Clarkson this time. And Harold has caught the 9 on the turn. But it's checked and the ace comes on the river. Harold has bet 130 on the river. Clarkson raises to 350. Harold makes the call, not believing with the ace. Sees, taps the table. Clarkson gets paid off a little there. He's back to 3 million. So there's a view of the outer tables in the little slam. 80 players still remaining. There's Leonard Scott Turner. There's Darren Kramer in the background. He's in there talking to Gaza. Sugi on that table. There's Soyan, Lenny Strad. There's Tilan Govender. Panning round, Chrissy Lade, Gareth Khalil, Gary Jankala, Martin Maroon, it's David De Beer and Big Dave Ralph, Franco and Marco De Mata, Jesse Rosen, Maz Baku, Shoaib Ahmad, and Gordon Patterson. Tremaine Tallywan says Clayton for the win. Your boys playing well, Clayton's playing well, yeah. Pocket Kings for him now. He's taken a few knocks along the way, but got straight back on the horse. He's had some big hands. He's had some hands cracked. His demeanor has remained the same. Thoroughly professional for a young man. He's played very well, and as far as I know, he's satellited into this, subject to confirmation. So he's doing extremely well here. He's raised to 220. Abdul Essa with ace queen. If Abdul decides to 3-bet here, he'll run into trouble. He's just going to flat call though. Takes the conservative route with the ace queen there from the early raise, respecting the early raise. Boza with queen jack of clubs. Might be looking for a squeeze possibility here. It's the kind of cards that he would do that. He gets out of the way because of the early raiser. Spidey sense is working well for Bozo. Harold Brooks, Jack Deuce suited. He's out the way. Ace 9 for Nick in the big blind. He's not going to defend with that, so we're going to go. He's an ace folded for Abdul, so he'll only have 2 available from what we could see, and that's a safe flop for the Kings. Yeah, 2 outs available to Abdul at the top of the screen. Here's Alvin Pillay, I think heading across to that main event, day 1A. Clayton's going to continue here, and there's nothing there for Abdul.
180.
But Abdul floating here. He's not believing that Clayton has hit that board. He hasn't. He didn't need to.
And I do it again when I win here.
Oh, there's danger for Abdul now. He finds a queen on the turn. And he's going to think his hand's good. There's Lauren in the background also ready to jump into that day 1A. So Clayton checks when the queen comes.
Abdul played, Clayton played this quite passively, huh?
Yeah, he raised, he bet the flop, he's checked the turn when the queen comes.
Yeah.
And that's going to get Abdul into trouble. Abdul bets 390k. Reaching for the chip straight away. $1.4 million in that pot already.
Tremaine Tallywanth, Clayton Loveheart. I assume that's his lady.
Either his lady or sister or mum, one of the two.
Well, it's not me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always found
Oh, and there comes the raise. So nicely played by him.
I always find if I had a mistress, just get the one with the same name as your wife. You can't mess up that.
So he has a huge pot now.
I saw it. He's just put it in there now. So it depends if Abdul can give him the overpair here. I mean, he can give him all the sets now, of course. Now he's come out of hiding.
So Clayton raised to 1.1 million.
This is probably the biggest pot of the tournament so far.
Yeah, 2.5 bar in that pot already. Clayton asking a big question of Abdul now. Abdul sitting top pair, top kicker.
And I'm pretty sure we're going to need to give Abdul a bit of time here.
Yeah, he's gone into the tank. He's reviewing it. Clayton raised. He bet the flop. He checked the turn. And then he's raised me when I bet. He's got to range him now. What has he got here? Has he got the same hand as me? Has he got a set of jacks? Has he got an overpair? All those going through his mind. He's not giving him a set of threes or fours raising from that early position. He's going to make the call because he's pulled the chips back. The moment he does that, he's signified his intent. All in.
Yeah. And there'll be a call here for sure.
All in call. He's already got the calling chip in his hand. He hasn't thrown it in yet. Asked how much. Got that single chip in his hand, ready to toss into the middle. He makes the call.
Makes the call. Abdul will open his cards. Abdul.
Pocket kings.
Pocket kings.
He's got a fade 3 outs on the river. Clayton otherwise has played the hand extremely well. What a hand by Clayton.
And Abdul will be out of the tournament.
Gets a handshake from Bozo. Monster hand by Clayton.
Huge pot.
Played extremely well, young man. That check on the turn.
They're going to count this, but I'm pretty sure Abdul's done.
Going to be close. Philip doing the right thing. Philip very efficient. Double checking. Huge hand by Clayton. And he's the dominant chip leader now, guys.
For sure.
And I saw you in the background there when we panned to the outer tables having a little word with Darren Kramer in the corner.
Yeah, just talking a bit of shop.
He jumped into the little slam, obviously later entered in that.
Yeah, he's running along nicely there. Just a Gary and Darren chat. No, there's no news for the front.
No news, just was more interested in his stack and that.
No, we're just catching up.
Well played.
7 players left.
I think we're coming up for a break shortly.
We are indeed, guys.
Queens and ace. Kings and ace queens. Maybe like it was can't be too results. It always looks cool when it goes through. When it doesn't go through, it's not a nice
So, very serendipitous as Tremaine put up her comment there on the stream. She'll get this in half an hour's time. Your man Clayton, let us know. His good lady, his sister, his mum, relative, Tremaine Challiwant. Clayton has won a huge pot and he played it extremely well. Checking the turn, getting all the money in after Abdullah top pair, top kicker. ace-9 in the cutoff, 7-handed now. So he's going to open up his range a little. Puts in the raise.
180. 108.
Round to Imran. Nick Zackham with ace-queen. So what was the action from Nick in the small blind with the ace-queen suited? Folded. Wow, okay.
Lower your heartbeats.
So Imran is folded.
Don't know what I would have done.
You would have folded.
Did you show?
Sure, decent. You do know that you are folded. When you put the 400,
2.9 million for Bozo now.
Yeah. I don't know if I would have just told you.
There's our chip VPIP. Clayton on top with 36%. Bozo and Greg Ronaldson down the bottom with 20%. And look at that chip stack of Clayton Tallywans.
Where is the king?
80,000 to play.
Like second.
So in the background on the left-hand side, those are the two tables that have already filled up for the main event day 1A. Waiting for more players to come in as they exit the little slam and come in. So Clayton has raised to 200k with ace-9 with his 6.1 million stack. Harold Brooks in the cutoff, busy paying the waitress. Got ace-6 of hearts. He hasn't folded yet, Harold. Ace-6 of hearts for Harold.
Now we have to make a stand. Or otherwise we are doomed. Otherwise we are doomed. Almost at 90 degrees. Yeah.
So Greg Ronaldson made the call with the king 10 of hearts. So it's checked here. Harold in position, gonna have a little stab at this now. So Harold having a little stab.
380. 380.
Now Greg with the bottom pair, but with the up and down. Tony Zhang in the background. Greg gets out the way. Up and down here for Clayton. Clayton very respectful, says Mr. Brooks, calls Harold Mr. Brooks. Very respectful young man. A lot of outs for Harold, most of those are for split pots. Clayton is in front here, but doesn't know it. He's checked to Harold. Harold's bets 380k for him to call. He's got the up and down. Don't see him folding this on one bet. Calls. Two doesn't change anything, gives more outs for Harold. Clayton checks. And here goes Harold with the big move, the big bluff.
Well done, Captain. Well done, Captain.
Clayton taps the table and gives it up to Harold. So Harold making a strong move there, the all-in bluff on the turn. Well played, Harold. Seen him do this a few times on the feature table. There is the chip count, 5.7 million. Harold Brooks, 3.5 million. Greg Ronaldson, Imran at the bottom there, 1.3, 1.5, 16 bigs and 18 bigs respectively. Not in any danger yet. Still so much play after 3 days. So we're almost at the break.
So why you are so particular about that?
Action on Mr. Sun under the gun. He folds. Light-hearted banter there, the players. Bozo raises. Pocket fives for Nick. Makes the call, sevens versus fives. Imran out the way, Giron out the way, round to Clayton. 7-6. Suited connectors in the big blinds, got a lot of chips now. 100k to call into 560, makes the call. Oh wow, yeah, he's a feisty little flop. He's gonna get, the only thing that may save him are all those diamonds. Bozo fires it, Nick will get out the way. No diamond. Now Clayton with 2 pair. The only thing that saves him are all those diamonds. But he's gonna burn some chips. Whoa. Basil Nike in the background. The diamond is going to save him here with his 2 pair. Will slow Bozo down as well. Clayton checks. Jack doesn't change anything. Bozo still in front. Clayton checks. Bozo said, I've got a set. Bozo sees, oh, 2 pair. Wow, he says. That diamond saved Clayton from burning a lot of chips. Still plus 740 for Bozo. So we're going on a break. We'll join you back in 15 minutes time.
Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town, to our very own Jersey. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid. Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town, to our very own Jersey. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today.
And welcome back to the Sabaya Casino and Resort. This is the final table of the High Roller event, day 7 of the third leg of the Sunbet Poker Tour. This is our stop at Sabaya in the wonderful kingdom of KwaZulu-Natal. We are down to 7 players, with the elimination of Abdul Esse in 8th place, and Lenny Freeman was out in 9th. They had made a bubble deal. You can see Lenny in the background has already jumped into one of the other tournaments. That'll be the main event, day 1A. So Greg Ronaldson finally picking up a hand. He hasn't had a hand for a long time. Puts it all in with a pocket 10s from the button. And Greg will pick that up uncontested. So Clayton hadn't taken his seat. I think Imran had a little go from the cutoff. Greg moved it all in with the 10s. And he picks that up.
It's 100.
So Harold Brooks with a king 3. Let's go under the gun. Round to Nick Zackham. Gonna raise it up. The new blind levels of 50, 100 with a big blind ante of 100. So 250 in their pre-flop.
200.
Nick has raised it to 200. Round to Mr. Sun, 3 deuce is folded already. Bozo in the big blind, ace queen. So yeah, some action now. Nick has raised from early position. Bozo with ace queen in the big blind.
So Nick Zackham has got 2,150,000. David's got 3,600,000. So he does cover.
Bozo's moved all in. Max pressure. Ace 10 for Nick. Nick moves out, taps the table.
I'm far ahead of you. I see it on camera. Far ahead of you.
Bozo shows him ace queen. Nice fold by Nick. He knows.
You made a mistake.
Caught up with Abdul Essa and Clayton breaking down that hand afterwards, and Abdul was a little upset with himself, but he says at the end of a long 3 days gets tired. Clayton did play it well, and he congratulated the young man, and the young man was ever gracious. Said it was just a sick card for you on the turn, the queen coming.
It was indeed. So I was catching up with Imran there just now, and Imran said, I might be short stacked. He said, but I'll still play as if I'm not short stacked. He said, because I want to be able to drive home and know that I didn't make any mistakes, rather than just give it up unnecessarily. And that's really a great attitude, you know, good for him.
He had a great attitude in that World Series as well when they did that live interview with him on the eve of day 6. So
yeah, listen, you know, he's a smart, intelligent young man who conducted himself well, didn't he? You know, he had his little dance around the table, but you know, there with the grace of God go, if I can win that sort of money, I'll get that high at the World Series, I'll do a little dance as well.
Absolutely.
Probably frighten a few more people as well.
because I might rock the room.
Yeah, there you go. 7-4 for Nicky. They'll go into the muck, and this is going to go in for Imran.
He's got to make a move now. Blinds are getting up there.
And also he's got Greg on his left, who's likely to put it all in as well. That's borderline for Greg, huh?
Yeah.
They would have gone in if Imran hadn't have.
Yeah, the difference between putting it all in first and calling it off. Ace 10. Borderline, he lets it go.
Yep, I think that's the right move.
Yeah.
I mean, he's hoping that somebody else is going to take him on, so.
Yeah.
9-2 for David.
Nobody does.
Harold gets out of the way, and Imran will get that through, pick up $250,000 chips.
Just before the blinds approach him. Greg was also chatting to me in the break, and he said, geez, I'm hanging in here, I'm just grinding away, I'm not getting many spots or anything to do.
No, exactly the conversation he had with me. So yeah, shame, man.
It's always nice to chat to the players in the break, get some little insights. Mr. Sun as well said, I'm just hanging in, I'm not getting no cards. And I said to Mr. Sun, they'll come when they come. He just said, yeah, you know, I haven't had anything. He said, there's a young man to my right getting all the cards.
Same conversation.
Repeated.
Exactly that conversation with Hawaii. I was just giving all the players the chip cans. He's calling him Clinton, but of course we know it's Clayton. East of his Warriors hand, 136, 250 in the middle. And 10-9 suited for Imran. Just limps in, that's interesting.
Yeah, and Greg with a hand obviously make in the tank here. Moves. Oh, he's just flat called.
He's also limping in. I think Clayton would do well to just fold this.
From the hijack, he's out the way.
Sun with no cards again, he'll say. He folds. David with 7-3, he's also going to fold this. Not going to contend from the dealer button position or no position. So into the blinds. Harold Brooks with ace-3.
I will never do that in the set life.
So what are you guys looking with there?
I just wanted to get through
Harold
this
getting
one.
the finger wag to them.
I've got a funny feeling that he called him blind there.
You got me out of the set life.
50-50.
We know our place.
I know he's small blind, so he completed. And Nick in the big blind.
So Imran flops a 9 with a gut shot.
Just with the Just putting those cards up now. Jack, King, 9, 2 spades.
There's nothing for anybody else. That'll all get out the way, and Imran will pick that hand up. That was an interesting line limping from there.
What was the limp for?
Clint Solomon says, Clayton Tallywant, remember the name.
I mean, again, that
I
part.
think after the series, people will know that name.
That part we know is going.
Yeah, he's got a lot of supporters, Clayton. A great family, huh? A young man. I think it's awesome that he's got lots of support.
Like I told you, just for a laugh. Just for a laugh. I didn't even speak to him. I didn't. If I'm making calls.
200.
So Greg enters the fray with the raise.
200. Check of it.
So Greg just limped in there apparently.
100.
And Imran from the big blind has bet. Greg makes the call. So it's
Check of it.
so Imran bet the queen on that board.
300,000.
Imran comes with a bigger bet on the turn. Action on Greg. We just had a dip in the internet here in the back. Bradley just fixing up quickly the software. Go to the river. Action on Imran. Full with that queen. So action on Greg. Imran has bet 600,000 on the river. We can just get a look at that flop cam so we can see those cards. Just make sure they match up with what's there on the side. I'm not 100% sure they are. There we go. Slightly different, but they're all there. Thank you very much. Go back to Greg. So Greg in the tank here. Imran has bet 600,000 with his queen with a 9 kicker. Can't see Greg's cards. He had limped in there. Imran from the big blind. So Greg in the tank here. So Greg still deep in the tank here. So Greg been in the tank for about 2 minutes now. Greg has got an ace, he's worried about the flush. If he's got a queen, he's worried about the kicker. Greg lets it go, and Imran will take down the hand. So Imran plus 900,000. There's a view of that day 1A of the main event. Max Devison jumping in there now. Ahmed Karim's already in there. Giovanni Zanetti already in there. So players starting to fill up those tables. Anand Kumar, Frans Henning, Guler, and Banks Solomon. So Clayton Tallywands, ace queen under the gun. He's going to raise it up. And he raises. So Clayton will take that hand down with the ace queen. Action on Mr. Sun under the gun. Mr. Sun folds under the gun. Looks skyward, still not getting much. Action on Bozo, he folds, round to Harold. He's out the way, Nicholas. Nick A7 in the cutoff, sitting with 1.7 million. Round to Imran, folds.
50 more up to 100.
And Greg moves it all in to the big stack from the small blind. Clayton having a look now. Clayton's asked for a count. So Clayton for a decision here. 1.1 million.
Cards on their backs,
He
please.
calls. So Clayton has made the call. Clayton has king 10. Greg has moved in with queen 6 of spades. Greg at risk here.
This is so good.
So you use that dress?
Oh, okay.
What are you on, Greg?
Queen 6. Queen 6. Queen 6.
So no help for Gregory yet. And the queen is also taken away from him now. There's a nut straight there for Clayton. And Greg is eliminated in 7th place.
And Clayton gets a little bit richer.
The rich get richer.
So we'll bring you up a leaderboard, give you an update on where we are. There we go.
That's the VPIP.
Yeah, we'll get the leaderboard in a minute.
Yeah, 1 week before, and then I said 5-7. That's good.
That's okay. Franz Henning there with Ahmed Karim, Banksy, Peiki.
You know, he had the queen out. We took the queen out in the first.
Okay, hand 140 of the day.
So we're down to 6 players in this high roller now.
They left you only left with 9.
This Tony is giving me hard time here.
Sun 6.
So Bozo folds. Round to Harold, 9-3.
100.
All yours in the
200.
Folded round. Where are we now catching up with the action? I think it's on Clayton. So Imran has raised to 300. Clayton with pocket 10s. He just flats it. So we have an interview coming up. We'll track the action here.
I'm with Greg Ronaldson, our 7th place finisher at the high roller here at SPT in Sabaya. Greg, you look a little bit distraught. Tell us what happened towards the end there.
Yeah, it's been a long grind for 3 days, and unfortunately just no cards the last few hours, and yeah, just grinded it out as long as I could, but couldn't get anything going.
Well, still a great result after quite a big field. Tell us a bit about final table specifically. I know, like you just said, it was a long grind, but it's a long tournament in general.
Yeah, it's a very long tournament. I think when you get to the 3rd day, you're a bit exhausted. You just need a little bit of run to really get things going. But it was fun. Great fun, yeah.
Well, we are always glad to see you. This time you're a little bit more involved than usual, as you guys at home may have seen on the live stream. Some of our bubble prizes are sponsored by K-On Capital. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. Yeah, we're very happy to partner with Sunbet Poker Tour. Obviously, we love the events. I come here and have been playing them for years, so just seemed like a natural fit. And yeah, very happy to give away bubble prizes for every event in the tournament.
Yeah, it's a really cool prize. I think Len Freeman was the bubble winner here, so he got himself 20,000 rands worth of online trading currency. Is that correct?
Yeah, so online trading, basically we're putting 20,000 rand in his account to trade currencies. And we offer basically the ability to trade equities, currencies, metals, and then we also have our investment arm as well.
Sounds like a whole lot of stuff I don't know about. But thank you so much. I'm sure everyone is very appreciative. I'm sure you'll get some nice turnover from that. As for you guys at home, stay tuned. Greg, congrats. We will see you later on in the week.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So we're back to the action. The pocket 10s here on that Queen 10 board. Oh my goodness, his hand has developed it. And Imran with trip queens on the flop, obviously slow played. There is a full house for Clayton now. So Imran, looking at his outs there, he needs a 4 or an 8 that has not come. It is a 5 on the river. What might save him here is that there is a flush out there. It's the only thing that might save Imran here. Action on Clayton, sitting with the full house. The flop was checked. Imran bet 150 with his trip queens. Clayton called. Clayton turned the full house. Imran bet 400. Clayton called. There we caught up to the action. Bradley tracked it while we were with the interview. So Clayton coming in with a heavy bet on the river here. So Clayton facing a bet, putting in a bet of 400 here. So Imran makes he's moved all in.
Who has the queen?
Snap. Snap call. Snap call. Imran throws up his hands, can't believe it. And Imran is eliminated by Clayton.
Wow, that's bad.
Wow, wow, wow. What a turn for the young man. Playing very well, but he is being slapped by the deck here on the final table.
You are awesome.
He finds the perfect card on the turn. Called the flop bet.
What a player, I have to admit. Not only getting the card, you know what he's doing.
Imran is eliminated in 6th spot. Well played to Imran. 85,000 Rand for 6th place through this big field, following up on his great result in Vegas. And no doubt we will see more of him in the main event. So Clayton, another huge gain, increases his chip lead. Gary swapping out the deck there. There was a split card. Perhaps while they're doing that, we'll get some views of the outer tables. There's an interview coming up with Imran. So we'll go to the interview whilst the deck is busy being prepared.
So some quick action on the feature table here in the high roller at Sunbet Poker Twist Sabai. Next out off the table is our WSOP hero that you guys heard quite a bit from us. Imran, first of all, congrats on this tournament. Tell us a little bit about what happened in this tournament.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this tournament was another great experience, great structure for South African tournament. Yeah, and it was a tough field overall. Yeah, and then whatever had to happen, happened. And yeah, I'm not sad, I'm not too happy about it. I was looking forward to go deeper, but yeah, it is what it is.
So everyone wants to know, we spoke to you a little bit while you were in Vegas. Obviously, that's next level experience. We did chat a little bit about the Vegas experience. Tell us, like firsthand, how was WSOP main event, the pressure? How does it compare to playing here? All of those juicy details.
Yeah, so obviously, I don't think it'll be fair to even compare the two tournaments. WSOP is totally on its own league, and if I have to tell you the entire experience, obviously the field is much bigger and the grind is a lot longer, and mentally a lot of us are not prepared for those many days with the same tournament, and that's exactly what challenging part is. And if I have to give you an overall assumption of sum up of the field, obviously on the day 1, 2, 3, you will find a lot of the softer field, and depending on which table you get onto. But from day 4, it gets really tough, and you're facing some of the best players in the world. Yeah, and it has been an amazing experience. I've had a good run. I played well. My confidence was good, and overall, it just worked out for me. And I'm so glad that I did the trip, and I would advise all the South Africans who are in the means to go to Vegas should go at least once and try and experience the next level of poker.
No, definitely. And of course, you've now obviously earned yourself some more points on the SPT leaderboard. You're already in the top 10, if I'm not mistaken.
I think I was fourth, and then I missed out the Sun City tour just because I was going to Vegas, so I was preparing for that. So I think I'm not nowhere in the top 10 at the moment, but maybe after this I'll be back there. And I'm looking to play the upcoming events as well of MGPT, and then I'm sure I'll be there again.
Well, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure we'll chat to you a little bit later on in the week and get a little bit more information about WSOP. Are you going to be playing main event?
Yes, obviously I'll enter into the main event tomorrow, and yeah, whoever is looking to go to WSOP next year, any info that anybody needs, they're welcome to contact me, and I'll gladly help whoever I can.
Thank you so much, Imran. Congrats on this finish. Enjoy the rest tonight, and we'll see you tomorrow at the main event.
Definitely. Thank you very much.
And we're back to the feature table. Nice interview with Imran, being very gracious there and saying if anybody wants to go to Vegas and needs any information on that, they can contact him, he will assist them. It's very gracious of him. So action on Bozo in the small blind. He raises with the king 10. Harold gives him the look. Harold with 9-5 suited makes the call. Up and down for Harold. The 9 is now no good for him, only the 5. He finds a 9, it will give the straight to Bozo. It's gone check, check, check. Bozo will show the king 10. Well, it's ace 10, not king 10. So it wasn't the king of diamonds, it was the ace of clubs with that 10 of clubs. It's just catching up while we were out to the interview. Bozo takes in that hand. So we're 5-handed at the feature table now. That monster stack there of Clayton Tallywat. 97 bigs, 9.8 million. Bozo in second, 43 bigs, 4.4. The others, 16 bigs, 18 bigs, 21 bigs. And there is that main event day 1A. They've gone to 3 tables there now. Ace 8 suited of Clayton under the gun. He raises. The sun with Jack 9 is folded.
220.
Round to Harold. Ace 5 suited in the small blind. Makes the call. Nick is out the way.
I watched the Imran hand outside, obviously.
Sick one, I guess, that turn.
Disappointed, but as you probably saw from his interview, he's picked himself up, he's fine.
Both players hit the ace here. Harold leads with the ace 5. Clayton makes the call with the ace 8. He's still ahead. Two of spades on the turn strengthens Clayton's hand. He was already ahead. Now he has all the spades working for him. So it takes away some of Harold's outs. Harold has checked to him. Clayton puts in the bet.
450.
Makes it 450, round to Harold. Six on the river gives the chop now, as long as Harold doesn't fold. Harold moves all in. Strong move by Harold.
So it's 1.3 million to call. He's got 9 million behind. And then he's got ace 8.
He's calling for a chop, which is always hard, because he knows his 8's not playing me on that board.
Six, 2.
strong move by Harold there on the river, asking the question. He's having a good long hard think about it.
Calls.
Makes the call, and it'll be a chop pot. Split pot. Ray Kruger has also wished you happy birthday, Gaz.
Thank you, Andre. Much appreciated, my friend.
Harold put the pressure on the young man. He had to call for the split. Did the call.
But when the second 6 came, then I gave it the possibility.
If the 6 doesn't arrive, then you sort of make the same move.
I don't make it simple.
Oh, okay.
But then because I have a program.
Nice play, nice play. Very nice. Nice hand. It was a nice hand to watch. I didn't know who. No.
100, 100.
No, it's fine. You had something when you tanked. Or maybe you tried.
So it's the sun under the gun.
Now it's going to be a split.
No, I'm used to just grabbing how much and then pushing one chip. But it didn't do
Oh, yeah, no, I had a reason. This time I didn't have the nuts this time. Though.
They didn't do that. You play for the chips and so I knew that.
Turn spade as well, you saw that. I saw that. 10 enough rush.
240.
So Mr. Sun, not having it hand for a long time, has raised under the gun with a 6-2 suited.
Beautiful. They will probably get quite a bit of respect for that.
Folded round to his mate Nicholas. It's funny how often these two clash.
Sorry? Yes, 240.
So it wasn't Mr. Sun that raised. Bradley's fixing it up there. It was Bozo that raised with a King 5. That makes a little more sense. King 10 all in by Nick Zackham. Clarkson has folded. Action back to Bozo. If we can get it across to him. There we go. Gonna get rid of that.
I'll show you one and show me one. I mean, I had live cut. That's what he has raised, and I was right. There's nothing wrong with that. Taking 10 money, I like it. I can't pull you. I'm up. You know, I'm from side. Either I pull or
You guys are getting stubborn in your old age.
There's that table in the little slam. Darren with a very nice set. Sugi with a big stack as well.
That's what's happening.
Manesh Kashev in the back there. Bruce Kanamaya in the front.
No chance, you know, no chance.
Nice stacks between all of them.
Five people, I mean, even if you had a pair.
100.
They're just shoving on us, both. Harold's shoving on me. Nick shoving on us. Yeah, let's get back in.
Other than me.
You're good man,
Who's
you're
stuck
good
in the
man.
middle?
You're good man.
Sorry.
He's also going to shove. Mr. South also going to shove. He's more our age than your age.
I think you're all 61 now, Mr. Sun.
Harold's come along. In the cut-off with a King 6 suited. That's round the neck.
Nick on the button. Nick folds. It's around to Clayton. It's out the way, Mr. Sun. He makes the call. Queen 10.
I'm gonna regret.
Deuce, deuce, 9. Strangely enough, Harold's king eye is ahead here. Bozo has got the betting lead because he was the pre-flop aggressor. It's checked to him by Mr. Sun. Bozo will put the continuation.
Pretty sure Harold will get out of the way now. Nope, decides to come along. It's a non-believer. Here's the queen for Bozo.
It's 300. Pretty sure Harold goes away now. There's no more backdoor space. Oh, okay. Moves all in, guys.
I saw.
Wow, wow. Okay.
Where's your money, Mark? Bozo's folding it.
Yes, he's got an 8 kicker. The 9 counterfeits already. He's wondering what is Harold shoving with here. What did he call me on the flop with?
Maybe this is a lose-lose situation.
Says this is a lose-lose situation. Harold been doing this all day today. The strong all-ins on Total Bluffs. The third time today we've seen him do this. Did it last night as well. So been in the tank for quite a while now.
So do you fold?
Yeah. Strong move by Harold again. Harold gives him the
Harold shoved with nothing. Good man.
the fourth time we've seen him do it. We shouldn't do it last night, and this is the third time today. Sean Butters, come on, Imi. Well, sadly, Imi is already out. There are a couple of tables out there now for the day 1A of the main event. We're looking back across here, it's 4 tables, 1, 2, 3, 4 tables, 5 tables. So 5 tables already day 1A. Pocket 7's here for Harold under the gun. He raises. Clayton out the way. Round to Mr. Sun. Bozo in the big, gives it up. John Doe, Clayton revolutionizing the game of poker. What a legend. Okay, not yet, but he has certainly played extremely well.
Yeah, he's doing well. Very well indeed.
Jason Hoffman, hey Gary, good commentary, chaps.
Nice to have Jason on board as always, and hopefully everything's well with you and the family. And pity you're not here. Maybe we'll see you on the next stop.
Mr. Brooks, big blinds, assembly. Mr. Sanders, heads of flame. Mr. Zach.
I think you pronounce better than this guy.
You?
This guy, they call me Jackie. I promise you, you didn't see yesterday. I was a human. With due respect to the Jackie, but yeah.
So action on Mr. Sun.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm that man. And did you know Mr. Sunbet?
Yeah.
Gonna raise it up from the button. Pocket jacks.
Huawei's son has 1.5 million.
It's made it 350. Bozo repops him.
350 bet, rebet, re-raise. And of call.
All in.
There's a call.
All in call.
Good luck, Modo.
Cards, please.
So ace jack of clubs.
I can't see the other hand.
Oh, another jack.
Oh, there's the case jack comes out. It's ace jack of only an ace for Bozo now. Doesn't find
Another
it.
jack. I mean, big trouble.
It's ace jack flop 2 pair. And he made a
That's
set.
one neat. It's this side.
So the case jack came out there.
Let's cut this one.
No. You do the counting. It's nothing to do with me.
Yeah, that's the best way, Mr. Sun. Just take your hands off the chips. Let the dealer count.
Good hand.
You counted this one. It's your job.
Yes, it's Mr. Sun.
And David and Mr. Sun will essentially swap places there, I think.
Yeah, that's a big turnaround. They've exactly swapped places together.
Yeah, I thought so. So the VPIP, not the leaderboard.
It's a breeding ground.
Bradley's lost the leaderboard. You're gonna have to go find it, brother. Yeah, Brad's lost the leaderboard.
You see, that's the luck. That's the only gem.
So Brad says he's found the leaderboard, and next hand it will be here. There you go.
Clarkson under the gun.
There's an old saying in life, Brad, seeing's believing.
Mr. Sun, King Deuce.
I think you get out of the way. Yep, he's folded it. David with the King 10 suited will get, I was going to say, at least enter into the pot here.
Yeah, he's going to move and shake now because he swapped spots with Mr. Sun there. Nothing for Nick. Bozo will pick that one up.
And this is what they call in a trade changing gears.
Yeah, he changed gears when they got to
Here we go.
500.
Sorry about just 85,000 was the last prize we paid out. And Nick Zackham was 16. Bigs is our small stake. Yes, Mark, sorry.
Yeah, we saw him. He's changed gears. He's been raising with King 5, Jack 8, Queen 8. Bozo is the one that's changed gears here. He's the one that recognizes this is the time to get aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was referring to, David.
100. All in.
All in again for David.
Bozo's moved all in again. Mr. Sun has folded.
Looks like Clayton's asked for a count.
Yeah, Mr. Sun has folded. Bozo's moved all in with pocket queens. Clayton asking for a count. It's folded round to Clayton.
1.88.
Clayton makes the call.
And we're heads up.
Ace Queen.
There's his pocket queens. For David with the pocket queens. So he's looking to dodge the ace here.
And Bozy gets a double up through Clayton.
1.8.
So the software picked that up as a king of diamonds for whatever reasons. Not Bozo's not been eliminated. He has doubled up.
But for sure, this one will block up
Clayton had ace queen of clubs, so the pot went to Bozo. And it's all fixed up, and Bozo's back up to 4.1 million.
We have paid the man.
Pay that man his money.
50.
Yeah, you see that? Give another action. Action lady, I'm gonna.
Action lady.
Yeah.
Why?
Every hand is action. Queen, jack, ace, queen, ace.
What's that?
220. Yeah, 240.
Bozo under the gun, getting very active now.
Clint Solomon says, Clayton, steamroller Tallywanth. Good man. There you go, good commentary. That was Jason. Yeah, we've already read that one out.
So Bozo's raised here to 240 with a 10-5 suited. He really has changed gears, Gazza.
Yep. Pocket fives for Sun. You're going to look him up here for sure.
Yeah, but Mr. Sun.
Then I'm big blind.
Makes the call.
So you're defending?
I defend.
I see. Check of it, Mr. Sun.
Mr. Sun will check his pocket fives here, I'm pretty sure. Let's see.
Check of it.
Yeah, throwing to David, he'll continue.
150.
Mr. Sun comes along for one, doesn't believe. Makes the call.
Turn card, camera 4. That's queen. Back to, that's a good shot of both players. Check.
Check of it.
Mr. Sun still good, yeah. Bozo bets 200 on the river.
Guys.
Makes the call.
You fooled a long time back. If you see the state. Yeah.
Mr. Sun wins the hand. Zackham 16 bigs. Bozo got very active now. Mr. Sun has chipped up. So that won't be the king of diamonds, that's going to be the ace of clubs with the jack of diamonds there. For Nick. He's raised with it. It's round to Bozo, and he's out the way. And Nick will get that hand through. There's the view VIP.
There's no split cards. We have an electronic problem with this deck.
Yeah, it's missing a couple of cards, so it's moving a couple of cards.
I thought you were not controlling this thing, but this was
This is the nicest thing I've ever seen.
yeah, you know, but you know why?
Can I put that in my diary?
Yeah, because it's your birthday also. You know, I thought you'd be probably going to play.
So tomorrow I'll be an arsehole again. Thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Yes, please.
No, man. You're giving them poison. But there's no break job.
Yeah, you can go up. After this.
100.
That is coming up for the blind levels to go up again.
100.
Oh.
50. Checkers. Checkers. Checkers.
All clubs out there on the flop. Harold with a 7 of clubs. He's got a straight, he says, but it's no good. And Harold says my flush is better.
Yes, times 2.
That's expensive.
Yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles. 60. Mr. Brooks. Yeah. That one.
So Clayton with ace-9 of clubs. He's had a little respite. He hasn't played a hand for a while after he doubled Bozo up.
120.
250.
250.
So I'm just picking up the action here. Clayton raised to 250. So I'm just catching up with the action, folks. I don't think Clayton has called. I think he's folded. Yeah. And David will pick up the hand. Yeah, that's where we are. Sorry, came in halfway through that hand. Mark had to step out.
120, 120. This one comes out. Yes, thank you. So, this one's going to sense another cut. 120, Mr. Sun. You didn't even see it.
No, you may see it. It's a
What it was
Yes.
I don't know if the watch it was.
60 more. Check or raise. Check.
Glyton down to 7.1 here. It was up at 9.3 a little while ago. So he shed a few chips. Flop comes ace 9-3 all clubs. 2 pair for Glyton. Nick completely whiffs it. He'll check. I think this will he checks it also. A bit of deception here. Brings a 6 on board, doesn't develop anything for Nick. Nick checks it. Glyton needs to bet, he'll get some chips in the pot. Unfortunately, he's going to bet and Nick will fold. 110 by the look of it. Yeah, check fold. Sorry, bet fold. No action there from Nick.
When the cat is dead, it's dead.
So busy out there in the main event. I think we're up to 3, possibly 4 tables now. And of course the little slam is just moving along nicely.
Okay, I put a flop on my head, but it's the ace out. I can only survive with the force by the jack. But I only have one jack in there.
Mr. Sun, you are big blind.
I know.
He knew it.
He's hard on time yet.
Now that's deep. Sounds really 120. 250. 250.
So ace 9 of Boza raised to 250. Folds it round. The little slam is on a break, we can see in the background. Is that the little slam? No, it's the main event day 1A. They're on a break.
Queen 9-3, rainbow flop.
9 for Boza.
David will fire this.
And Mr. Sun sitting with ace high, the 4 kicky. We'll get out the way.
David will win that.
No, I'm not bluffing. You look like it. I'll show you guys too often. Yeah, it's not bluffing. Maybe even you draw it.
So middle pair top kicker for David there. And gets it through easily. So still 5 players in this high roller event, which started 2 days ago. This is the culmination of it. All the players obviously in the prize money now, and we're playing for the last 5 places. Well attended event. Of course, little slam going on, that's been mobbed as well. And now, of course, day 1A of the main event is also taking place. And sure, 3 sets of chips in play. 3 tournament directors. It's all happening.
Yeah, Gaz, and you still said there's a charity event that's going to run out there as well.
Yeah, I believe so.
So they'll need another chipset.
Yeah, they'll play with one of the satellite chipsets, one of the what I call full color ones rather than the bi or tricolour ones. The ones they usually use for the satellites.
Yeah, they'll use that.
I'm pretty sure. There'll be no confusion with this tournament chipsets for sure.
Clarkson getting feisty from the button. He hasn't played a hand for quite a while.
So he raises 250.
250.
Which is kind of the standard bet there. Which is, excuse me, a pot size bet.
Yeah, exactly what's in the pot.
So a quarter of a bar every single hand in the middle.
So Clarkson getting a little bit of momentum back, raising from the button there. Nick is the short stack at the table with 1.6 million.
Mr. Brooks, you are big blind.
But still 16 bigs, Gaza.
Oh yeah, got plenty of operating space. It's just the price of poker's going up, you know, and if you haven't got any fold equity in front of you, you're not going to be bullying anybody. You're going to get snapped off every time you put a bet in. So they need to get some action soon.
Clarkson
folds. 120 grand.
Clarkson could sit there and just check fold, you know.
No, you can't play like that.
Wait for premiums.
Mr. Sun, ace 10.
260.
Makes the raise. Action on Bozo. Makes the call.
Yeah, about 260.
Harold with a 6-3 of diamonds. So 760 in that pot. I have to call 140. Makes the call.
I believe that is the correct thing to do. Ace 2-6. So Harold hits a pair here with the Huawei Sun with the top pair. David's still in the hand.
And they both check to Mr. Sun. With his ace.
Looks like a fair stack of chippies there.
Bozo's quickly out the way. Harold with his second pair also folds. And Mr. Sun will take down a nice hand. Plus 640k. So Clarkson will be under the gun. Blinds moving around fairly rapidly, 5-handed.
Small blind.
And Nick is in the big blind now and posting the big blind ante. Nothing for Clarkson under the gun. Mr. Sun quickly out the way.
120.
Run to Bozo. He folds the button.
60 model call.
Harold limps in with a 10-6. Nick with king-queen suited.
Nick might fancy a shove here.
Yeah, I think just shove it in. Blind and blind. Yeah, all in and done. Shows Harold, says I'm not just doing it with anything. You'll be quite happy to pick up that hand.
Absolutely.
I should play it, but you would have played, eh?
The button moves, please.
Huh?
The Sun will be under the gun. Clarkton in the big blind.
The button moves, Dave. Thank you.
So, Huawei Sun, dressed in the national colours of Kazakhstan, for no other reason than a coincidence, I'm sure. And the blinds are up, 60, 120, 120 on the big blind ante. 300 Spondulics from the beginning. A full starting stack.
I'm really tired.
Our times have moved on in the 3 days.
Luckily, I don't use that laptop that much.
It's Friday tomorrow.
Mr.
It's unreal. Don't know where the week's gone.
Unbelievable, guys. We'll be day 8 of the tour already tomorrow.
Oh, day 8 for us.
Well, day 8 of this tour, we've been here a bit longer than that. We were here 4 days before, from the Tuesday. 3 days before. So day 11 for us.
250.
Action round back to Bozo. He's taken that hand down with a raise with a king deuce of spades. As we said, Bozo's the one that's opened his range.
Yep, for sure. He's changed gear.
Which is what is needed.
He's got his stack back up to 4 million, which is where it was before he got smashed. And those will now slow down and the smile will return to his face. There you go, there's the smile.
Yeah, thumbs up.
And Dave with the Jack-9 suited.
Under the gun. Exit 250.
It's been the standard bet for a while.
Clarkton out the way, just round to Mr. Sun.
One.
Ace 7.
Check of it.
Oh, Huawei Sun's cards missing in action again. We're sweating with David. Jack-9 suited. Gets out of the way. Dave will pick up another 430. Cruising, losing. We're having a yawn moment in the back here. I think everybody should stand up, start marking time on the spots, smash each other in the face. There we go. Look at the lovely ladies. Lauren, of course, and I think it's Tara, who's Gio's wife. Having their second child fairly soon. And there's the cinema father and son.
It's Bradley and Mike.
And obviously in the background was... sorry, I got distracted. Yanni was hitting somebody. I don't know what he was doing.
Christopher Renders, his mate, was in a big hand. And
strange.
Yanni came across to him.
Very strange.
Zackham raising from the cutoff with a 10-9 suited.
340.
So Clayton with a king 10 on the button. Nick will get that raised through with a 10-9 suited.
Give us a move space. There you go. 61, 21,
So Nick gets himself another rotation. He's also started opening his range a little. He had to become active, being the shorter stack.
Yep.
Nick under the gun, yeah. 8-4. Those are no good. Round to Clayton. Jack 8, the cutoff. It's folding that.
The game has speeded up a bit.
It has. Boza gives Harold a walk with his king deuce off.
I think they balance it out. Some of these youngsters don't have attitude and ego.
I think Nick is feeling the need for a stretch and a whatever.
Yeah, it's just standing up and getting the blood flowing again in the legs. Like we have to do from the long hours of sitting here in the back. So there it is, 220 entries, 61 remaining in that little slam. The average stack is now over 1 million chips of the 61 players remaining.
Average stack 1,081,000.
And the total pot was 924,000.
Loads of money.
And from the 500k guarantee, well exceeded.
Where's the prize pool gone?
Prize pool not up yet. Will be published shortly, I'm sure. But from 220 entries, I wonder if they'll work that out on the uniques.
220 entries, so they'll play 18 to 20 places, I reckon.
Yeah, depending on how they work it out. Mr. Sun pocket 8's in the cutoff. The 8's lucky for him. Has a raise to 260. Harold Brooks 8-7 in the small blind.
Only one hand, son.
They all fold.
Only one time. Jack 9. No way.
Pocket 8s. The best pocket pair you can ever get as a Chinese national. The lucky 8s.
They want to play with the fire all the time.
Manesh Kashev in the background there in the little slam. Next to him, Darren Kramer's got a lot of chips there, Darren. Bruce Kannemeyer, Robert Carley there, sitting a little shorty stacked. And Sugi still with quite a lot of chips.
You haven't seen me in a while.
Ace 10 of diamonds for Mr. Sun now. Pocket 8s followed by Ace 10 of diamonds for him. Harold's out the way. Nick folds. Round to Clayton. And he's got nothing. Mr. Sun will get the next one through.
T-button, small and big blind.
Nice view of Henny Apple smiling there across the chips.
Did you come? Did you go?
Decided I was doing
Did you go for a smoke?
So pocket fives for Bozo under the gun.
took a bit more of fresh air than this
I
one.
think he's already raised.
Just to the freeze on it.
Round to Mr. Sun.
250.
And if he defends here again, Bozo's going to tell him you haven't missed one. There he folds this time. Bozo gave him the speech the last time.
Good one, sir.
So it's official, our duck has a name. The duck will be called Peking. What a great name, Peking duck. There he is, look, Claytonius.
And Vinesh from Lion head crew there next to him.
Give me a cigarette. Now I see the trick. That's why I gave him a cigarette.
You came in the right time.
And Big and Dust there.
Peking dust, taking chips.
It's not very difficult.
If you have a 6 and a 9, that
A lot of support for Clayton out there. Franklin, Jadamis, hold up Clayton.
Yeah, he's a good lad, he's getting a lot of support, good for him. He's got a tough school to beat through though. Yeah, Hawaii Sun is no slouch. Harold Brooks, of course, no slouch. Nick, no slouch. And Bozo, no slouch.
Yeah, got 4 seasoned campaigners to his left.
Yeah, so it's no easy task. But acquitted himself very well, Clayton.
So Harold raising with the King Queen.
270.
And Nick moves all in after the raise by Harold.
Yes, 270.
Bozo out the way. Nick has moved all in with 10s.
Is Harold going to look him up?
Harold's looked him up. So it's the pocket 10s versus the King Queen. We've got a race going on.
Good luck to both gentlemen. There's a king straight off the bat for Harold, so looking for a 10 here.
Nick in trouble now. And
And
he
Nick-
finds it.
And Nick will look at Nick's gone for the walk.
Nick.
What the heck is this? Wow.
1.6
And he binks a 10 on the river. You dirty dog. Well done, Nicky. Unlucky, Harold. Standard. So Harold drops down, according to us, to 1.1 million, which will be 9 bigs, and Nick jumps up to 30. So unlucky, Harold. I think it's a standard call there. Don't think there's anything wrong with that. Let's look here. What have we got? This is in the little slam still. Theo Hunter, etc. Yeah, just looking at the chip stack to make sure I've got the right event.
Yeah, they're giving the...
Yes, Chrissy, we are talking about you.
We have Martin Maroon on the table as well. Hidden now, Gary Giancarlo. So yeah.
So now we'll see Harold change gears. Small stack now, he'll start pushing that around, trying to realise some fold equity.
Still looks like he's got more than...
You've got about 1.3 million there.
Yeah. Chadley Adams, let's go Clayton. Come on, Steamroller. That's their nickname from Cape Town. All his supporters calling him Steamroller Clayton. He's still got a way to go. Playing extremely well. He's done well. Nick.
Yeah, Harold's got 1.2 in stacks and whatever's in his hands. Our count for Harold, I think, is about 1.3.
250.
Clarkson is raised.
So Harold's calling.
Harold's made the call from the big blind.
That would be highly suspicious for me. Oh, he's in the big blind. There he goes.
Puts it all in. And Clarkson folds. Nothing there for his ace-3 of diamonds. And Harold will pick up that pot.
So as predicted, Harold's got active very quickly as a necessity. I suspect he hit that queen there. Young Mark D'Amato and the chap whose name I've forgotten who claims to be a friend of Bradley's, Emmanuel. I think Brad paid him. He's like a male model to come here and like just pretend that I'm one of your friends or your friend. And Maz, yeah.
Calvin Ferreira.
Calvin in the tank here. He's playing the hand. Blessing to dealer. There's plenty of chips that end of the table.
Shoaib, Ahmad, and
Paul Patterson. I think we should introduce, you know, like they do in the baseball games in America. They zoom in on couples, so they have to kiss. So we should zoom in on people here. They have to dance or something. Yeah, but they have to dance. They have to get up to do a dance when they zoom in on you.
Instead of a kiss cam, a dance cam.
Yeah, well, there's not a lot of couples at these things, but I think a dance cam would be good. We should introduce that.
Pocket kings for Mr. Sun. Is raised and got that through.
One time I'm gonna catch your son, and I'm gonna make you pay for all this 2 days suffering.
So Mr. Sun is getting carrots from Nick Sackham.
All that, you know, there's no hand.
You're using my service. You check my hands. You will be surprised. You'll be lucky to say you got nothing. Otherwise, you are in big trouble.
No, that is fine. But I'm saying I'm not getting kind when I'm on the line when you are there. Yeah, it's not your fault. It's not your fault, Queen B. But you know, Queen B knows how to deal with these things.
So folded round to Nick on the button.
You're a good man.
He folds. And he gives Clarkson a walk.
Yeah.
So here's a view of Doc Pather. Sam, that's Rajiv. They are playing in day 1A of the main event. You can see the different chip count, chip stacks. The different chip set there. Directly behind them players in the little slam. So Bozo, Jack-6 folds. Harold, Ace-Queen. So nice hand for Harold J in the cutoff. Harold raises.
160.
Nick folds. Clayton with the ace-9 in the small blind. Mr. Sun gets rid of his big blind.
At a meeting at a golf course, I saw him at Killarney.
So, action on Nick. Or is it still on Harold? We're just checking there. Harold is folded, Nick's folded, Clayton.
But I saw some jockey like
Let go the button. Small blind, Mr. Sun, Queen 9 suited.
206.
even when I'm trying to be nice.
Check this.
So it's checked down so far to the turn.
150.
Gut shot for Mr. Sun. He bets and takes down the hand.
No, I had the ace. Behind? You want to bet? You think we don't see on the camera? So you would never be going to bet if you had the ace.
Mr. Sun breaks down that hand, plus 380k. There's a view again of the little slam, is it? Let's just double check the chip count. No, that is the main event, day 1A. Moon Khan is here, so he's eliminated from the little slam. Chandra Deep, also in that main event, day 1A. Looks like they've got 4 full tables already for their day 1A. Background to the feature table. Nick Zackham out the way with 8-7. Clayton, he's going to fold. Mr. Sun folds the button. Round to Bozo. Bozo hasn't been active for a little while. 9-7. Franklin Jadamus is streaming his fuzzy. I think that was just when we had a little dip in the internet here. That has been sorted out by Sun International, and it is running up and well again. So by the time you hear this, it should have been sorted already. It was half an hour ago that we had that problem. Shivers, aka John Wick, on the side, yeah. So Clayton under the gun with the King 9. Come down from his over 9 million to 6.7. that one hand against Bozo when he had the ace queen of clubs and Bozo had the pocket queens. And then since then, he hasn't had too much to play with, but he's remained patient. He's going to raise now because he hasn't played a hand for a while. They are five-handed. Round to Nicholas Zackham in the big blind. He will get respect because he hasn't played for a while. And here's the big stack. So action on Nicholas Zackham with ace-7. He's going to defend. So the king for Clayton. Nothing for Nick. Nick checks. Option on Clayton. Nick checks. Clayton bets his top pair.
You've been a real gentleman to me.
Nick folds and he shows Nick the king.
I'm wearing a skirt, so don't go under.
No, one chip. Got it.
Nick finds his one chip and it rolled across.
Yeah, but then I can't use the hand.
Just put them here in the
No
middle.
problem. No problem. Good hand, sir.
Lion's Head Poker Crew, they said change the settings. That's to the guy that said it was fuzzy. But it was the internet here that had a brief glitch. IT guys have been in. But it's all back and running. So by the time you hear this, should be long ago sorted. So King Jack for Mr. Sun under the gun. Mr. Sun carving out a raise. He puts in the raise.
160.
260. Queen 8 suited for Bozo in the cutoff. There's the raise from early from Mr. Sun. Bozo 3-betting here. The Queen 8 suited.
710.
So raised by Mr. Sun, 3-bet by Bozo. Harold with Queen 7 out the way. Nick Zackham. And the small blind folds ace 4. Round to Clayton, ace 9 out the way. So Mr. Sun left with a decision here. Bozo applying pressure with a Queen 8 suited.
He's right, man.
Tough spot when you raised with King Jack and you get 3-bet. He folds. Top class by Bozo.
I don't know what I did to you, but hey.
Applying pressure.
You don't show me when I show it to him.
Mr. Nick. $60, 120.
There's a view of the outer table. This is in the main event day 1A. Lauren Pierre, Max Davison, Greg Fabian, Lynn Freeman, all in here. So move back to the feature table. Action is on Bozo. Under the gun, pocket 8s. Raises. Harold folds. Nick with a queen 10 on the button, folds. Round to Clayton, small blind. Gets rid of the 6-5. Mr. Sun folds his big blind.
Mr. Sun was a beginner. He said to Mr. Lucky and Essex, almost burst. I almost started crying. So I remember. Scotty Wayne was on it. Remember? Scotty. You won't remember. It meant too much to me. Where was
So Harold will be under the gun. Nick with a king 9 suited in the cutoff. That's gonna get a little raise. Makes it 280. Clayton with 10-8 suited. Gonna fold that. Mr. Sun already folded. Round to Bozo. 8-6. Gives up his big blind.
So what happened? Sun was trying. Oh, when he hit the
Here's
egg.
the view with Rajiv and
One time we were playing
Doc
the
Pather.
I don't know. Every hand he play 8, in his hand come 8. 8 or Chinese are 8. I don't know why, but even in the roulette you play 8.
Panning background to the little slam in the background. We fade back to the feature table. So Nick 3 deuce suited under the gun.
It's so quick.
Folds. Clayton 6-5 in the cutoff, suited. Having not played a hand for a while again. Going to raise this. Action on Bozo, ace-3 suited. If Bozo plays this hand from here, he will 3-bet it. I don't think he'll flat out of the blinds. He folds. Harold looks like he's going to call in the big blind. The 8-7. Make it almost a straight between them. 5, 6, 7, 8. All high cards. So Harold will check this flop, and when he checks, Clayton will continue and probably take the hand down. Puts in the continuation and takes down the hand. "11 minutes left till the break. And From my understanding, they're going to go on a 1-hour dinner break. To be confirmed.
This break is going to be welcome.
There is Bradley Cinema, France Henning, Nan Kumar, Nick Kanoy, yes, he's jumped in there. Ahmed Karam, all sitting in day 1A of this main event. 15k buy-in, 3 million rand guaranteed, $1 million for first, another 2 million for the rest of the pre. And that's if it doesn't get exceeded like every other prize pool so far on this series. Pocket fours for Clarkson under the gun. Gonna raise. Folded round to Harold.
It's 250, sorry. Zoning out
So Mr. Sun called with the ace-jack. Nick has called to defend his blind with a 10. There's a set and an ace for Mr. Sun. So Clarkton's run good continues. A lot of chips going to end up in the middle here. Two clubs there. Mr. Sun has the ace of clubs as well.
$270, Mr. Sun. 270. Mr. Nick.
Makes the call. Nick out the way.
Why? Check of it.
Deuce on the turn.
Check of it.
He checks his set now. He's done this several times. Mr. Sun is wise though. He checks behind. There's a flush out there. There's a 4-card straight. It's all going on there. Clarkson checks against check. He couldn't get Mr. Sun to bet. Set of fours. You're blessed, says Mr. Zakam.
Very careful.
Very careful, right?
With the ace.
Mr. Sun says I played it very carefully. You certainly did. There's a nice card protector, the elephant. Nice picture of that card protector. Back to the future table. Move on to the next hand. 9-8 for Mr. Sun under the gun. Folded round to Mr. Harold Brooks. On the button, Jack 7. Hasn't played a hand for a while, he'll raise that. Nick is out the way, Round to Clayton, the big blind. Ace 5. 150k to call, 570 in the pot. He will make the defense with his big stack of 8 million.
Yes.
So we go to the flop. There's a jack straight away for Harold. Nothing for Clayton. Clayton has checked. Harold's going to bet his jack.
120.
And Harold will get that run through. Plus 450,000 for Harold. Very stemmered. Come on, Clayton. So a lot of support for Clayton out there. Played extremely well, the young man.
Yes, small line.
And he's on the table with 4 very seasoned campaigners. So there's another view of that of the little slam. If we look at the chip stack, the chip denominations there. The different chip sets being used. Those are under the gun.
What's wrong, Dave? What you had got?
Harold, pocket 8s in the cutoff.
360.
He's raised it up.
360.
Raises to 360,000. Clayton has nothing to defend with. Round to Mr. Sun in his big blind, then he's folded, and Harold will scoop the pot. So Bozo posts his big blind empty. Zakam standing up and stretching again. Harold stacking chips will be under the gun.
If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't want to fight them.
So action on Harold.
120, Mr. Brooks.
So Nick with a king jack in the cutoff. He's carving out a raise. Size of that raise, I think, was 360. Folded round to Mr. Sun. So Nick raised. Raise was to 340. Bozo folds. And Nick will take down the hand.
Give us a moves, please.
Move on to the next hand.
Even in the main event, it was the 3 of us. All of us actually. We were drunk in main event.
So action on Nick, 9 9-8 suited under the gun. Folded round to Clayton.
That was the longest hour. That was how long? That was the longest hour. The longest session.
Action on Mr. Sun.
Whatever happens, I'm taking a minute. No, honestly,
The warning buzzer for 1 minute to go on the level.
I'm going to maybe try and take the chips.
Buzzer slowing it down here.
Thank you. I hear
The small blind. It's gone into the tank. So Lions in Poker Crew, tough seat for our boy Vinesh. Take him down, buddy. Referring to the little slam out there. Bozo in the tank here. There's the end of the level. Bozo folds. And they will go off to their dinner break. So, off to their dinner break now for an hour.
So you have the information during the break.
Okay.
So they're doing the chip counts now, so we will cut away and rejoin you after the break.
Our country, our pride. Mzansi, known as the springboard into Africa. From the beaches of Durban to the Table Mountain in Cape Town to our very own Jozi. This is South Africa, our home. The golden thread of connectivity and tech advancements are helping us overcome the digital divide. Today, learners have access to technology to further their ambitions and realize their dreams of becoming a world-famous heart surgeon, or designing a building higher than the Burj Khalifa, or starting a local retailer with branches that go beyond the African borders. Using liquid satellite connectivity, doctors have been able to connect with patients in remote villages. Goods that come into our harbors are transported effortlessly to their correct destinations because of our excellent subsea cable connectivity. A secure financial services sector that adopts technological advancements to provide its customers with the best services. Our data centers have made cloud computing possible for South African businesses and guarantee that their data never leaves the local borders. Liquid's network goes through the vital economic hubs and even remote villages, bringing connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Strategic partnerships between the national and local governments, MNOs and ISPs are helping us contribute to the development of a digitally transformed South Africa. We now have African solutions to African challenges. We are not left behind. Mzansi is liquid.